In a government hall in Baghdad, Iraq, 500 of the most powerful men in the country have been summoned to an emergency meeting. No one knows why. They sit in rows, sweating through their suits in the July heat, whispering to each other. Then Saddam Hussein walks in. He sits down, lights a cigar, and begins reading names from a list. One by one, the men whose names are called stand up. Soldiers appear from the sides of the room and escort them out through a door at the back. The men who are not called begin to understand what is happening. Some start to cry. Some begin applauding desperately, loudly, hoping that if they clap hard enough, they will not be next. One man vomits on the floor. By the end of the day, 66 men have been taken through that door. Saddam then did something that no dictator in history had done before. He forced the men who remained, his closest allies, his oldest friends, to personally form the firing squads and pull the triggers themselves. If you clapped in that room, you now had blood on your hands. You could never betray him. You were bound to him forever. Saddam Hussein had been in power for exactly 6 days. Tonight, we tell that story and 9 others like it. 10 regimes, 10 men who held absolute power over millions of human lives. Men who were not born monsters but became them step by step, decision by decision, while the world looked away. Before we begin, hit like and subscribe. It genuinely helps this kind of history reach the people who need to hear it. And drop a comment telling us which of these regimes you want us to go deeper on. Now settle in, because we are going back to the darkest corners of the 20th century, to the killing fields, the gulags, the secret police files, and the mass graves, to ask the question that history keeps forcing us to answer. How does this keep happening? This is the story of the darkest dictatorships in history.
1 death is a tragedy. 1 million deaths is a statistic. This is perhaps the most famous quote attributed to Stalin, a leader defined by extreme pragmatism and cold calculation, willing to sacrifice individuals for what he saw as a greater goal. At its most dangerous, this mindset erases the ability to fully perceive the value of each human life. What makes this quote haunting is not just Stalin himself, but what it reveals about a deeply dark aspect of human nature. When confronted with immense power and overwhelming numbers, people can become numb to individual suffering. During nearly 3 decades of absolute rule over the Soviet Union, Stalin constructed a fully developed apparatus of state terror, from a vast network of forced labor camps stretching across Siberia to carefully staged show trials, from sweeping purges that eliminated any potential rivals to artificial famine used as a political weapon. Estimates of the total number of direct victims of Stalin's policies range from 6 to 20 million people, a figure that historians continue to debate to this day. What made Stalin's regime especially terrifying was not only the scale of its crimes, but their systematic and calculated nature. This was not violence born of momentary rage. It was a political project, planned, institutionalized, and justified by ideology. Stalin was born into poverty in Georgia. His father, Bessarion Yugishvili, was an alcoholic cobbler who frequently beat both his wife and son. His mother, Ketevan Giladze, placed all her hopes on her only surviving child. Her 2 other children had died young. In 1888, Stalin enrolled in the Gori Church School, and in 1894 he received a scholarship to the Tiflis Theological Seminary. It was there that he first encountered Marxist ideas and became involved in underground revolutionary activity. In 1909, he was expelled, officially for missing examinations, though in reality it was due to his revolutionary propaganda. After leaving the seminary, Stalin became a professional Bolshevik revolutionary. He organized strikes, distributed pamphlets, and notably orchestrated bank robberies to fund the party. The most infamous of these was the 1907 Tiflis bank robbery, which left around 40 people dead and netted 250,000 rubles. During this period, Stalin was arrested and exiled to Siberia multiple times, 7 arrests in total, with 6 successful escapes. The alias Stalin, meaning man of steel, was formally adopted around 1912, replacing several earlier pseudonyms. In 1912, Lenin appointed Stalin to the Bolshevik Central Committee and tasked him with writing an important theoretical essay on the national question. This marked a significant step in Stalin's rise. He was recognized not only as a practical organizer, but also as a theorist. When the February Revolution of 1917 overthrew Tsar Nicholas II, Stalin was in Siberia and quickly returned to Petrograd. During the October Revolution, he played an important role, though it was not prominently highlighted in Bolshevik mythology. That distinction was reserved for Lenin and Trotsky. After the Bolsheviks seized power, Stalin was appointed People's Commissar for Nationalities, a position dealing with the many ethnic groups within the new Soviet state. He was also a member of the Politburo from the beginning, and in 1922 became General Secretary of the party, a role initially seen as administrative, but one that Stalin transformed into a powerful instrument of control over the entire party apparatus. It was Lenin himself, the founder of the Soviet Union, who warned about Stalin's dangerous nature in his political testament. However, after Lenin's death in January 1924, Stalin skillfully maneuvered to keep the document from being made public. He first allied with Zinoviev and Kamenev against Trotsky, then turned to ally with Bukharin against Zinoviev and Kamenev, and finally eliminated Bukharin. By 1929, Stalin had secured complete control over both the party and the Soviet state.
As soon as he consolidated power, Stalin launched one of the largest campaigns of forced social transformation in history, the full collectivization of agriculture. Beginning in 1929, Soviet peasants were compelled to give up their private land and livestock and join collective farms or state-run agricultural enterprises. The stated goal of this policy was to modernize agriculture and generate surplus for export in order to finance the import of industrial machinery for the 5-year plans. In reality, it also aimed to dismantle the economic and social foundations of the peasantry, who were seen as politically unreliable. Among everything that unfolded, perhaps no concept was as vague and dangerous as the term kulak. In theory, it referred to wealthy peasants. In practice, however, the boundary was almost non-existent, sometimes merely owning a few more cows than one's neighbors, having slightly better land, or simply being a bit more successful was enough to earn the label. And once labeled, their fate was almost sealed. During the campaign to eliminate the kulaks as a class from 1930 to 1933, millions of people were swept into an unstoppable machine. Around 1.8 million individuals and their families were divided into 3 categories. But this was not a simple administrative classification, it was a sentence. For those placed in the first category, the end usually came quickly and coldly. They were either executed on the spot or sent to Gulag labor camps, where survival itself was nearly impossible. Tens of thousands of families disappeared this way, without trace, without explanation. Those in the second category did not die immediately, but were pushed toward a slower death. They were deported from their homelands to remote regions such as Siberia, Kazakhstan, or northern Russia, places so harsh that nature alone could kill. There, they were forced to start over from nothing amid biting cold and extreme deprivation. The third category appeared lighter, but was in reality another form of punishment. Their property was confiscated, and they were forced to remain in their own villages on poorer, less fertile land as a constant reminder of their fall. Under such pressure, many peasants chose a desperate form of resistance. Rather than surrender their livestock to the state, they slaughtered them and consumed them. It was not only an act of survival, but also a final attempt to retain some control over their lives. The cost, however, was catastrophic. Within just a few years, Soviet agriculture was severely devastated. The horse population, the backbone of agricultural production, was cut in half. Dairy cattle declined by more than 40%. The number of pigs was nearly halved. These were not just statistics, but signs of a system destroying the very foundation that sustained it. The term Holodomor refers to the devastating famine that took place in Ukraine, northern Kazakhstan, and other parts of the Soviet Union between 1932 and 1933. What distinguishes the Holodomor from other historical famines is the element of intent. When Ukrainian peasants, living in what was considered the most fertile land of the Soviet Union, often called the breadbasket of Europe, failed to meet the extremely high grain quotas imposed by the state, the Soviet authorities responded with a series of measures that, taken together, could lead to only one outcome: mass death. As the government tightened its grip on the countryside, events unfolded not as policies on paper, but as a nightmare spreading from one household to the next. Armed police units appeared, silent but ruthless, searching every home. They didn't just take wheat or corn, they took everything, including the last seeds peasants had saved for the next planting season. In villages that failed to meet quotas, the punishment was even harsher. They were placed on what was known as a blacklist. Once on that list, an entire village was effectively erased from the world. No trade, no supplies, no means of exchange or normal survival. Then, in early 1933, a ban was imposed. Ukrainian peasants were no longer allowed to leave their villages. The roads leading out, once the last hope for finding food, became sealed boundaries. Anyone attempting to cross could be arrested or forced back. Meanwhile, confiscation brigades continued their work with increasing severity. They didn't stop at grain. Potatoes, beets, beans, anything edible was taken. Kitchens were left empty, storage supplies completely stripped, leaving behind only silence and hunger. All of this occurred under the pressure of impossible quotas. The grain production demanded by the state far exceeded the actual capacity of the peasants, which meant that no matter what they did, they could never fulfill the requirements. And when they failed, the cycle of punishment tightened further until nothing remained to take and nothing remained to eat. The consequences came swiftly and brutally, as if an entire land was being suffocated day by day. In rural Ukraine, death was no longer rare. It became the rhythm of life. At the peak of the famine in June 1933, it is estimated that as many as 25,000 people died each day. These numbers are stark, but the reality was far more horrifying. Survivors recounted scenes almost beyond human imagination. Some parents, in utter desperation, resorted to consuming the bodies of their own children after they died. Along the roads, corpses lay scattered, with no one left strong enough to bury them. Children with swollen bellies from starvation sat silently beside golden wheat fields, grain that could have saved them, but was being harvested and taken elsewhere. And while all of this was happening, the Soviet government firmly denied everything. There was no famine, they insisted, no catastrophe at all. Much of the outside world saw only a carefully constructed facade. One of the most influential voices at the time, New York Times journalist Walter Duranty, not only failed to expose the truth, but publicly dismissed it. Ironically, he was awarded the Pulitzer Prize in 1932, a decision that remains controversial to this day. Later, as the fog of deception slowly lifted, the question of the true scale of the tragedy continued to haunt historians. There is no single universally agreed upon figure, but most modern research estimates that between 3.5 and 7.5 million Ukrainians died during that period, a number too vast to fully comprehend, yet too clear to be forgotten. By 2024, more than 30 countries and international organizations had officially recognized the Holodomor as an act of genocide. But for those who lived through it, and those who never survived to tell their stories, that recognition came far too late, long after the nightmare had ended and the fields had fallen silent again, as if nothing had ever happened.
After everything that had happened in the countryside, the storm of terror did not stop. It merely shifted direction. And this time, its target was the very heart of the Soviet power structure. In 1934, Sergei Kirov, one of the most prominent and widely admired figures in the Bolshevik Party, was assassinated in Leningrad. To this day, many historians suspect that his death was not random, that there was a higher hand behind it, possibly even Stalin himself. But whatever the truth may be, what mattered more was how Stalin used it. Kirov's death became the perfect pretext, the opening act for a purge whose scale and brutality far surpassed anything that had come before. Russians would later call this period Yeshovshchina, the time of Yeshov. In reality, it was a time when fear became law. Beginning in 1936 and reaching its peak in the years 1937 to 1938, an entire system of terror was unleashed with an intensity that even party members themselves could scarcely imagine. No one felt safe anymore, not in society and not even within the ranks of leadership. One of the clearest manifestations of the absurdity and cruelty of this era was the so-called show trials. On the surface, they were public court proceedings. In truth, they resembled carefully staged performances where the verdict had already been decided in advance. Names that once stood at the pinnacle of power, Kamenev, Zinoviev, Bukharin, appeared one after another before the court, bowing their heads and confessing to unimaginable crimes, espionage, sabotage, even plots to assassinate Stalin. What made these trials truly terrifying was not just the sentences, but the confessions themselves. People asked, how could they admit to such absurdities? The answer lay in the interrogation rooms behind the scenes. There, the accused were subjected to relentless torture, deprived of sleep for days on end, and threatened that their wives and children would be arrested or killed. In the end, many signed pre-written confessions, not because they believed them, but because they hoped to spare their families. Even that hope was often betrayed. However, the Great Purge did not stop with well-known figures. It spread across the entire society like an invisible net from which no one could escape. Each locality was assigned quotas, how many to arrest, how many to execute within a given period. In August 1937, Order Number 00447 was issued, aiming to eliminate anti-Soviet elements nationwide. At first, the numbers were staggering, tens of thousands executed, hundreds of thousands sent to labor camps. But that was only the beginning. Local authorities repeatedly requested higher quotas, and the central leadership repeatedly approved them. The numbers grew, not because there were more criminals, but because the system demanded it. From there, a self-perpetuating cycle of terror took shape. One arrested person would be forced to name accomplices. Those individuals would then be arrested, tortured, and compelled to provide more names. The list expanded endlessly, spreading like a disease. Local officials even competed with one another, striving to uncover as many enemies as possible to prove their loyalty. No one was beyond suspicion. Veteran party members, revolutionaries, engineers, intellectuals, people with foreign connections, ethnic minorities, all could become targets. Even those who carried out the terror would ultimately fall victim to it. One of the most devastating blows fell upon the military, the very institution meant to defend the nation. Within just 2 years, tens of thousands of officers were arrested or executed. Experienced commanders were almost entirely wiped out. The consequences were not immediately visible, but when war with Germany broke out in 1941, the cost became clear. The Red Army, though vast in size, lacked capable leadership. In the first weeks of the war, it suffered a series of catastrophic defeats. By late 1938, when the machinery of terror had reached its peak, Stalin began to pull the brakes, not because it was wrong, but because it had fulfilled its purpose. And as always, someone had to be blamed. Yeshov, who had faithfully carried out every order, was turned into a scapegoat. He was arrested, tried, and ultimately executed, just like the hundreds of thousands before him. When everything settled, the picture left behind was chilling. In just 2 years, from 1937 to 1938, approximately 750,000 people were executed, and millions more disappeared into the Gulag system. Nearly the entire generation of leaders from the 1917 revolution had been erased. In their place stood a new generation, not necessarily more capable, but certainly more loyal. And the most important lesson they learned was not how to lead, but something far simpler and far more brutal. In such a system, survival does not depend on right or wrong, but on absolute obedience.
After the storm of purges swept through Soviet society, one question still lingered. Where did those who were not executed go? The answer lay in a system that stretched across the entire country, cold, silent, and almost invisible to the outside world. It was known by a simple name, the Gulag. Officially, the Gulag was merely an administrative body, the main directorate of corrective labor camps. It sounded like a place meant to reform people through labor, an idea tinged with a sense of idealism. But the reality was entirely different. Under Stalin, the system expanded into a vast network of hundreds of major camps and countless smaller facilities scattered from their frozen Arctic regions to the distant steppes of Central Asia. And inside it, there was no reform, only exploitation and punishment. Jobs that no one would ever volunteer for, gold mining in Kolyma, logging deep in the Siberian forests, constructing canals under brutal conditions, were assigned to those sent into the Gulag. They had no choice, and they had no way back. Perhaps the most terrifying aspect was how easily someone could fall into this system. On paper, everything was legal, based on Article 58 of the Criminal Code, the clause concerning counter-revolutionary crimes. In reality, however, the law was so broad it was almost limitless. A careless joke about Stalin, a relative living abroad, a few instances of arriving late to work, or simply being named during an interrogation, all could become grounds for arrest. No evidence was required. A mere accusation was enough. And once inside the Gulag, life was quickly stripped down to its most basic elements: labor, hunger, and survival. Prisoners worked 10 to 14 hours a day in biting cold or other extreme conditions, with food rations calculated with chilling precision. If they met their work quotas, they received just enough to keep working. If not, their rations were cut. And as their bodies weakened from hunger, meeting those quotas became even harder, a closed cycle that slowly led to death. In places like Kolyma, where winter temperatures could drop to minus 50 degrees Celsius, the system reached its most extreme cruelty. These were called death camps, not because they had execution chambers, but because the conditions themselves were enough to kill, slowly. The cold, exhaustion, disease, and starvation combined, turning each passing day into a struggle for survival. During Stalin's rule, an estimated 18 million people passed through the Gulag system. Of those, millions never returned. But even those who survived did not truly come back as they once were. They carried invisible wounds, memories, fear, and a silence that lasted for the rest of their lives. For a long time, the outside world knew almost nothing about all of this. It wasn't until 1973, when The Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn was published, that the veil began to lift. What he described was not just the story of a few labor camps, but an entire archipelago of suffering spread across an empire. And as the truth gradually came to light, it did not just horrify people, it forced the world to look again, to ask how such a system could have existed for so long without being seen. While the machinery of terror operated in the shadows, out front an entirely different image was carefully constructed, bright, grand, and almost sacred. Stalin did not rule by fear alone, but also by deliberately manufactured belief. He was fashioned into a father of the people, a leader who was always wise, always right, and always caring toward every citizen. That image appeared everywhere, from portraits hanging in classrooms, factories, and offices, to statues erected in public squares. Stalin's presence became an inseparable part of daily life. Children grew up with poems praising him, learning to admire him before they could even understand who he was. His name was given to cities, mountains, factories, and ships, as if the entire country were gradually taking on the face of a single man. But to sustain that image, reality had to be tightly controlled. History was no longer something recorded, it became something rewritten. Roles were exaggerated, events distorted, and people who once existed suddenly vanished from the pages of books. When someone was purged, they were not only killed, they were erased from collective memory. Their names were no longer spoken, their images were altered, cut out, as if they had never stood in the frame at all. They became people who had never existed. This control did not stop at history, it extended into art and thought itself. From 1934 onward, only one artistic style was permitted to exist: socialist realism. Art was no longer a space for exploration or questioning, but a tool of praise.
Every work had to depict a world progressing under the correct leadership of the party and Stalin. Anything else, experimentation, abstraction, or even silence as a form of resistance, was considered dangerous. Artists and intellectuals understood all too well the cost of crossing those boundaries. A poet could be banned from publication, a composer publicly denounced, a scientist could disappear simply for thinking differently. Some were removed from cultural life, isolated and forced into silence. Others were compelled to alter their own work, writing what they did not believe, creating what they did not wish, simply to survive. As Europe stood on the brink of war, Stalin made a decision that stunned the world. On August 23, 1939, the Soviet Union signed a non-aggression pact with Nazi Germany, an agreement that seemed unthinkable between two ideologies that viewed each other as mortal enemies. But behind the public document was a secret protocol. Eastern Europe would be divided into spheres of influence. Poland was split in two. The Baltic states, parts of Romania, and other territories fell under Soviet control. Just 1 week later, the war began. Germany invaded Poland from the west, and 2 weeks later, the Soviet Union advanced from the east. A nation was crushed between two powers. And then, in silent forests like Katyn, tens of thousands of Polish officers, intellectuals, and police were executed en masse. They did not die in battle, but were systematically murdered and buried in mass graves, truths that would not be fully revealed to the world for decades. But this fragile cooperation did not last. On June 22, 1941, Hitler turned on the Soviet Union with Operation Barbarossa. The invasion unfolded on an unprecedented scale. Millions of soldiers surged across the border, with tanks and aircraft driving deep into Soviet territory, and in the first weeks, everything for the Soviet Union nearly collapsed. Entire units were encircled and annihilated. Aircraft were destroyed on the ground. Vast territories were lost in a short time. It was not just a military defeat, but a shock that paralyzed the entire system. Faced with this crisis, Stalin did not seek to admit mistakes, but responded by tightening discipline to an extreme degree. Orders were issued not to save the army, but to force it to stand firm at any cost. An officer who surrendered was no longer seen as a victim of circumstance, but as a traitor, and their family did not escape the consequences. Then in 1942, as the war grew more brutal, a chilling slogan was introduced: "Not one step back." Units that retreated without orders could be shot on the spot by their own side. In a war already defined by brutality, fear came not only from the enemy ahead, but from comrades behind. But Stalin's war was not only a confrontation with Germany. Within the Soviet Union itself, other campaigns continued. Communities suspected of being insufficiently loyal were uprooted from their homelands. Volga Germans, Chechens, Ingush, Crimean Tatars, and many other ethnic groups were forced onto trains and deported thousands of kilometers to distant lands. For many, it was a one-way journey. They died of hunger, disease, and exhaustion before ever reaching their destination. Even after the war ended, the cycle of suspicion did not stop. Soviet soldiers who survived German prisoner of war camps were not welcomed as survivors. They were viewed with suspicion. In the logic of the system, capture alone was enough to condemn them. Many were sent directly from German camps to the Gulag camps of their own country. In newly liberated territories, those accused of collaborating with the enemy, or simply suspected, were dealt with swiftly, often without fair trials. The war ended with victory, but the cost was not only measured in what was lost on the battlefield, it was also found in what happened behind the lines, in the forests, in the overcrowded deportation trains, and in the prison camps where freedom never returned. After the war ended, Stalin entered a period of absolute power. He was celebrated as the man who had defeated fascism, the symbol of victory not only in the Soviet Union, but across the world. Yet behind that image, the old machinery continued to operate. The purges did not entirely disappear. Suspicion deepened, and an atmosphere of fear still hung over society. In the final years of his life, Stalin became more withdrawn and paranoid than ever. Campaigns against intellectuals and arrests driven by delusion continued. Then, in early March 1953, something unexpected happened. Stalin suffered a stroke. He collapsed, but no one dared to enter the room to check on him. No one dared to act without being summoned. The system he had created, where every decision was concentrated in a single individual, ultimately left that very individual abandoned in his most critical hours. On March 5, 1953, Stalin died, but the circumstances of his death were never entirely clear. There were suspicions that those closest to him, those who understood the system better than anyone, did not rush to save him. No direct action was necessary. Simply doing nothing was enough to alter the course of history. 3 years later, another turning point came. In 1956, Nikita Khrushchev, Stalin's successor, stood before a closed session and delivered a speech that lasted for hours. In it, he exposed part of what had taken place under Stalin: the purges, wrongful convictions, and grave mistakes during the war. It was not the whole truth, but even what was revealed was enough to send shockwaves. That speech spread beyond the walls of the hall. It forced many, for the first time, to confront a reality they had never dared to consider. In many parts of the world, those who had once believed in Stalin's image began to doubt, even to turn away. A system of belief built over decades began to crack. Yet confronting Stalin has never been simple. His legacy remains deeply divisive to this day. On one hand, it cannot be denied that under his rule, the Soviet Union transformed from a backward agrarian country into an industrial and military superpower capable of defeating Nazi Germany in World War II. On the other hand, the cost was immense. Millions died from famine, from purges, and within the system of forced labor camps. The numbers, 6 million, 10 million, even 20 million, are merely attempts to measure a tragedy that, in truth, cannot be fully quantified. Behind every number is a person, a life cut short, a family erased. To this day, Stalin remains one of the most controversial figures in history. Some see him as a great leader who brought his nation to victory and strength. Others, particularly historians and human rights scholars, regard him as one of the most brutal dictators the 20th century ever witnessed. Perhaps what matters most is not choosing between these two perspectives, but understanding that both exist, and that this very contradiction is part of Stalin's legacy. As Mikhail Gorbachev once said, analyzing Stalin's crimes is not only a historical task, but a moral obligation. Not to relive the past, but to ensure that what happened is not forgotten and never repeated. Because in the end, Stalin's regime is not just the story of one man, but a warning of what can happen when power goes unchecked, when truth is distorted, and when grand ideals are used to justify the unjustifiable.
Part 2. Mao Zedong Regime.
To understand what Mao Zedong would eventually do to China, it helps to begin with a detail that seems almost insignificant. He was born in 1893 into a relatively well-off peasant family in Shaoshan in Hunan province. His father, Mao Yichang, was a hard-working farmer who gradually accumulated enough wealth to become a small-scale grain merchant. His mother, Wen Shimei, was a gentle and devout Buddhist woman. It was an ordinary family, marked by ordinary tensions, nothing that suggested their son would one day alter the fate of hundreds of millions of people. Mao grew up in a strict and disciplined environment. His father frequently punished him when he failed to complete farm work. According to many later historians and psychologists, these experiences may have helped shape his rigid, even ruthless character. Yet at the beginning, Mao's story did not start with violence. It began with intelligence, curiosity, and ambition that steadily grew over time. At the start of the 20th century, China was no longer the stable empire it once had been. The Qing dynasty, the last imperial dynasty, was rapidly weakening. Defeats at the hands of Western powers in Japan led to the gradual loss of territory and sovereignty.
In the previous century, one of the bloodiest uprisings in history, the Taiping Rebellion, had claimed tens of millions of lives. All of this created a climate of chaos, where a new generation began asking a critical question: how could a collapsing nation be saved? In 1913, Mao enrolled at the Hunan First Normal School. This marked a turning point. For the first time, he was exposed to modern political ideas, Marxism, and the writings of Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin. Concepts of revolution, of overthrowing the old order to build a new society, began to shape his worldview. By 1921, when the Chinese Communist Party was founded in Shanghai, Mao was one of its 13 founding members. At the time, he was only 27 years old, just a local intellectual, virtually unknown. No one present that day could have imagined that this man, from a small rural village, would one day become the supreme leader of China and a central figure in one of the darkest chapters of human history. In the 1920s, Mao Zedong carried out revolutionary activities in Hunan, organizing workers and especially peasants. Very early on, he recognized something many of his comrades in the Chinese Communist Party had not yet seen. The revolutionary strength in China did not lie in the urban working class, still relatively small, but in the hundreds of millions of peasants in the countryside. This was a strategic insight. While many leaders were influenced by the Soviet model and focused on industrial workers, Mao understood that China was fundamentally an agrarian society. Whoever won the trust of the peasants would hold the future of the nation. From this realization, Mao developed a completely different approach. Going into the countryside, living among the peasants, speaking their language, and addressing their most immediate concerns, especially land. This method was rare, yet extremely effective in the context of China at the time. But the path was far from smooth. In 1927, communist forces were brutally suppressed in Shanghai by Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang. Tens of thousands of party members were killed. Mao was forced to retreat into the mountains, establishing a base in Jingganshan, a turning point that shifted the revolutionary movement away from the cities and rooted it in the countryside. By 1934, under successive encirclements campaigns by the Kuomintang, the communist base collapsed. The party was forced into a historic retreat, the Long March. In essence, it was a military disaster. Over 368 days, the Red Army marched thousands of kilometers, crossing towering mountains, vast rivers, and some of the harshest terrains imaginable. From an initial force of around 80,000, fewer than 10,000 survived to reach Yan'an. Yet from this failure, Mao forged a myth. The Long March was retold as a symbol of unbreakable will. More importantly, during this process, Mao consolidated his personal power, emerging as the indispensable leader of the party. When the Second Sino-Japanese War broke out, the situation changed completely. Facing a common enemy in Japan, the Communists and the Kuomintang were forced into a united front. But the two sides fought in fundamentally different ways. While Chiang Kai-shek focused on large-scale conventional battles, Mao relied on guerrilla warfare, avoiding direct confrontation, expanding rural bases, and building governance structures alongside the war effort. This strategy proved highly effective. Whenever Japanese forces withdrew, communist forces quickly filled the power vacuum. By 1945, when Japan surrendered, the Communist Party controlled vast territories with around 90 million people and a formidable military force. The subsequent civil war with the Kuomintang, 1946 to 1949, was almost inevitable. Despite receiving support from the United States, the Kuomintang gradually collapsed. The peasants, the largest segment of the population, sided with the communists, largely due to land redistribution policies. On October 1, 1949, at Tiananmen Square, Mao Zedong proclaimed the founding of the People's Republic of China. At the age of 55, he stood at the peak of power, one of the most powerful leaders in the world. But what is most striking is not how he gained power, but what he would go on to do with it, because the chapters that follow in this story are no longer about a rise. They're about the consequences that would surpass anything China had experienced in the previous century.
After Mao Zedong proclaimed the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949, the early years presented a strikingly dual picture. On one hand, many policies brought real change. Land reform confiscated land from landlords and redistributed it to poor peasants. The status of women was elevated, illiteracy rates dropped sharply, and rural infrastructure improved. For millions of people, this was the first time they had land, a voice, and a sense of a better future. But on the other hand, from the very beginning, the new regime revealed its violent nature. In the campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries, the government targeted former members of the Kuomintang, landlords, and anyone considered a threat. An estimated 700,000 to 2 million people were executed. There were no fair trials, no lawyers, only public struggle sessions, where the verdicts were almost always predetermined. The Korean War quickly drew China into a direct confrontation with the United States. As American forces approached the border, Mao decided to send in the People's Volunteer Army, in reality regular troops, into the battlefield. This was a turning point decision. China suffered heavy losses, but it demonstrated that it could stand up to a superpower. The cost was not only counted in hundreds of thousands of lives. Mao's own son, Mao Anying, was also killed in an airstrike. The war ended in a stalemate, but it left a deep lesson in Mao's thinking. China had to become strong, quickly, strong enough to ensure it would never be threatened like that again. In 1956, after Nikita Khrushchev publicly denounced Stalin, Mao found himself in a difficult position. He understood that the cult of personality could become a weakness, but he could not accept a complete rejection of the model he himself was following. In early 1957, Mao launched what seemed like an open initiative, the 100 Flowers campaign. He called on intellectuals and the public to freely criticize the government under the slogan, "Let 100 flowers bloom, let 100 schools of thought contend." At first, many believed it was a genuine opportunity. Intellectuals, students, and scientists began to speak out, criticizing corruption, bureaucracy, and policy failures. Around 300,000 people trusted that call. And then Mao reversed course. By late 1957, the anti-rightist campaign began. Those who had spoken out were labeled rightists, political enemies. They lost their jobs, were sent to labor camps, or disappeared from public life. Some were killed. Most were forced into silence. In a short span of time, China's intellectual class, those capable of criticism and innovation, was paralyzed. And the timing is what stands out. Because immediately after silencing all dissent, Mao prepared to launch a policy that would change not only China, but the course of human history. To understand what the Great Leap Forward was, start with a number: tens of millions dead, in just 4 years, in peacetime. And it all began with a belief that Mao Zedong could transform China into a superpower in a single leap. In the late 1950s, Mao unveiled a bold plan. China would surpass the United Kingdom in steel production within 15 years and then overtake the United States, not through gradual reform, but through a direct jump, a historical acceleration. Slogans echoed everywhere. 3 years of hardship, 10,000 years of happiness. People were promised that the sacrifices of today would secure a radiant future for their descendants. To achieve this, Mao dismantled the entire rural structure. Tens of thousands of people's communes were established, each grouping together tens of thousands of households. Land was collectivized. People ate in communal kitchens and slept in shared quarters. Even the smallest possessions, pots, tools, livestock, no longer belonged to individuals. A new society was constructed almost overnight, but it was a society where everything operated on orders, not on reality. At the center of the Great Leap Forward was steel. Mao wanted more steel, without a clear purpose and without a clear understanding how to produce it efficiently. When factories proved insufficient, a new idea emerged. Every citizen would produce steel. From rural villages to urban neighborhoods, millions of backyard furnaces sprang up. Tens of millions of farmers abandoned their fields to stand beside the furnaces. They burned furniture, wooden doors, even dismantled their homes for fuel. They threw anything made of metal into the fires: pots, knives, hoes, sickles, the very tools essential for farming. The result was a double disaster.
The steel produced was nothing more than useless lumps of metal. Meanwhile, in the fields, crops ripened, but there was no one to harvest them. On paper, steel production soared, but these were false numbers. Local officials under pressure to meet quotas reported achievements that did not exist. Superiors did not dare to challenge them, and Mao, at the height of his power, read these reports as truth. A system in which no one dared to tell the truth began feeding itself. In the autumn of 1958, the harvest still looked good, but it was only an illusion. The state, relying on inflated production reports, imposed unrealistic grain procurement quotas. It took away most of the harvest to feed the cities, to export, to prove success. The very people who grew the food were left with nothing to eat. By 1959, famine began. At first in remote regions, then it spread. In many places, people died in mass. Entire villages lost half their population. But the most terrifying aspect was not just the hunger, it was the silence. Those who knew the truth did not dare to speak. Those who reported it were labeled counter-revolutionary or rightist. A closed loop formed. Subordinates lied to survive, superiors believed the lies, and millions died in silence. The only high-ranking official who dared to speak out was Peng Dehuai. At the Lushan Conference in 1959, he wrote a frank letter to Mao, describing the famine and criticizing the policy's failures. Mao's response was unmistakable. He turned the meeting into a struggle session. Peng Dehuai was purged and isolated. The message was clear. Anyone who opposed the Great Leap Forward would share the same fate. After that, no one dared to speak. Some reports of the famine still reached Mao, but according to many accounts, his reaction was chillingly cold. There are claims that he viewed mass death as a price worth paying for progress, that China had too many people. While specific quotations may be debated, the overall reality is not. The policy did not change, and the deaths continued. By 1961, after tens of millions had died, the Great Leap Forward was finally suspended. There was no public apology. No one at the highest level was held accountable. Mao stepped back somewhat, allowing Liu Shaoqing and Deng Xiaoping to take over economic management, but he remained the supreme leader, the center of power. And more importantly, he did not forget.
After the catastrophe of the Great Leap Forward, Mao's power visibly weakened. Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping, those tasked with restoring the economy, gradually built political credibility of their own. Within internal meetings, some of Mao's policies began to be quietly questioned. In schools, history teachers talked from textbooks, not from Mao's self-crafted narrative. In cultural institutions, certain artists began producing works with subtle social criticism. Mao saw all of this and was enraged. He believed, perhaps not incorrectly, that real forces were slowly pulling control out of his hands. But instead of accepting this shift quietly, he chose to unleash a storm. He would mobilize China's entire younger generation and turn them into weapons to destroy his enemies. The campaign was called the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. Mao captivated the youth with a simple and compelling message. Chinese society had been poisoned by old, feudal, reactionary ideas. Teachers and officials were betraying the revolution. Only pure, uncorrupted youth could cleanse society and rebuild it from the ground up. Revolution is violence, an old phrase of Mao's, was now handed to 16-year-olds like a spell. In the summer of 1966, millions of high school and university students across China formed groups known as the Red Guards. Wearing red armbands, carrying the Little Red Book, a collection of Mao's quotations, and displaying Mao's portrait on their chests, they flooded the streets with a single mission: to eradicate the four olds: old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. What followed resembled a real-life nightmare that lasted for a decade. The Red Guards targeted teachers, professors, doctors, engineers, artists, anyone more educated than themselves. These individuals were dragged into school courtyards, forced to wear mocking hats, made to display signs of shame, beaten in front of crowds, and coerced into confessing crimes they never committed. Many died on the spot. Many took their own lives, unable to endure the humiliation. The rest were sent to re-education camps for forced labor.
Hospitals, factories, and government offices functioned erratically as skilled workers were denounced or imprisoned. Schools were shut down. Students were encouraged to make revolution instead of studying. An entire generation, now known as the Lost Generation or the Cultural Revolution generation, grew up without education, without professions, and without a normal future. The Cultural Revolution destroyed a 5,000-year-old civilization in a way no foreign invader ever could, because it came from within. Temples, shrines, and churches were demolished or turned into warehouses. Buddhist scriptures, Confucian texts, and centuries-old poetry were burned. Traditional musical instruments were smashed. Works of art were destroyed. Ancestral graves were desecrated. Street names and place names were changed to glaringly ideological ones like Red Radiance or Strong Soldier Road. In many places, even residents with reactionary names were forced to change them. The human cost was even more devastating. Between 1.5 and 2 million people were killed directly during the Cultural Revolution by the most conservative estimates. Many historians believe the true number is far higher. In addition, tens of millions were imprisoned, exiled to rural regions, or stripped of the best years of their lives. Across China, families were torn apart. Parents were denounced by their own children. Friends betrayed one another to survive. Husbands and wives were forced to disown each other. The entire state system began to collapse. Revolutionary committees, parallel structures organized by the Red Guards, took control from official authorities. The military, the People's Liberation Army, had to intervene as violence spiraled out of control. But even the army itself was destabilized by political campaigns. In some regions, rival Red Guard factions began shooting at each other, competing over who was the true revolutionary. By 1969, Mao finally began to scale back the chaos of the Cultural Revolution. Millions of Red Guards were sent to the countryside for re-education through labor, a different way of saying that the state no longer knew what to do with the millions of uneducated, unemployed youths it had created. The Gang of Four, Jiang Qing, Zhang Chunqiao, Wang Hongwen, and Yao Wenwen, continued to drive political campaigns during this later phase, and would later be held responsible for many of the crimes committed between 1966 and 1976. In the 1970s, Mao's health rapidly declined. He suffered from Parkinson's disease and other illnesses. Power gradually shifted into the hands of the Gang of Four and their allies. The year 1976 was unprecedented in Chinese history. In January, Premier Zhu Enlai died. In March, a massive earthquake in Tangshan killed over 240,000 people. In September, Mao Zedong passed away. Within a month of Mao's death, the Gang of Four were arrested. They were publicly tried in 1980-1981, where Jiang Qing defiantly declared in court, "I was Chairman Mao's gun. Whenever he wanted to fire, I fired." It is perhaps the most accurate statement ever made about the Cultural Revolution. After Mao Zedong's death, China entered an entirely new phase. The man who rose to power was Deng Xiaoping, but what he inherited was not a stable country. It was a deeply wounded society. After nearly 30 years under Mao's leadership, China's economy had been severely weakened, at times even worse than when it began in 1949. Most alarming of all, tens of millions of people had died in peacetime, not because of war, but because of failed policies. An entire generation of young people grew up without an education, as schools and universities were closed for years. Intellectuals and scientists who should have contributed to the country's development were instead suspected, persecuted, sent to forced labor, or even killed. China at that time resembled a nation that had been pushed backward. Deng Xiaoping understood that without change, the country could not survive. He began implementing sweeping reforms, reversing many of the principles Mao had once considered unchangeable. Land was returned to farmers for individual cultivation, people were allowed to trade and conduct business to a certain extent, and China began opening up to the outside world. These changes gradually helped the country recover and eventually rise to become a major economic power. However, despite these transformations, the Chinese government did not erase Mao's image.
In 1981, they issued an official conclusion stating that Mao was a great leader whose contributions were primary and whose mistakes were secondary, commonly interpreted as 70% right and 30% wrong. As a result, Mao's image remains everywhere, from currency to Tiananmen Square, and he is not officially regarded as a criminal, but rather as a complex historical figure. To this day, no one can determine an exact number of deaths during Mao's era, but independent historians have attempted estimates. The Great Leap Forward alone is believed to have caused around 30 to 45 million deaths, mainly due to a devastating famine. The Cultural Revolution continued to claim millions more lives and destroyed countless families. Including earlier political campaigns, the total death toll may range from 40 to 80 million people. It is an enormous figure, comparable to the number of deaths in World War II, but the difference is that it all occurred during peacetime and within a single country. The consequences went far beyond death. Hundreds of millions of people were imprisoned, sent to forced labor, or exiled to remote areas. Around 16 million young people lost access to education, creating what is often called a lost generation. Cultural heritage, books, temples, works of art, and philosophical thought was destroyed on an immeasurable scale. What concerns many observers is that Mao does not exist only in the past. His ideas and methods of governance continue to influence China today. The current leader, Xi Jinping, has repeatedly praised Mao and cultivated a similarly strongman style of leadership. Certain modern policies, such as strict information control, tight social management, and surveillance of citizens, bear notable similarities to Mao's era. Moreover, Mao's image once spread beyond China and became a symbol for various leftist movements around the world, especially in the 1960s and 1970s, even though many supporters did not fully understand what had actually taken place. Even now, there is ongoing debate over whether Mao's ideology can be separated from the devastating consequences of his actions. But for tens of millions of families in China, those who lost loved ones to famine, political purges, and years of chaos, such debates hold little meaning. For them, the memory of suffering remains vivid, representing one of the greatest tragedies of the 20th century, inseparably tied to the name Mao Zedong, a man whose portrait still hangs in Tiananmen Square to this day. Part 3. Hitler and Nazi Germany. There is a rather unusual fact about Adolf Hitler that not everyone notices. He was not actually German. Hitler was born on April 20th, 1889, in Braunau am Inn, a small town on the Austria-Hungary border. His father, Alois Hitler, was a strict customs officer, ambitious but often prone to drinking. In contrast, his mother, Clara Polzel, was a gentle woman who loved and devotedly protected her youngest son. When she died of cancer in 1907, Hitler was only 18 years old, and many historians believe this was a severe emotional shock that profoundly influenced the person he would become. Hitler's early adult years were far from smooth. He dreamed of becoming an artist, but was rejected twice by the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna. Without a stable job, he drifted through Vienna and then Munich, making a living by painting small works for tourists and staying in boarding houses for the poor. It was during this difficult period that Hitler began reading materials with extremist ideas, coming into contact with nationalist ideology and anti-Semitic thought, gradually forming a very negative worldview that divided humanity into races constantly struggling against each other for survival. When World War I broke out, it marked a major turning point in Hitler's life, but in an unexpected direction. Although Austrian by birth, he volunteered to join the German army because he disliked the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which he believed had stifled his future. During the 4 years of war, Hitler fought with strong enthusiasm, convinced of the ideals he pursued. He received medals, was wounded, but survived. Then, in November 1918, Germany surrendered. For many German soldiers, including Hitler, this was an unbearable shock. They had fought for years, endured hardship, yet in the end, the result was defeat. At the time, Hitler was in a hospital, temporarily blinded by a chemical bomb. When he learned of Germany's surrender, he was utterly devastated. He cried and began to believe that Germany had not lost because of weakness, but because it had been betrayed from within. In his mind, the Jews, Marxists, and certain political figures had stabbed the army in the back. It was this wartime experience, and especially the shock of defeat, that completely changed Hitler. Had he died on the battlefield like millions of others, perhaps the world would never have known this name. But he survived, and from that pain, anger, and false belief, an extremely dangerous individual gradually took shape, one who would later bring catastrophic disasters to the entire world. After World War I, Germany was no longer the strong nation it once had been, but instead a country filled with wounds and anger. The Treaty of Versailles in 1919 forced Germany to accept full responsibility for the war, pay enormous reparations, lose significant territory, and drastically limit its military. To many Germans, this felt nothing short of humiliation. They believed they had been treated unfairly and constantly wondered why they had to accept such an outcome. As if that were not enough, the German economic crisis quickly fell into a crisis. During the 1920s, inflation rose to unimaginable levels. At one point, a loaf of bread cost hundreds of billions of marks. Money lost its value so rapidly that people had to use wheelbarrows just to carry cash for everyday purchases. Those who had spent a lifetime saving suddenly found themselves with nothing. Life became increasingly difficult, and the social atmosphere grew tense, filled with anger and despair. Then, at the worst possible moment, the global economic crisis of 1929 dealt another devastating blow. Millions lost their jobs, and unemployment at times exceeded 30%. In cities, people lined up at soup kitchens just to get a single meal. Children wore tattered clothes, factories shut down, and banks collapsed. Germany seemed to be sinking deeper into darkness, and many began searching for someone who could save them. It was in this context that the Nazi Party, led by Adolf Hitler, began to rise. At first, they had almost no support, receiving only about 2.6% of the vote in 1928. But within just a few years, by 1932, that number had surged to 37%. Many who voted for Hitler did not necessarily hate Jews or desire war, but rather they saw him as the last hope to pull Germany out of crisis. A large part of Hitler's success came from his extraordinary speaking ability. He was not the most academically educated man, but when standing before a crowd, he could captivate thousands. He often began speaking slowly, in a low voice, then gradually built intensity, his emotions rising until the entire audience seemed drawn into every word. He knew how to touch the pain, anger, and hopes of his listeners. His message was simple. Germany once was great, but had been betrayed, and the enemy was not only external, but also internal. According to him, the Jews, Marxists, and certain political figures had to blame for the nation's collapse. He portrayed himself as the only person strong enough to change that. Those who witnessed Hitler's speeches often described the crowds as if they were hypnotized. They laughed, they cried, they shouted, and when they left, they felt like different people, filled with purpose and belief in the future Hitler had promised. January 30th, 1933 marked a major turning point. Germany's president at the time, Paul Hindenburg, an 85-year-old general who had initially looked down on Hitler, ultimately appointed him as chancellor. Many politicians believed they could control him, that they would use him and then discard him when necessary. This proved to be a grave mistake. Hitler did not seize power by violence at the beginning. He rose to power legally through the democratic system. But in less than a year, he transformed the position of chancellor into absolute authority, paving the way for a dictatorship unlike anything Europe had seen before.
Just 27 days after Hitler came to power, a shocking event occurred. On the night of February 27, 1933, the German Parliament building, the Reichstag, suddenly went up in flames. A young Dutchman named Marinus van der Lubbe was arrested at the scene. To this day, it is still unclear who was truly behind the incident. It may have been a lone act, but it could also have been orchestrated by the Nazi Party itself. Whatever the truth, Hitler immediately seized the opportunity. He informed President Hindenburg that this was a sign of an imminent communist uprising and requested the declaration of a state of emergency. Hindenburg agreed. Just one day later, a decree was issued that effectively abolished most fundamental civil liberties, including freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and the right to assembly. Thousands of members of opposition parties were arrested within a very short time. From that moment on, Germany's democracy had effectively collapsed, even though it still existed on paper. Soon after, Hitler further consolidated his power with a law that allowed him to enact legislation without parliamentary approval. Many deputies were threatened or arrested, leaving them unable to oppose him. This meant Hitler could do virtually anything he wanted while remaining within the bounds of legality. From a chancellor, he quickly became the man holding absolute power. In the years that followed, Hitler began reshaping Germany in his own image. On the surface, many things seemed to improve. Unemployment dropped significantly, major infrastructure projects such as highways and airports were built, and the economy showed signs of recovery. For many ordinary Germans, life became more stable, and the country appeared to be regaining its status. But this was only part of the picture. Beneath that apparent progress lay a system of extremely tight control and repression. The secret police, the Gestapo, was established and quickly became a source of fear throughout society. People could report on one another, neighbors suspected neighbors, and even family members no longer fully trusted each other. The SS, initially just Hitler's personal guard, gradually evolved into a powerful organization playing a key role in maintaining the regime. At the same time, the first concentration camps were built to imprison those considered enemies of the state, initially mainly political opponents. From the very beginning of his rule, Hitler and the Nazi Party targeted the Jews. It began with boycotts and harassment, but gradually turned into official policy. By 1935, new laws stripped Jews of their citizenship and banned them from marrying Germans. Jews were excluded from many professions, pushed out of schools, and gradually removed from social life. Their property was also confiscated through coercive policies. The situation worsened dramatically on the night of November 9, 1938, in an event later known as Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass. That night, organized groups destroyed thousands of Jewish-owned shops, burned places of worship, and arrested tens of thousands of people. The streets were covered with shattered glass, giving the event its name. Many were killed, and countless families were shattered in a single night. The outside world saw what was happening. Newspapers reported on it, and countries voiced their opposition, but almost no concrete action was taken to stop Hitler. This silence and hesitation allowed him to go further, and the consequences would later become catastrophic. Hitler never hid his ambitions. As early as when he wrote Mein Kampf in prison, he made it clear that Germany needed living space in the East, that the Soviet Union had to be defeated, and that Slavic peoples would serve the Germans. At the time, however, many Western politicians dismissed these ideas as extreme rhetoric. Few believed a national leader would actually carry out what he had written. They were wrong. In 1936, Hitler sent troops into the Rhineland, blatantly violating post-war agreements, yet Britain and France did not respond forcefully. In 1938, he annexed Austria into Germany and then demanded the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia. At the Munich Conference, Western powers agreed to these concessions in exchange for a promise that Hitler would make no further demands. That promise was quickly broken when Germany occupied the rest of Czechoslovakia just a few months later. On September 1, 1939, German forces crossed the Polish border. This time, Britain and France had no choice but to declare war. World War II had officially begun. Over the next 2 years, German forces advanced with astonishing speed, conquering almost all of Europe. Poland collapsed within weeks, Denmark fell almost immediately, and Norway was occupied after a few months. Most astonishing was France, once a major military power, which was defeated in just 6 weeks. Only Britain continued to resist, largely thanks to its geography and air power. The peak of Hitler's ambition came on June 22, 1941, when he launched a massive invasion of the Soviet Union, known as Operation Barbarossa. More than 3 million German troops advanced across the vast Soviet territory along a front stretching thousands of kilometers. In the first few weeks, German forces achieved rapid victories, encircling and capturing hundreds of thousands of Soviet soldiers, seizing major cities, and advancing close to Moscow. But then winter came, and everything changed. The brutal cold, at times dropping below minus 40 degrees Celsius, left the unprepared German forces exhausted. Tanks malfunctioned, soldiers lacked warm clothing, and morale steadily declined. Meanwhile, Soviet forces resisted fiercely and received continuous reinforcements. The tide of the war began to turn, and from that point on, Germany could no longer maintain the initiative it once had. While large-scale battles raged behind the fronts, another crime was unfolding behind the front lines. Special German units followed the army, not to fight, but to kill, particularly targeting Jews and other groups deemed enemies of the state. This was part of a larger plan that the world would later come to know by a name of unspeakable horror. The war dragged on for several more years with brutal battles. The Battle of Stalingrad became a major turning point, marking Germany's first devastating defeat. After that, Allied forces gradually pushed back. In 1944, Allied troops landed in Normandy, opening a western front, while the Soviet Union advanced from the east. Germany was caught in a pincer and steadily collapsed. By April 1945, as Soviet forces entered Berlin, Hitler took his own life in an underground bunker. Just days later, Germany surrendered unconditionally, and the war in Europe came to an end. But what the war left behind was not only destroyed cities, it was one of the greatest catastrophes in human history.
The Holocaust is the name given to the genocide carried out by Nazi Germany, aimed at annihilating the Jews of Europe and many other groups deemed unworthy of life. It is important to understand that this catastrophe did not happen overnight, but was the result of a process that unfolded over many years. What began as discrimination and prejudice gradually escalated into expulsion and ultimately into mass murder. In the early years, Jews were stripped of their citizenship, banned from many professions, and pushed to the margins of society. They were then forced to leave Germany, losing all their property and living in desperate conditions. When war broke out and Germany occupied vast territories in Eastern Europe, home to millions of Jews, the Nazi authorities began seeking to solve this so-called problem in the most brutal way imaginable. Before the killing centers were constructed, murder was carried out by more direct means. Special mobile units followed behind the army, rounding up Jews and driving them to remote areas where they were shot en masse. In some locations, tens of thousands of people were killed within just a few days. These were not isolated incidents, but occurred across many places throughout the occupied territories. By 1942, a systematic plan had been formulated, commonly known as the Final Solution. Its goal was the total extermination of all Jews in Europe. Special camps were built, not for ordinary imprisonment, but for killing on an industrial scale. These facilities were organized like an assembly line, where death was carried out coldly and efficiently. Auschwitz is the clearest example of this. From across Europe, Jews were loaded onto trains and transported there. Upon arrival, they were divided into two groups. Those still healthy enough were kept for forced labor, while the rest, primarily women, children, and the elderly, were led away without knowing they were about to die. They were told they were going to shower, ordered to undress, and then herded into sealed chambers. When the doors closed, poison gas was released, and in a short time, everyone was dead. The bodies were then processed, and the cycle began again with the next arriving trains. This entire process repeated itself rapidly, like a production line. At Auschwitz alone, more than 1 million people were killed, the majority of them Jews. But that was only one part of a far larger picture. In total, approximately 6 million Jews were murdered during the Holocaust, roughly 2/3 of the Jewish population of Europe at the time. Beyond that, millions of others perished as well. Roma people, people with disabilities, Soviet prisoners of war, and those considered opponents of the regime. The total death toll may have reached between 11 and 17 million people. These numbers are so vast as to be almost impossible to comprehend. But what matters is that each of those numbers represents a real human being. They had families, lives, and dreams of their own. There were children who never had the chance to grow up, mothers and fathers who never had the chance to live out their lives, all of them brutally taken away.
One of the most widely known victims is Anne Frank, a young Jewish girl who spent more than 2 years hiding in a concealed room to escape capture. She was eventually discovered and died in a concentration camp at just 15 years old, only a short time before the war ended. Her story is known because her diary survived, but millions of others had stories just like hers, with no one left to tell them. The Holocaust is not merely a chapter of history, it is a reminder of what human beings are capable of when hatred and extremism go unchecked. In November 1945, in the city of Nuremberg, once the grand stage for the Nazi Party's mass rallies, the International Military Tribunal began trying 24 senior Nazi leaders, marking for the first time in history that the leaders of a nation were brought before an international court for crimes against humanity. 12 defendants were sentenced to death, among them Hermann Göring, who took his own life with poison just before his execution, along with Rudolf Hess, Joachim Ribbentrop, and other prominent figures. These trials were not only a punishment for perpetrators of atrocities, they also laid the foundations for modern international law. The concept of crimes against humanity was formally defined to include systematic mass murder and torture, and the principle was established that following orders could not be used as a defense to escape responsibility. Though the enforcement of these principles remained limited in the years that followed, they became the cornerstone for the emergence of international justice mechanisms, such as the International Criminal Court. What is particularly notable about Germany after Hitler's fall is the profound transformation the country underwent from a fascist regime responsible for the deaths of tens of millions to one of the world's most stable democracies with a deep commitment to human rights. The denazification process went far beyond prosecuting Nazi leaders. It involved fundamental changes in education, media, and culture. The history of Nazi Germany and the Holocaust became a mandatory subject in schools. Denial of the Holocaust was made a criminal offense, and across Germany, memorials, museums, and educational centers were built on the very sites where atrocities occurred, an indelible reminder that cannot be erased. Modern German society has chosen to confront its past directly, neither avoiding it nor minimizing it, but continuously reflecting on it to ensure that such tragedies will never happen again. Nearly 80 decades on, there are still those who ask why the world must continue to remember the Holocaust, why books, museums, and commemorations are still needed for a tragedy that recedes further into the past. The answer lies in a simple but profound truth. The conditions that made the Holocaust possible, discrimination gradually normalized, the silence of bystanders who did not speak up, and the willingness of ordinary people to follow orders without question, are not unique to any one people or any one era. They can emerge anywhere, at any time, if human beings allow them to. The writer and philosopher Elie Wiesel, a Holocaust survivor, once wrote that memory is the foundation of identity, and that without memory, human beings lose themselves. The victims of Hitler, approximately 6 million Jews, along with millions of others, including Roma people, people with disabilities, Soviet prisoners of war, and Polish civilians, and many other persecuted groups, deserve to be remembered not merely as dry statistics in a history book, but as real human beings with names, families, lives, and dreams that were stolen from them. The total losses of the Second World War amounted to approximately 70 to 85 million people, roughly 3% of the world's population in 1939. A figure that reminds us of the devastating scale of conflict and the fragility of humanity in the face of hatred and extremism. Remembrance is not only a tribute to those who were gone, it is humanity's solemn pledge that the world will never forget and will never allow such things to happen again.
Part 4. Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge.
Before recounting Pol Pot and the years of horror he imposed upon Cambodia, It is important to understand that this country, in the middle of the 20th century, stood in an extraordinarily precarious position amid enormous historical forces it could not control. Cambodia was a small kingdom with a population of fewer than 8 million at the start of the 1970s, wedged between Vietnam to the east, Thailand to the west, and Laos to the north. For centuries, it had once been the heart of the mighty Khmer Empire, the civilization that built the magnificent temple complex of Angkor Wat, which still astonishes the world today. But that was a distant past. In the mid-20th century, Cambodia was a small nation, groping for its footing in a world undergoing violent upheaval. France withdrew from Indochina in 1953 after nearly a century of colonial rule, but its shadow remained, imprinted on every institution, every paved road, every yellowed administrative building. Prince Norodom Sihanouk came to power and pursued a shrewd diplomatic course, non-alignment, steering a path between the eastern and western blocks of the Cold War, keeping Cambodia from being drawn into the wars burning through its neighbors. For a time, he succeeded, but the Vietnam War could not be kept on the other side of the border. From the late 1960s, the Ho Chi Minh Trail, North Vietnam's strategic supply route, ran through Cambodian territory. American and South Vietnamese forces pursued enemy units across the border. The United States Air Force began bombing areas along the Cambodian border in 1969, a secret campaign unknown to the American Congress and the American public. Over 4 years, from 1969 to 1973, more than 500,000 tons of bombs were dropped on Cambodia, more than the total tonnage the United States dropped on Japan throughout the entirety of the Second World War. The Cambodian countryside was reduced to ash and ruin. Hundreds of thousands of civilians died. Millions were driven from their homes and fled into the cities. It was in this context of chaos that a group of radical communists, who the world would later come to know as the Khmer Rouge, gradually grew in strength. They recruited farmers enraged by the bombing, young men and women who had lost their parents, people displaced from their land by war. And at the head of this group stood a man whose real name the world would not learn until years later, when the regime finally collapsed. Saloth Sar, the name that would later all but vanish from history, ceding its place to a far more fearsome one, was born in 1925 in Kampong Thom province into a family that was relatively prosperous by Cambodian standards of the time. They owned land, did not worry about food, and had loose ties to the royal family. As a child, he was sent to Phnom Penh for his education, and even spent a period living within the grounds of the royal palace, a detail he would later deliberately erase from his own life story, since it contradicted the image he wished to project of a leader with purely peasant origins. In 1949, Saloth Sar received a scholarship to study electronics in France, but the true turning point of his life lay not in engineering, but in what he encountered in Paris. It was an early 1950s Paris in which cafes and university lecture halls had become centers of left-wing thought, where debates about Marxism, revolution, and colonial liberation raged with intensity. In that environment, Saloth Sar and a group of fellow Cambodian students, including Khieu Samphan, Yang Sari, and Son Sen, did not merely absorb these ideas, but were profoundly captivated by them, as young men searching for some great meaning to give their lives. Yet what made this group dangerous was not that they followed Marxism in its pure form, but the way they transformed it into something far more extreme. In their minds, revolution was not simply about changing the political system. It meant wiping away the entire existing society in order to rebuild from zero. A pure agrarian society with no class distinctions, no currency, no Western intellectualism, and no need for even the most basic structures of modern life. These ideas, while still confined to the pages of papers in Paris, may have looked like romantic dreams of a just world, but concealed within them was a cold logic. To create a completely new society, everything old must be destroyed, including people.
In 1953, Salah Tsar returned to Cambodia without a degree, having failed to complete his studies. He lived a relatively quiet life for several years, working as a teacher in Phnom Penh while secretly building an underground communist network. By 1963, as Prince Sihanouk's government began cracking down on communists, he abandoned the city and disappeared into the deep jungle, taking a small band of comrades with him. In the remote forest regions of northeastern Cambodia, near the borders with Vietnam and Laos, he began building an armed force, laying step by step the foundations for the movement the world would come to know as the Khmer Rouge. Throughout those years in the jungle, Salah Tsar virtually vanished from the outside world. He operated under multiple aliases and established an organizational structure so secretive that even many within the movement did not know the true identity of its leader. When the Khmer Rouge seized power in 1975, this mystique was carefully maintained. Official announcements made no mention of any specific leader's name, referring only to Angkar, the organization, as though power belonged not to any individual, but to an invisible, faceless, nameless entity. This very anonymity created a sense of authority that was both absolute and terrifying, where every decision seemed to emanate from a force that could neither be verified nor resisted. It was not until 1977, 2 years after coming to power, that Salah Tsar made his first public appearance before the world and revealed his new name, Pol Pot, a name that almost no one in Cambodia had ever heard before, but which would become the symbol of one of the darkest chapters in all of human history.
Everything escalated faster than even Pol Pot could have anticipated, driven less by the Khmer Rouge's own internal strength than by the decisive mistakes of other forces. In 1970, while Prince Sihanouk was abroad, General Lon Nol staged a coup with tacit American backing, toppling the monarchy and declaring the establishment of a republic. The American objective was to install a government in Phnom Penh willing to cooperate aggressively in countering North Vietnamese forces that were using Cambodian territory as a supply corridor. That calculation, however, quickly backfired in catastrophic fashion. From exile in Beijing, Sihanouk called on the Cambodian people to rise up in support of the Khmer Rouge, a deeply paradoxical alliance between a conservative prince and a radical communist movement that would later place him under house arrest. Even so, his appeal carried enormous weight, for in the eyes of millions of Cambodian peasants, Sihanouk remained a near-sacred symbol of the nation, trusted by them with something close to absolute faith. Within just a few years, the Khmer Rouge grew from a small guerrilla band into a large army of tens of thousands. Meanwhile, the Lon Nol government was rotting from within. Corruption spread throughout the military apparatus as officers embezzled soldiers' salaries and inflated troop numbers to claim more aid, leaving the actual fighting force hollowed out and ineffective. On the battlefield, the situation deteriorated steadily, and by early 1975, the Khmer Rouge had tightened their encirclement of Phnom Penh. The city had by then swollen to more than 2 million inhabitants, many times its normal size, as vast waves of refugees from the countryside poured in to escape the bombing and fighting. Phnom Penh had become a dense, exhausted, and deeply anxious mass of humanity, waiting for an end that could not be avoided. On the morning of April 17, 1975, columns of Khmer Rouge soldiers in black uniforms, wearing broad-brimmed hats and red scarves, marched into Phnom Penh. The city's residents spilled into the streets to receive them with mixed emotions, relief that the war seemed finally over, mixed with unease at the cold and unfamiliar bearing of these soldiers. Some people even waved in greeting, believing that peace had at last arrived. But within just a few hours, every such hope was extinguished. Loudspeakers began broadcasting orders. The entire population must leave the city immediately. No exceptions, no time to prepare. The stated reason was that American forces were about to bomb Phnom Penh, but this was in reality a fabricated pretext used to execute a plan that had long been prepared: the total abolition of urban life and the forced removal of the entire population to the countryside. What unfolded over the course of that day and the days that followed was one of the most terrifying spectacles of the 20th century. More than 2 million people were driven from their homes, carrying whatever little they could take with them: luggage, food, small children in their arms, the elderly helped along or pushed in makeshift carts. Hospitals were cleared out immediately. Patients on operating tables were forced to leave. Those dependent on ventilators were disconnected from their machines. Doctors and nurses were driven from their posts in the middle of ongoing treatment. An endless stream of people stretched along the roads beneath the punishing heat of Cambodia's dry season, and those who could no longer keep moving, from illness, old age, or sheer exhaustion, collapsed and died by the roadside, their bodies left behind. It was not Phnom Penh alone. On the same day and the days that followed, every city and town across Cambodia was subjected to forced evacuation in this same manner, from Sihanoukville to Battambang, from Kampong Cham to smaller provincial towns. Entire populations were expelled from their homes within just a few hours. It is estimated that between 3 and 4 million people, nearly half the country's entire population at the time, were forced to abandon their homes and walk to the countryside in the weeks that followed. Even before the Khmer Rouge began its systematic killing campaigns, tens of thousands of people died on these roads, not from bullets, but from hunger, exhaustion, and the absolute ruthlessness of a displacement unprecedented in modern history. From that moment on, Cambodia entered a period without precedent in which the entire structure of society was overturned within days. Those driven from the cities were not permitted to return, not allowed to bring their possessions, and given no choice over where they would go. They were divided into small groups and redirected to unfamiliar rural areas, where they were forced to begin entirely new lives under the absolute control of the Khmer Rouge. The city, symbol of the old way of life, was declared the source of all moral decay and had to be completely eliminated. In Pol Pot's ideology, Cambodia would be reborn as a pure agrarian society, without money, without markets, without schools in the traditional sense, without religion, and without any trace of the world that had existed before. Urban dwellers, people accustomed to commerce, education, or intellectual work, were overnight labeled new people, a class regarded with suspicion and considered of lesser worth than the old people, meaning the peasantry. They were compelled to labor in the fields, dig canals, and grow rice under brutal conditions with inadequate food and no rest. The workday stretched from before sunrise to well after dark, and any sign of fatigue, resistance, or even just simply holding on to a small personal possession could be interpreted as an act of defiance. Families were tore apart. Children were separated from their parents and sent to collective labor camps where they were taught to pledge absolute loyalty to Angkar, the invisible yet all-powerful organization in whose name the Khmer Rouge ruled. In this new world, even the smallest signs of education or individual personality became a mortal danger. A pair of glasses, the ability to speak a foreign language, or simply the uncalloused hands of someone who had lived in a city could be enough to be suspicious of being an intellectual and lead to being sent to re-education, a cold euphemism for execution. Prisons and secret detention camps proliferated, places where those deemed enemies of the regime were interrogated, coerced into confessions, and then disappeared without a trace. Fear crept into every corner of daily life, as no one knew whose name would be called next. Meanwhile, those who survived the initial evacuation still faced a reality no less brutal. Hunger, disease, and exhaustion became features of everyday existence. Food was tightly controlled and distributed in meager rations, while agricultural output routinely fell short of unrealistic targets set by the Khmer Rouge leadership. Those weakened by hunger or illness received no care and were frequently left to their fate, for in the regime's pitiless logic, they were a burden on the collective. Death became so commonplace that people no longer had the time or strength to grieve, and burial was often nothing more than hastily shoveling earth over the spot where someone had fallen. All of this began almost immediately after the fall of Phnom Penh, as though an entire nation had been dragged into a nightmare from which there was no escape. The roads that had been choked with evacuees fell silent again, but the price of that quiet was tens of thousands of lives lost in just the first few weeks alone. And what made it all the more terrifying was that this was only the beginning, for what the Khmer Rouge would carry out in the years to come would surpass anything anyone could have imagined at that moment.
From mid-1975, the entire country of Cambodia was transformed into a vast labor machine where human beings were no longer individuals but merely units of production under absolute control. The population was reorganized into communes and collective labor brigades, constantly moved from place to place according to plans that no one was permitted to question or even ask about. The goal Pol Pot pursued was the construction of massive irrigation works, canals, dams, reservoirs, intended to turn Cambodia into an ideal rice basket, capable of feeding the region and generating exports to fuel his revolutionary ambitions. In his mind was a vision of a country that could harvest 3 rice crops per year, a dream that was coercive, wholly detached from reality, and enforced at the cost of human lives. What the regime did not understand, or chose deliberately to ignore, was that such undertakings required technical knowledge and expertise that it had already destroyed or expelled. Canals were designed with incorrect gradients so that water could not flow or ran in the wrong direction. Dams were built by human labor alone, without proper materials or engineering, and collapsed in the very first rainy season. Despite these obvious failures, no one was permitted to speak the truth. Reports sent up the chain of command were filled with praise for successes, while on the ground, fields lay abandoned, harvests failed, and food supplies dwindled steadily. Those forced to labor on these worksites endured conditions that defy adequate description. They rose before dawn and worked without pause until nightfall, allowed only a brief rest at midday. Rations consisted of nothing more than thin rice gruel with a few sparse grains, wholly insufficient to sustain human beings through days of brutal physical labor. People slowly broke down from hunger and overwork, and when they collapsed, death came quietly but quickly. Bodies were often buried right where people had fallen, because pausing to arrange a proper burial was itself considered a waste of time. Disease spread unchecked: malaria, dysentery, typhoid, but there was no medicine and no healthcare system, for all such things had been abolished as unnecessary remnants of the old society. In Phnom Penh, inside a former school building, the Khmer Rouge established a detention and interrogation center known as S-21, or Tuol Sleng. It became the emblem of the regime's apparatus of terror, a place where anyone suspected of betraying Angkar was brought. Between 1975 and 1979, between 14,000 and 20,000 people were imprisoned there, and only 7 survived. Anyone who passed through the gates of Tuol Sleng had effectively already been sentenced, for the place operated with no concept of fair investigation or trial. Everything revolved around torture, forcing prisoners to confess and to name others. From those confessions, the circle of arrests kept widening, drawing ever more innocent people into the machinery of death. More chilling still, even loyal Khmer Rouge cadres were not safe. The merest hint of doubt about one's loyalty was enough to be arrested and vanish, just like anyone else. What took place inside Tuol Sleng was recorded in cold and meticulous detail, for the regime possessed a strange bureaucratic habit. Every prisoner was photographed upon arrival, every confession was typed up and carefully filed, but once the torture was complete, or once a prisoner died from not surviving it, they would be taken to the outskirts of Phnom Penh and killed. The fields where these executions took place came to be known as the killing fields, sites such as Choyen Ek, where dozens of mass graves were discovered, each containing hundreds of sets of remains, testimony to the scale of the slaughter. In fewer than 4 years of rule, from April 1975 to January 1979, the Khmer Rouge transformed a country of approximately 7 million people into a place where death was present everywhere. Estimates hold that between 1.5 and more than 2 million people perished, roughly 1/4 of the entire population, one of the highest proportionate death tolls in modern history. Hundreds of thousands died from starvation and forced labor, hundreds of thousands more were killed outright, and still hundreds of thousands more died from untreated disease. It was not only Tuol Sleng, but dozens of other detention facilities across the country, all operating according to the same merciless logic. One of the most haunting aspects of this regime was the way it used children as instruments of violence. Pol Pot believed that adults had been contaminated by the old society and could never be fully trusted, whereas children were malleable and capable of absolute loyalty.
Children, many only 8 to 15 years old, were separated from their families, trained in separate units, indoctrinated with ideology, and handed authority they were too young to comprehend. They were assigned to surveil, denounce, and even participate in interrogations and executions. It was precisely their emotional detachment and their inability to grasp consequences that made them more fearsome instruments than adults, for nothing could move a child who had been taught that compassion was weakness and emotion was the enemy. Alongside the destruction of human beings, the Khmer Rouge waged a systematic campaign to erase an entire culture. Buddhism, woven into the spiritual life of the Khmer people for thousands of years, was banned outright. Temples were converted into warehouses or animal pens, statues of the Buddha were smashed, monks were forced to renounce their vows and sent to labor, and many were killed. From roughly 60,000 monks before 1975, only a few thousand survived the fall of the regime. Nor was Buddhism alone targeted. Other religions were suppressed as well. Churches were demolished, mosques were shuttered, and the Cham Muslim community was singled out and massacred. Books were burned, musical instruments destroyed, and every form of art that did not conform to the regime's ideology was eliminated. This loss was not merely the disappearance of buildings or artifacts, it was the disappearance of an entire living body of knowledge. Artisans and keepers of tradition, masters of sculpture, music, and shadow puppetry were killed for the very talents and memories they carried within them. When an aged craftsman died, it was not only a person who vanished, but an entire current of culture stretching back centuries that was buried alongside him. This was a form of destruction that no recovery effort could ever fully repair, for what was lost was not material, it was the memory and the soul of an entire people.
Throughout his time in power, Pol Pot nursed a deep and consuming hatred of Vietnam. Part ideological, part rooted in historical grievances and an obsession with the threat posed by a stronger neighboring state. He viewed Vietnam as a permanent danger, convinced it harbored ambitions to dominate all of Indochina, and he stoked resentments over territories that had once belonged to Cambodia and been lost over the centuries. From 1977, tensions along the border escalated relentlessly as Khmer Rouge units carried out brutal raids on Vietnamese villages, systematically massacring civilians in a pattern that became impossible to ignore. For Vietnam, these actions could not go unanswered, and after repeated diplomatic efforts yielded nothing, Hanoi resolved to use force. On December 25, 1978, more than 100,000 Vietnamese troops crossed the border into Cambodia simultaneously, launching a large-scale military campaign. The Khmer Rouge, already gravely weakened by incessant internal purges and its own systematic dismantling of its command structure, collapsed rapidly before the organized and overwhelming advance of the Vietnamese military. In fewer than 2 weeks, the entire situation had been transformed. On January 7, 1979, Vietnamese forces entered Phnom Penh, meeting almost no significant resistance, for Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge leadership had withdrawn the day before, retreating to the forested highlands near the Thai border to continue existing as a guerrilla force. When the soldiers entered the capital, they were confronted with a scene almost impossible to believe. A city that had once been densely populated, once the center of an entire nation, now stood nearly abandoned. Phnom Penh held fewer than 50,000 people. Its streets were empty, its buildings neglected or converted into storage depots, its national bank utterly destroyed, and every system of electricity and water no longer functioning. It was not merely a city ravaged by war, it was a city that had been erased from normal life for years on end. At Tuol Sleng Prison, the notorious S-21, what Vietnamese forces discovered laid bare the brutality of the Khmer Rouge regime beyond any possibility of denial. They found prisoner records preserved with meticulous care, documenting every name and every coerced confession. They found instruments of torture still lying exactly where they had been left. They found only 7 survivors out of the tens of thousands who had been held there. And in some of the cells, they encountered the skeletal remains of victims killed in the final hours before the Khmer Rouge fled, moments when there was no longer time to conceal the evidence of what had been done. Across the countryside, Cambodians who had survived began to understand that the nightmare that had lasted nearly 4 years might finally be over.
News spread slowly but with enough force to ignite hope, and people began leaving the collective labor zones in streams, making their way back toward the places that had once been home. Yet for many, this was no complete homecoming. There was no longer a home to return to, no family left to reunite with, only fragmented memories of a life that had been obliterated. On the roads of Cambodia in the weeks that followed, a scene utterly unlike that of April 1975 unfolded. Millions of people once again walked in silence, but this time not to flee, rather to search for relatives still living, to search for a lost past, and to hope to piece together the shattered remnants of their lives after one of the most terrible tragedies of the 20th century. What many people do not know, and what stands as one of the most bitter paradoxes of the Cold War era, is that after being driven from Phnom Penh, the Khmer Rouge did not simply disappear. Throughout the 1980s, Pol Pot and the remnants of his forces maintained a substantial armed presence in the forests along the Thai-Cambodian border, continuing to wage guerrilla warfare against the new government in Phnom Penh, which was backed by Vietnam. In the complex geopolitical landscape of the era, where great powers placed strategic interests above moral considerations, the Khmer Rouge received indirect support from China, Thailand, and even the United States, all of whom shared the common objective of containing Vietnamese influence across Indochina. This reality produced a paradox that is difficult to stomach. A regime that had caused the deaths of millions continued to be sustained in the shadows of international political calculation. For many years afterward, Cambodia's seat at the United Nations remained occupied by a Khmer Rouge representative because many Western nations and China refused to recognize the new government in Phnom Penh. This meant that those who bore responsibility for one of the century's most devastating genocides continued to appear on the world stage as the legitimate representatives of the very country they had destroyed. It remains one of the most shameful episodes in the history of diplomacy, one that is difficult to justify even today. Meanwhile, Pol Pot continued to live in hiding deep in the jungle, maintaining his leadership role and carrying out internal purges even as his forces grew ever weaker and more isolated. It was not until 1997 that the world's attention turned to him once more, when his own former comrades turned against him, arrested him, and put him on trial in an internal Khmer Rouge tribunal, not for the horrific crimes he had committed against the Cambodian people, but on suspicion of betrayal. He was subsequently placed under house arrest in the jungle, living out his final days in isolation. On April 15, 1998, Pol Pot died in his sleep, a quiet, painless death, entirely disproportionate to the suffering he had inflicted. He was never brought before an international court, nor officially convicted of any crime while alive. It was not until 2006, more than 2 decades after the fall of the Khmer Rouge, that a special legal mechanism was established to try the regime's surviving leaders. The extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia, commonly known as the ECCC, came into existence at a point when far too much time had already passed, with many key figures having died of old age or disappeared. Those who remained, when finally brought to trial, were elderly men and women with white hair and failing health, sitting before the court to answer for crimes committed decades earlier. Nguyen Che, regarded as brother number 2 and the ideological architect of the Khmer Rouge, was sentenced to life imprisonment in 2014 for crimes against humanity and war crimes, then convicted of genocide in 2018, before dying in 2019 at the age of 92 while his appeal was still pending. Khieu Samphan, the head of Democratic Kampuchea, also received a life sentence on similar charges, and in recent years remained alive in his 90s, continuing a protracted appeals process. Ieng Sari died in 2013 while his trial was still underway, and his wife Ieng Thirith was found to be suffering from dementia and declared unfit to stand trial before her own death in 2015. Kaing Gek Iav, known as Duke, the commandant of S-21, was among the few to be fully tried and convicted, receiving a life sentence in 2012 and dying in prison in 2020. For the more than 1.5 million victims who lost their lives, and for the survivors who have carried the weight of painful memories throughout their entire lives, the belated verdicts handed down to men and women already at the end of their days cannot be considered complete justice. Many of the victims and witnesses themselves had grown old or passed away before ever having the chance to see those responsible face any form of accountability. Yet in a world where time cannot be reversed, those belated efforts remain the only means of acknowledging the truth, of preserving memory, and of affirming that however long justice may be delayed, it is not entirely forgotten. Today, Cambodia continues to live in the shadow of 1975 to 1979. An entire generation was lost. The doctors, teachers, engineers, artisans, and monks killed during those 4 years, leaving a void in the generation that followed that could not simply be filled. Education had to be rebuilt from scratch with very few teachers still alive. The healthcare system had to be reconstructed from ruin with very few doctors remaining. The psychological trauma inflicted on communities endures in many families, in many villages, carried by people who still bear losses that were never spoken of. And there remains a painful paradox with which Cambodians must continue to live. The people who liberated them from the Khmer Rouge, the Vietnamese military, are the very neighbors with whom Cambodia shares an extraordinarily complex historical relationship. Many Cambodians feel genuine gratitude for their liberation, yet deep unease about the decade during which Vietnamese forces remained stationed on their soil. History is never simple, and Cambodia learned that lesson in the most costly way imaginable.
Part 5. Kim Dynasty, North Korea. To understand North Korea, one must begin with a question that is simple yet haunting. Why did two halves of the same peninsula, the same people, the same language and culture, produce two societies so different as to be almost unbelievable? To the south, South Korea became one of the largest economies in the world, home to conglomerates like Samsung and Hyundai, its popular culture spreading across the planet through K-pop and cinema. To the north, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, known to the world simply as North Korea, remains one of the last countries on Earth where people are not free to travel abroad, cannot access the internet, cannot speak ill of their leaders, and live in the constant fear that a single wrong word or action could cause their entire family to vanish into a labor camp. The answer to that divergence begins in August 1945, when Japan, which had occupied the Korean peninsula since 1910, surrendered to the Allied powers. In the chaotic days following Japan's defeat, the United States and the Soviet Union needed to quickly divide responsibility for taking over the peninsula. An American staff officer picked up a map, drew a line at the 38th parallel, an arbitrary boundary with no basis in geography, culture, or existing administration, and declared the North would fall under Soviet jurisdiction, the South under American. That decision, sketched on paper in a matter of minutes, divided a people, and that division endures to this day, nearly 80 years later. In the South, the Americans established a pro-American government. In the North, the Soviets installed Kim Il-sung, a former anti-Japanese guerrilla who had been trained in the Soviet Union, as leader. In 1950, North Korea invaded the South, igniting the Korean War, which lasted 3 years and ended without a peace treaty, only an armistice agreement in 1953, meaning that technically the two sides remain in a state of war to this day. From that point on, while the South gradually rebuilt and developed, the North embarked on a path toward a regime that no one could have imagined would last so long. Kim Il-sung was born in 1912 under the name Kim Sung-ju. He grew up in a Christian family in South Pyongan province and was drawn into the anti-Japanese resistance movement from a young age. He fought as a guerrilla in Manchuria, was pursued by the Japanese, and eventually fled to the Soviet Union. There he was trained by the NKVD, the same secret police apparatus that operated Stalin's Gulag system, and was deemed by the Soviets to be a suitable man to lead Northern Korea. When Japan surrendered in 1945, he was brought back to Pyongyang aboard a Soviet ship wearing the uniform of the Red Army. In the early years of his rule, Kim Il-sung simultaneously built a state and consolidated personal power in the manner he had learned from Stalin, purging potential rivals one by one, removing from key positions those whose loyalties lay with China or the Soviet Union, and replacing them with people whose allegiance was solely to him. He constructed a cult of personality on a scale no less elaborate than those of Stalin or Mao, portraying himself as an exceptionally wise leader, a poet, a philosopher, a military genius, and, most importantly, the beloved father of all the Korean people. What set Kim Il-sung apart from other dictators was his determination to transform his rule into something resembling a faith, even a religion. The ideology of self-reliance, Juche, was developed as a distinctly Korean philosophy, emphasizing absolute independence from foreign influence. In practice, Juche served as the theoretical justification for sealing the country off from the world and turning the people into subjects wholly dependent on the state and its leader. In a society where all information was controlled, the people knew nothing of the outside world beyond what the government chose to tell them, and what the government told them was that Korea was the finest country on earth, that Kim Il-sung was the greatest leader in history, and that the rest of the world was living in poverty and oppression. One of the most sophisticated and ruthless instruments of social control under Kim Il-sung's regime was the Songbun system, a classification of citizens according to their class background and political record. Developed from the 1960s onward, Songbun divided the entire North Korean population into three main tiers: the core class, comprising roughly 28% of the population, consisting of those deemed completely loyal, families of party officials, veterans, and descendants of those who had participated in the anti-Japanese resistance; the wavering class, comprising roughly 45% of the population, made up of ordinary people; and the hostile class, comprising roughly 27% of the population, encompassing those with unfavorable backgrounds, descendants of landlords, of religious believers, of those who had worked for the Japanese or for the South Korean government, or of those with relatives in the South. A person's songbun was not determined by their own actions. It was inherited from grandparents and parents, and could not be changed by individual effort. This meant that a child born into a hostile family would carry that classification for life, barred from university, denied access to desirable state employment, prohibited from living in Pyongyang, and subject to constant surveillance. Conversely, those with favorable songbun enjoyed greater privileges. It was a rigid, hereditary system of social stratification with no way out, and it was designed to function precisely that way.
North Korea is a country of two worlds within one country. The first world is Pyongyang, a capital constructed as a showcase window for the world to behold the prosperity and modernity of Korean socialism. Colorful, glass-clad high-rises, broad boulevards frequently empty of traffic, immaculate parks dominated by enormous statues of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, department stores stocked with goods that most of the population cannot afford to buy. All of it together creates a strange atmosphere, more like a film set than a real city. Only those with favorable songbun are permitted to live in Pyongyang, and they are acutely aware that this privilege can be revoked at any moment should their loyalty to the regime come into question. The second world is the rest of the country. The rural areas, the provincial towns, the coal mines of the northeast, the fishing villages along the coast. Here, life is entirely different. Electricity is available for only a few hours each day, if at all. Clean water is a luxury. Food is distributed through the PDS, the public distribution system, but the quantities allocated vary according to songbun, occupation, and the state's capacity to supply. Many people are forced to supplement their survival through informal markets, spontaneous trading spaces that the government once banned but has gradually been compelled to tolerate because without them, people would starve. Nowhere else on Earth is the population kept under surveillance as tightly as in North Korea. Social control is organized through units called Inminban, neighborhood watch groups, each comprising roughly 20 to 50 households, overseen by a group leader appointed by the party. The group leader is responsible for monitoring and reporting anything unusual: who came home late, who had an unfamiliar visitor, who appears to possess more goods than their official income would allow. People live in a state of being perpetually watched by their own neighbors who are themselves being watched. Beyond the Inminban system, there exists an extensive informal network of informants. Watching a South Korean film is a serious offense, potentially resulting in arrest. Listening to South Korean music carries similar consequences. Reading foreign materials is dangerous. Saying anything critical of the leadership can mean imprisonment or even execution. People learn to police every word, every gesture, every expression on their face. But the most terrifying instrument of all is the system of collective family punishment. If one person is arrested for a political offense, not only that individual, but the entire family, parents, siblings, spouse, children, can be arrested as well and sent to labor camps. This transforms every member of a family into a hostage for one another. Cult education. From the time they are 3 or 4 years old, North Korean children are taught about the great leader Kim Il-sung and the dear leader Kim Jong-il as though they were divine beings. Textbooks describe Kim Il-sung as having created the universe and as the son of the nation. Children learn songs of praise to the leader before they can learn to read. Every school day begins with students standing before a portrait of the leader and expressing gratitude to him for their breakfast, for the clothes on their backs, for the air they breathe. This is not education, it is the programming of human minds from the earliest age. One of North Korea's most closely guarded secrets, though it is no longer truly a secret to the outside world thanks to the testimony of defectors and satellite imagery, is the vast system of political labor camps known as Kwanliso. At least 5 large camps, situated in remote mountainous regions in the north and northeast of the country, have been confirmed as still operational. Estimates of the total number of prisoners held within the camp system range from roughly 80,000 to 120,000 people, though no precise figures exist, as no international inspectors have ever been granted access. Camp 14, Kaichon, and Camp 15, Yodok, are among the best documented, thanks to detailed testimony from people who were once imprisoned there and subsequently managed to escape abroad. Camp 14 covers an area the size of a mid-sized city, and there are people who were born inside it with no knowledge that any other world exists beyond the electrified fences. Some were born there because their parents were political prisoners, and they grew up, aged, and died within the camp without ever leaving, without ever knowing that an infinitely larger world lay just on the other side of the fence. Survivors describe life in the Kwanliso with details that readers find difficult to accept as real. Yet when many defectors from different time periods independently recount the same stories, their truth is beyond doubt. Prisoners work 10 to 16 hours a day in coal mines, ore mines, timber yards, or agricultural fields, on rations calculated to sustain the bare minimum of labor capacity, typically ground corn with a little salt and occasionally a small amount of pickled vegetables. Those who lack the strength to work die, and their bodies are buried within the camp grounds. Shin Dong-hyuk is the only person confirmed to have escaped from the highest security category of Camp 14, which holds prisoners convicted of the most serious political offenses and classified as irredeemable. Shin was born in the camp, grew up in the camp, and had no knowledge of what the outside world was beyond the electrified fences. In 2005, when he was 13 years old, his mother and older brother were arrested while planning an escape. Because the system dictated that anyone who knew of an escape plan and failed to report it was equally guilty, Shin, who had informed on his mother and brother out of fear of punishment, was made to watch as both were publicly executed before the entire prisoner population of the camp. He later described feeling nothing in that moment, because throughout his entire life inside the camp, he had never been taught that family love was something normal or worthy of value. Shin escaped in 2005 and eventually reached South Korea and then the United States. The book about his story, Escape from Camp 14, became one of the most important documents on the Kwanliso system. But his story also illustrates something deeply sorrowful. Those who grow up inside that system are damaged not only physically, the deepest damage is to their humanity itself. The capacity to love, to trust, to feel empathy, things that most of us take as natural, must be relearned from scratch, slowly and painfully after making it out. While the Kwanliso system represents deliberate and systematic atrocity, the greatest disaster North Korea has experienced in peacetime did not begin with a direct order to kill, but from a lethal combination of failed economic policy, natural disaster, and a leadership decision to prioritize military spending over the lives of the people. This was the famine of 1994 to 1998, which the Korean people call the Arduous March. The story begins in the late 1980s and early 1990s, when North Korea's economic system began to collapse. The Soviet Union, its largest patron, disintegrated in 1991, and aid stopped abruptly. China, which had previously supplied oil and food at preferential rates, now demanded payment in foreign currency that North Korea did not possess. The state's food distribution system, already inefficient, began to break down. By 1994, when severe flooding devastated harvests across multiple provinces in succession, the country had no reserves whatsoever with which to respond. What is particularly notable, and what transforms the famine from a natural disaster into a political crime, are the decisions made by Kim Jong-il, who succeeded his father in 1994 during this period. Rather than using scarce foreign currency to import food, the government continued to spend heavily on the military and weapons programs. The authorities initially refused to accept humanitarian aid from abroad, because accepting aid meant admitting failure and allowing outsiders in. When they were finally compelled to accept assistance, relief supplies were frequently redirected to the military and privileged classes rather than reaching those who were starving. Estimates of the death toll from the North Korean famine vary widely, as no reliable figures exist from within the country. Independent researchers estimate that between approximately 500,000 and 2 million people died between 1994 and 1998. The most widely cited figure is around 1 million, equivalent to nearly 5% of the total population over 4 years in peacetime. Survivors recount scenes of towns where bodies lay by the roadside because there was no longer the strength or the people available to bury them. Children dropped out of school to forage for food. People ate tree bark, grass, and leaves, and in some cases, earth. In the most remote regions, there were reports of cannibalism, denied by the authorities but confirmed by numerous witnesses. The famine did not just kill people, it shattered the social fabric in ways that subsequent generations continue to bear. Hundreds of thousands of orphaned children wandered the streets, known as swallow children, kuchabi, homeless and without family, surviving by scavenging and stealing. Many of them, when they grew older, had nowhere to return to and possessed no life skills beyond bare survival in a brutal environment. It was from this period that black market trading spaces, Zhangmadang, began to form and spread as people were forced to secure food by whatever means possible when the state could no longer provide. These informal markets, in one of history's more ironic turns, would later become the foundation of an underground economy that gradually began to reshape the social structure of North Korea.
Kim Jong-il, Kim Il-sung's eldest son, assumed power after his father's death in 1994, though he had in practice been controlling significant parts of the state apparatus since the 1970s, when his father was already preparing the succession. To the outside world, Kim Jong-il's image was defined by eccentricities: platform shoes worn to conceal his short stature, his trademark towering pompadour, an unusual fondness for Hollywood films and premium Hennessy cognac. But behind that strange image was a cold and calculating dictator who systematically maintained and reinforced every mechanism of control his father had built. Under Kim Jong-il, North Korea began pursuing a nuclear weapons program in earnest, a decision that to this day remains the primary source of tension on the Korean peninsula and across the wider region. His logic was not difficult to understand. Nuclear weapons were the surest guarantee of the regime's survival. He had witnessed the fate of Saddam Hussein, who had dismantled his weapons of mass destruction and was subsequently overthrown. He had no intention of repeating that mistake. When Kim Jong-il died suddenly of a heart attack in December 2011, his successor was Kim Jong-un, his third son, then approximately 28 years old, a figure almost entirely unknown to the international political community. The world initially expressed skepticism. Could a young man who had studied in Switzerland and admired NBA basketball truly sustain a regime as closed as this one? The answer came within the first few months and surprised no one. Kim Jong-un not only sustained the regime, but tightened it in new ways. One of Kim Jong-un's first and most shocking acts was ordering the execution of Jang Song-thaek, his uncle and one of the most powerful figures in the North Korean government, widely regarded by observers as the real guardian behind the young leader. In 2013, Jang was arrested in the middle of a meeting, subjected to a summary trial on charges of treason, and executed just days later.
The message sent to the entire North Korean elite was clear enough to require no explanation. No one, not even a family member of the leader, was to be considered untouchable. On the question of nuclear weapons, Kim Jong-un accelerated the program at a pace that many analysts had not anticipated. Between 2016 and 2017, North Korea conducted multiple nuclear tests and intercontinental ballistic missile tests, demonstrating that it was theoretically capable of delivering a nuclear warhead to any major city in the United States. This was no longer the threat of a poor and isolated country. It had become a genuine global security problem. Escaping from North Korea is a journey so dangerous that simply hearing it described is enough to understand the depth of desperation that drives those who dare to attempt it. The border with South Korea is one of the most heavily fortified zones on the planet. Electrified fences, minefields, guards stationed everywhere under orders to shoot on sight anyone who tries to cross. Most defectors choose a longer and no less perilous route, slipping across the Yalu or Tumen rivers into China, then making their way to Southeast Asia, usually Thailand or Mongolia, and from there applying for asylum or eventually reaching South Korea. But even after crossing into China, North Korean defectors are far from safe. China does not recognize them as refugees, officially classifying them as illegal economic migrants, and has a treaty with North Korea to repatriate those who are caught. This means that inside China, defectors must constantly evade police and informants. Women are particularly vulnerable. Many are sold into human trafficking networks or forced into marriages with men in rural Chinese areas where women are scarce. The journey from the Chinese border to Thailand, typically passing through Laos, takes months, traveling on foot through jungle, paying guides, hiding in dark warehouses, and living in constant fear of arrest. Many do not complete it. Those who reach Thailand enter a refugee detention center, where conditions are poor, but at least no one is sent back to North Korea. From there, most are eventually brought to South Korea. When North Korean defectors arrive in South Korea, they must go through a reintegration program called Hanawon, a 3-month training center designed to help them adapt to South Korean society. And that adaptation, it turns out, is one of the most formidable challenges of the entire journey. The two Koreas have lived apart nearly 80 years, long enough to create substantial differences not only in economics, but in language, culture, psychology, and the most basic assumptions about how the world works. Defectors from the North must relearn things from the most fundamental level: how to use a bank, how to buy a subway ticket, how to follow a recipe online, how to interview for a job. But the deeper challenge is psychological. After a lifetime of being taught that everyone around them is a potential spy, learning to trust other people is a skill that must be rebuilt from the beginning. After a lifetime of never being permitted to make their own decisions, because in North Korean society every choice is made by the state, suddenly having to decide everything, from what field of study to pursue to where to live, can produce genuine anxiety and psychological paralysis. Park Yun-mi, one of the most prominent defectors and a human rights activist, has described how the first time she entered a supermarket in China, she wept at the sight of so many types of food on the shelves, because in her entire life she had never seen so much food gathered in one place. That small story contains within it everything one needs to understand about the difference between two worlds separated by nothing more than a line drawn on a map.
North Korea is the most intractable problem in modern geopolitics, and the answer to the question, why does the world not act to change things, is nothing other than a complex and uncomfortable truth. There are no genuinely good options. Economic sanctions have been in place for decades and have not changed the regime's behavior, while ordinary people bear the consequences far more than their leaders do. Military intervention is an option no one dares to seriously contemplate, because Seoul, South Korea's capital of more than 20 million residents, lies within range of North Korean artillery, and a second Korean War would be a humanitarian catastrophe beyond imagining. Nuclear weapons have fundamentally altered the equation. A non-nuclear North Korea is a small, weak country susceptible to pressure. A North Korea possessing approximately 40 to 50 nuclear warheads and intercontinental ballistic missiles capable of reaching the United States is an entirely different matter. Kim Jong-un knows this. He can accept poverty, isolation, and sanctions, but he will never relinquish nuclear weapons because he understands they are the only life insurance policy the regime possesses. China is the party with the greatest influence over North Korea. More than 90% of North Korea's trade passes through China. But China also does not want North Korea to collapse, because such a collapse could send millions of refugees flooding across its border, and what Beijing fears most is a unified, democratic, pro-American Korean peninsula with American troops stationed right at its doorstep. As a result, China maintains just enough support to prevent North Korea from collapsing, but not enough to allow it to truly prosper, a delicate balance that, viewed from the perspective of the North Korean people who endure it, is utterly ruthless. In 2014, the United Nations Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in North Korea, after a year of gathering testimony from hundreds of defectors and experts, published a 400-page report. The report concluded that North Korea was committing human rights violations that have no parallel in the contemporary world, and that these actions may constitute crimes against humanity. The Commission recommended referring the matter to the International Criminal Court. Nothing happened. China and Russia vetoed every effort at the UN Security Council. Kim Jong-un continued to rule, continued to test missiles, continued to maintain the Kwanli-So system. That report, however significant a historical document, did not free a single prisoner from a labor camp and did not return a single day of freedom to any person living in North Korea. This is one of the bitterest lessons of international politics. Documenting and condemning atrocities does not mean being able to stop them. When geopolitics, economic interests, and security concerns take precedence, human rights reports, however detailed and heartbreaking, remain nothing more than pieces of paper. There is a NASA satellite photograph of the Korean peninsula at night that stays with anyone who sees it. South Korea and Japan blaze with electric light. China blazes with light. But North Korea, a territory roughly the size of South Korea, home to more than 25 million people, is almost entirely dark. There is only one small point of brightness, Pyongyang, the capital, where the regime's elite reside. Every other part of the country is swallowed by darkness. That photograph needs no caption. It says everything that needs to be said about the difference between a free society and an imprisoned one. Light is not only electricity. Light is information, connection, the freedom to access the outside world, the right to know that other ways of living and other choices exist. Extinguish the light long enough, and people begin to forget that light exists at all. Yet the remarkable thing, if it can be called that, is that even within that darkness, small lights continue to appear. Every person who successfully escapes is a small light. Every South Korean television drama watched in secret under cover of night, every piece of news from outside passed from hand to hand on USB drives hidden inside shoe soles, every whispered conversation between people who are beginning to doubt what they've been taught, all of these are tiny cracks in the wall of darkness. Information, once it finds its way inside, is very difficult to seal out completely. How and when North Korea will change, no one can answer. History shows that regimes that appear eternal eventually come to an end. The Berlin Wall fell in a single night that no one had predicted. The Soviet Union collapsed faster than any analyst had forecast. But until that day comes, tens of millions of people living north of the 38th parallel continue to inhabit a world that the rest of humanity cannot see into, cannot reach out to help, and can only hope from a distance that tomorrow will be better than today. 3 men named Kim have ruled a country through a combination of fear, propaganda, and nuclear weapons. It's a story without an ending, and that is precisely what sets it apart from every other regime examined in this book. What Stalin did, what Mao did, what Hitler and Pol Pot did, all of it is over. All of it has been judged by history. North Korea is still happening, right now, at this very moment.
Part 6. Idi Amin, Uganda. When Winston Churchill visited Uganda in 1907, he called it the Pearl of Africa. That was no flowery compliment from a passing tourist. It was the observation of a man who had seen many parts of the world and was genuinely struck by the beauty and fertility of Uganda.
Lake Victoria, one of the largest freshwater lakes on Earth, spread wide to the south. Lush tropical forests blanketed the mountain slopes. Flat grasslands in every shade of green stretched to the horizon. The climate was pleasantly temperate compared to much of equatorial Africa. The soil was rich enough to support 2 rainy seasons each year. Uganda was one of the few countries in Africa where crops could be grown year-round without irrigation. By 1962, when Uganda gained independence from Britain, the country was expected to be one of the bright stars of the new Africa. The economy was stable, built on coffee and cotton exports. The education system was relatively developed compared to neighboring countries. The capital, Kampala, was a clean and verdant city, home to universities, hospitals, and a burgeoning middle class. Much was still lacking, but the foundations were there, and the path ahead seemed full of promise. Then, Idi Amin stepped into Ugandan history, and the Pearl of Africa shattered into pieces. The story of Idi Amin is one of the strangest of the 20th century, not because of the scale of the crimes he committed, though those were horrifying enough, but because of the way he was simultaneously a tragedy and a grotesque farce. At once a mass murderer and a man who made pronouncements so absurd that, had they not been true, no one would have believed them. In 9 years of ruling Uganda from 1971 to 1979, Idi Amin turned a country of considerable promise into an economic ruin, killed between 300,000 and 500,000 of his own citizens, and bestowed upon himself titles so extravagant as to border on the surreal, all while the world looked on, sometimes in horror and sometimes not knowing whether to laugh or weep, and did nothing. Idi Amin Dada was born around 1925. Even his birth year is uncertain, for he was born into a poor community in northwestern Uganda of the Kakwa people, a small group living along the border region where Uganda, Sudan, and Congo meet. His father abandoned the family when Idi was still an infant, and his mother, a woman who practiced traditional folk healing, raised her son alone in the impoverished conditions of rural northwestern Uganda. There is little documentation of Idi's childhood, but what historians have pieced together paints the picture of a boy who grew up on the margins of society, an ethnic minority with little schooling and no privileges of any kind. He received no education beyond primary school, partly due to circumstance and partly because he appears to have had no appetite for learning. This would become evident later in the speeches and handwritten letters he produced, filled with grammatical errors and incoherent reasoning, yet delivered with the absolute self-confidence of someone who has never been aware of how little he knows. In 1946, when Idi was around 21 years old, he joined the King's African Rifles, the military force controlled by the British and used to maintain order throughout the colony. This was the starting point of a remarkable military career. Idi was not academically intelligent, but he possessed 2 qualities that the colonial army valued highly: a large and imposing physical frame — he stood over 6 feet tall and weighed close to 100 kilograms with formidable physical strength — and a blind obedience to superior orders, at least when doing so served his own interests. In the final years of the colonial period, the British promoted Idi rapidly, far more rapidly than his actual abilities could justify, in part because he knew how to please those above him, in part because the British needed local officers as independence drew near. Amin participated in counterinsurgency operations in Kenya and was among the commanders involved in the suppression of the Turkana people in northern Kenya, a campaign later investigated over allegations of torture and extrajudicial killings. It was the first, but not the last time, Amin's name became associated with serious human rights violations. When Uganda gained independence in 1962 under Prime Minister Milton Obote, Amin continued to rise through the ranks of the newly formed Ugandan army. By 1966, he was deputy commander of the armed forces. The relationship between Amin and Obote during those years was deeply complicated. They needed each other, but did not trust each other. Obote used Amin as a reliable military instrument, including in murky operations such as smuggling gold and ivory from Congo, while Amin quietly built his own network of loyalists within the army, steadily filling key positions with men from the Kakwa and Nubian communities, whose allegiance he trusted on the basis of tribal bonds. By early 1971, with Obote abroad attending a conference in Singapore and rumors circulating that he was about to dismiss Amin, Idi Amin decided to act first.
On the morning of January 25, 1971, troops under his command seized Radio Uganda, took control of the airport, and declared a coup. Within a matter of hours, Idi Amin had gone from general to head of state. He had never learned how to govern a country. He didn't need to, or at least, so he believed.
The moment he came to power, Idi Amin announced a series of decisions that made many people, including those who had always despised Obote, breathe a sigh of relief and even feel cause for celebration. He promised to hold democratic elections soon, released political prisoners Obote had jailed, and pledged to return power to civilian rule. He allowed the body of the former Buganda king, who had died in exile in London under Obote, to be brought back to Uganda and buried with full royal ceremony, a gesture widely seen as a deep act of respect for culture and tradition. The Buganda people, who had never warmed to Obote, celebrated in the streets. The wider world reacted much the same way. Israel recognized Amin's government immediately and continued providing military support that had existed under Obote. Britain recognized it. The United States recognized it. Beaming faces, handshakes, diplomatic congratulations, Amin received all of it with an air of humility and a broad smile. And while the world was raising a glass to toast the peaceful transfer of power in Uganda, military trucks were moving quietly through the night. From the very first days after the coup, Amin began purging the army along lines he had long been preparing, eliminating everyone who could pose a threat, with particular focus on officers from the Acholi and Longi ethnic groups, the two communities on whom Obote had relied most heavily, and whom Amin therefore trusted least. In the early weeks of the new regime, hundreds, then thousands of Acholi and Longi soldiers and officers disappeared. Some were found in mass graves, some were never found at all. When foreign journalists asked, Amin smiled and explained that they had fled to Tanzania or were studying abroad. No one followed up. With no real foundation for power, no coherent ideology, no political party, no intellectual class willing to support him, no economic plan, Amin constructed a system of governance built entirely on fear. His primary instrument was the State Research Bureau, or SRB, built with initial assistance from Libyan and later Palestinian advisors. The SRB's headquarters at Nakasero, a hillside area of Kampala, became a place that residents learned to avoid, to walk around rather than past, and to never mention by name. The SRB operated without laws, without oversight, without any mechanism of accountability. Its agents, typically young men with little education but absolute personal loyalty to Amin, had the power to arrest anyone, detain without reason, torture, and kill. They moved in unmarked cars, often at night or in crowded places such as markets and schools, seizing people in full view of bystanders who dared not intervene. Those taken into the SRB compound at Nakasero, where screams, the sounds of beatings, and the hum of generators could sometimes be heard from the road outside, almost never came back. Alongside the SRB, Amin maintained another unit known as the Public Safety Unit, or PSU, characterized by the same arbitrariness and brutality. While the SRB primarily targeted political and intellectual figures, the PSU operated more broadly, routinely involved in robbery, extortion, and unprovoked killings carried out by its members for personal gain under the protection of the state. Under Amin, the line between a state security agency and an armed criminal gang had virtually ceased to exist. Of all Idi Amin's disastrous decisions, one stands out for the immediacy, clarity, and near irreversibility of its economic consequences. In August 1972, he stood before television cameras and declared that all Asians holding British citizenship in Uganda had 90 days to leave the country, taking with them only what they could carry. Property, homes, businesses, all would be confiscated. He subsequently extended this order to all Asians in Uganda, including those who held Ugandan citizenship. To understand why this decision amounted to near economic suicide, one must know that the Asian community in Uganda, primarily people of Indian and Pakistani origin, descendants of those brought over by the British in the late 19th century to build railways and develop commerce, though comprising only about 1% of the population, controlled roughly 90% of retail trade and a significant portion of Uganda's processing industry. They were the people who ran the sugar mills, the textile factories, the cement plants, and virtually the entire retail distribution network of the country. Amin called this decision economic liberation, reclaiming the economy from the hands of foreigners and returning it to indigenous Ugandans. In theory, this had the sound of a certain nationalist argument. In practice, it was a catastrophe. When approximately 80,000 Asians left Uganda within those 90 days, taking with them their knowledge, skills, business networks, and capital, the confiscated assets were distributed among Amin's loyal officers and soldiers, people who possessed no experience or skills whatsoever to operate them. Within just a few years, most of those enterprises had collapsed or been stripped down and sold for scrap. Uganda's economy went into free fall. Basic goods disappeared from store shelves. Inflation spiraled. Exports collapsed. Infrastructure that no one knew how to maintain began to deteriorate. Hospitals that once functioned well found themselves without medicine, without equipment, without doctors, because many of the doctors had also been Asian or had been foreign specialists who departed when they saw which way the wind was blowing. Kampala, once a pleasant city to live in, gradually became shabby and dangerous. And all of this happened within just the first 2 or 3 years of the regime, with worse still to come. The years from 1972 to 1978 were the darkest in modern Ugandan history. During this period, killing was not the exception, it was Amin's primary instrument of rule. And what set his regime apart from many other dictatorships was not only the number of people killed, but the complete arbitrariness of those killings. Under Stalin or Mao, however brutal the purges, there was some logic, however twisted, behind why this person was targeted and that one was not. Under Amin, that logic was almost entirely absent. People were killed for belonging to the wrong ethnic group, Acholi, Langi, Banyarwanda, and eventually Bananda when Amin grew suspicious of them too. People were killed for being educated, doctors, lawyers, professors, journalists, teachers. People were killed for being too wealthy. Their property was the real reason. People were killed for having once worked for Obote or for being related to someone who had. People were killed because their wives or daughters attracted the attention of Amin or his officers. People were killed simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The methods of execution were no less arbitrary. So arbitrary, in fact, that accounts from that era read like pages from a dystopian novel, were they not confirmed by too many witnesses and later by survivors from within Amin's own apparatus. People were beaten to death with hammers. People were drowned in Lake Victoria, their bodies left as food for crocodiles. People were forced to kill each other. Soldiers made to bludgeon the man standing next to them with a sledgehammer in order to save themselves, then the next man doing the same to the one before him, and so on until only one person remained, and that last survivor was then killed as well. This is not embellishment, it is testimony from those involved, recorded in international human rights documentation. Among the hundreds of thousands of Amin's victims, certain deaths were documented clearly enough to become symbols of the regime's boundless brutality. Archbishop Janani Luwum, the head of the Anglican Church in Uganda and the most respected moral voice in the country, was arrested in February 1977 after daring to speak out about Amin's killings. The authorities announced that he had died in a car accident. When his body was returned to his family, the bullet wounds told the truth without need of explanation. The death of Archbishop Luwum provoked the strongest wave of international outrage up to that point, but led to no concrete action of any kind. Benedicto Kiwanuka, Uganda's first prime minister before independence, was arrested in 1972 and simply disappeared. No official announcement, no body, only the permanent absence of a man who had once been a prominent public figure. Michael Kagwa, Chief Justice of Uganda's Supreme Court, was arrested and killed after attempting to maintain an independent judiciary, a futile effort in a country where the law had ceased to mean anything. Frank Kalamuzu, Vice-Chancellor of Makerere University, the oldest and most distinguished institution of higher learning in East Africa, was killed in 1972. The list goes on, at great length. It includes the famous and the nameless, the powerful and the powerless, old and young, men and women. Under Amin, no formula guaranteed safety, and that was precisely the most effective instrument of psychological control he possessed. When no one could understand why this person died while another survived, everyone was afraid.
In speaking of Idi Amin, one cannot overlook a dimension of him that made this regime strange in a way few other dictatorships have managed: the combination of limitless brutality and a farcical absurdity so extreme as to be almost unbelievable. Amin was not only a killer, he was also one of the most bizarre figures ever to appear on the world's political stage. On the matter of names and titles, Idi Amin was never satisfied with the designation of president. He bestowed upon himself the title His Excellency President for Life, Field Marshal Al-Haji Dr. Idi Amin Dada, VC, DSO, MC, Lord of all the beasts of the earth and fishes of the seas, and conqueror of the British Empire in Africa in general, and Uganda in particular. Each element of that chain of titles had its own notable story. Doctor, despite his never having attended university or received any doctoral degree; conqueror of the British Empire, a designation he invented for himself after expelling the Asians and declaring that Uganda had defeated Britain economically; chairman of the OAU, because he had held the rotating chairmanship of the Organization of African Unity. Amin wrote to Queen Elizabeth II proposing that she take him as her husband should she need a strong man to lead her. He sent a telegram to American President Richard Nixon when Watergate erupted, expressing his deepest sympathy for a man unjustly attacked by a treasonous press. He declared that he had solved the problem of the American presidential election by offering to hold it in Uganda under his personal supervision. He wrote to Kurt Waldheim, the Secretary General of the United Nations, requesting to be appointed as a special peace envoy to resolve the world's trouble spots. But what was most remarkable, and perhaps most troubling, was that the world sometimes did not know how to respond to these actions and declarations. Amin appeared in the international press far more frequently than most other African leaders, and not always through an entirely critical lens. Journalists who came to Kampala to interview him often returned home with articles describing him as a colorful character, a man of blunt and refreshing honesty, a larger-than-life folk hero. Meanwhile, in the torture chambers of the SRB and in the mass graves along the shores of Lake Victoria, a different truth was waiting for anyone willing to look directly at it. In June 1976, an Air France aircraft carrying 248 passengers was hijacked by Palestinian and German terrorists and forced to land at Uganda's Entebbe airport. The hijackers separated out passengers holding Israeli citizenship and those who were Jewish, approximately 105 people, and threatened to kill them unless Israel released Palestinian prisoners. Amin did not merely allow Uganda to serve as the base of operations for the hostage crisis. He appeared in person, shook hands with the hijackers, and conducted himself as a self-appointed mediator while in reality serving as their patron. In the early hours of July 4, 1976, Israeli special forces carried out the Entebbe raid, one of the most audacious and successful military operations in modern history. In just 90 minutes, Israeli soldiers flew more than 4,000 kilometers, overwhelmed the guards, freed 102 hostages, and killed all 7 hijackers. 1 Israeli commando and 3 hostages lost their lives. More than 30 Ugandan soldiers were also killed in the raid. Amin was left completely humiliated before the eyes of the world. He responded by ordering the killing of Dora Bloch, a 75-year-old Israeli woman who was receiving treatment at a Kampala hospital when the rescue took place and had not been taken with the other hostages, an act of revenge as pointless as it was contemptible. By the late 1970s, the Amin regime was rotting from within. The economy had nearly completely collapsed. The army, once his primary instrument of power, had become increasingly undisciplined and fractured by tribal tensions. Successive purges had eliminated too many capable officers. The Ugandan people, though living in fear, were growing more exhausted and resentful by the day. There was not much left to loot and no way to build anything from the rubble that remained. In October 1978, Amin made his final and fatal mistake. He ordered Ugandan forces to invade Tanzania and seize its Kagera region, claiming that Uganda wished to annex that territory. The real reason, according to many analysts, was that he wanted to manufacture an external war to unify the country from within.
the classic gambit of a failing dictator. But Tanzania, under President Julius Nyerere, one of the most respected African leaders of the era, was not an opponent to be taken lightly. Nyerere struck back with both the Tanzanian military and thousands of Ugandan exiles who had long sought to bring Amin down. The counteroffensive began in January 1979. Tanzanian troops and Ugandan rebel forces advanced towards Kampala without encountering any organized resistance. Amin's army disintegrated or deserted as the advance unfolded. On April 11, 1979, Kampala fell. Amin had fled several days earlier, flying to Libya under the protection of Muammar Gaddafi, who had been among his most enthusiastic supporters throughout the years of his rule. Idi Amin spent the remaining years of his life in relative comfort in Saudi Arabia, which granted him political asylum and financial support. He lived in Jeddah in a comfortable apartment, played golf, read the Quran, and occasionally appeared at family gatherings or events within the Ugandan exile community. He never expressed remorse for what had taken place in Uganda under his rule. In the rare interviews he gave, he continued to insist that he had done his best for his country, that allegations of atrocities were fabricated by his enemies, and that the Ugandan people would one day invite him to return. In August 2003, Idi Amin died in a hospital in Jeddah from kidney failure. He was never tried for any crime. He never faced any international or domestic court. He was never compelled to account for what happened during the 9 years he ruled Uganda. He carried the secrets of his killings to his grave, and with him the hopes for justice for hundreds of thousands of victims dissolved as well. Uganda recovered only very slowly. The years that followed Amin's departure were far from peaceful. A succession of unstable governments, a prolonged civil war under Milton Obote when he returned to power, and the Lord's Resistance Army insurgency in northern Uganda that continued well into the 2000s. The country took decades to begin healing, and many wounds, economic as well as psychological, have not fully closed even to this day. The story of Idi Amin and Uganda raises questions that are not easily answered, not only about Uganda or about Africa, but about the way the world has and continues to respond to brutal dictatorships in places where geopolitical interests and economic considerations are not strong enough to drive action. Amin rose to power with the complicit silence of Britain, Israel, and numerous Western nations. In the first years of the regime, when evidence of atrocities had already begun to leak out, the international response remained primarily verbal condemnation with no action to follow. When he expelled the Asians in 1972, Britain protested but was largely more concerned with receiving 80,000 refugees than with the safety of indigenous Ugandans. When Archbishop Luwum was killed in 1977, the wave of international outrage subsided quickly. Amin survived in part because he skillfully played the cards of national sovereignty and anti-colonial sentiment, arguing that any outside intervention was a form of neo-imperialism and that human rights accusations were instruments wielded by forces seeking to control Africa. This was an argument that many African governments at the time were unwilling to publicly challenge because it touched on the genuine historical wounds of the colonial era. And in the West, governments with interests in Uganda or East Africa had no desire to set a precedent for humanitarian intervention. In the end, it was an African government, Tanzania, that brought the Amin regime down, not for the sake of human rights, but because Uganda had attacked Tanzanian territory. This was once again the old and bitter lesson of international politics. Intervention tends to occur when national interests are directly threatened, not when other people's lives are.
Part 7. Ceaușescu, Romania.
To understand Romania under Ceaușescu, one must first understand what kind of country Romania was. It is a nation situated at the crossroads of Europe, between the Latin world and the Slavic world, between Western and Eastern Europe, between the Black Sea and the magnificent Carpathian Mountains. Romanians take pride in their Roman heritage, in a language that is Latin in its roots, yet colored with Eastern European resonance, and in a long and complex history shaped by the great empires that have, in turn, dominated this land: the Ottomans, the Habsburgs, and finally, the Soviets. Romania has never belonged entirely to any single world, and it is precisely this geographic and cultural ambivalence that has shaped the character of the country, simultaneously proud, suspicious, and accustomed to surviving by its wits. After the Second World War, Romania fell into the Soviet orbit in the same manner as most of Eastern Europe. The Red Army remained stationed on its soil. The local Communist Party, which had counted only a few hundred members before the war, was elevated to power by the Soviets. Other political parties were dissolved or absorbed, and a fragile young democracy was extinguished within a few years. By 1948, Romania was a totalitarian communist state, part of the Eastern Bloc under Moscow's control. It was in this environment that Nicolae Ceaușescu, a young working-class man with little formal education who had joined the Communist Party as a teenager and slowly climbed the ladder of power, eventually became General Secretary of the Romanian Communist Party in 1965, following the death of his predecessor, Gheorghe Gheorghiu Dej. At first, no one, including those inside the party, thought Ceaușescu was cause for concern. He seemed a relatively unremarkable figure, easily managed. But history has a habit of surprising people in the worst possible ways. Nicolae Ceaușescu was born on January 26, 1918, in the village of Scornișești, a small settlement in Olt County in southern Romania. He was the third of 10 children in a poor peasant family, poor in the literal sense, not merely in relative terms. His father, Andruda Ceaușescu, was an uneducated farmer given to drinking who provided little stability for his family. Nicolae's childhood in that village was a childhood of material deprivation and absent education. He managed only a few years of primary school before being forced to drop out and go to work. At the age of 11, he left Scornișești to Bucharest to live with his older sister and learn the trade of shoemaking. These were the 1930s, a time when the Great Depression was ravaging Europe. Bucharest, with the chaotic energy of a city struggling to modernize while its economy collapsed around it, is where the young Ceaușescu first encountered politics. And the politics he encountered was communist politics, a movement that was banned in Romania and hunted by the police, yet drew young men like him with the promise of justice and dignity for the laboring poor. Ceaușescu joined the Communist Youth League in 1932 at the age of 14 and threw himself into political activity with the impulsive enthusiasm of a young person who has just discovered an ideal. He was arrested for the first time in 1933 for distributing communist leaflets, arrested again in 1936. In 1940, he was imprisoned in the same cell as Gheorghe Gheorghiu Dej, the man who would later lead Communist Romania and become Ceaușescu's political patron. The mentor-protege relationship forged during those years of imprisonment was perhaps the single most important factor in shaping Ceaușescu's political career. After the Communist Party took power in 1948, Ceaușescu's prison record, something that in a normal society would have been a mark against him, was treated as proof of loyalty to the party and revolutionary courage. He rose quickly through the party apparatus, overseeing youth affairs, then agriculture, then the military. By the late 1950s, he was a member of the Politburo. By 1965, following Gheorghe Gheorghiu Dej's death, he was elected General Secretary. What is worth noting is that Ceaușescu came to power not because he was the most prominent or talented figure in Romania's communist leadership. He rose, in part, because he was seen as sufficiently neutral to be acceptable to all factions within the party, and in part because of his one genuine talent, a deftness at building alliances, eliminating rivals step by step without revealing his intentions, and always maintaining the appearance of being the moderate voice even when acting most decisively. In the early years of the Ceaușescu era, Romania under his leadership appeared as a strange and intriguing outlier within the communist bloc. Rather than following the Soviet line blindly as most Eastern European states did, Ceaușescu began pursuing a foreign policy that the West came to call communist nationalism, putting Romania first and the Soviet Union second. In 1968, when the Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact nations sent troops into Czechoslovakia to crush the Prague Spring, the democratic reform movement led by Alexander Dubček, Ceaușescu was the only communist leader in the Eastern Bloc to publicly condemn the action. He stood on the balcony of the Central Committee building in Bucharest before a crowd of hundreds of thousands and declared that sending the armies of 5 socialist countries into Czechoslovakia was a grave mistake and a serious danger to peace in Europe. The crowd erupted into frenzied applause. The whole world took notice. For a West locked in the middle of the Cold War, a communist leader willing to defy the Soviet Union was a precious geopolitical asset. The United States, Britain, France, and the Western European nations began courting Romania. Nixon visited Bucharest in 1969, the first visit by an American president to a communist country. De Gaulle visited. Queen Elizabeth II visited. Ceaușescu was received as a hero in London, Paris, and Washington. He collected honors from all directions. The West extended credit and technology. Romania was admitted to the IMF and the World Bank. These were the years in which Ceaușescu genuinely believed, or could at least reasonably tell himself, that he was doing what was right for his country. Alongside his independent foreign policy, the early Ceaușescu years also showed certain signs of cultural and social openness. Some writers and artists who had been tightly censored under Gheorghe Gheorghiu-Dej were permitted to publish and perform again. Cultural exchanges with the West began. A handful of literary journals were allowed to run mildly critical social commentary. Compared to the suffocating atmosphere of the Stalinization years of the 1950s, the social climate in Romania in the early 1970s seemed to breathe more freely. But these were carefully controlled spaces, revocable at any moment. Ceaușescu never surrendered the party's absolute control. He merely loosened the leash just enough to let people breathe, while always keeping the other end of it firmly in his hand. And by 1971, after a visit to China and North Korea, where he witnessed the scale of the cult of personality under Mao and Kim Il-sung, he returned to Romania with new ideas. Those ideas, set down in the July Theses of 1971, marked the end of the relatively open period and the beginning of something considerably darker.
It is impossible to understand life in Romania under Ceaușescu without speaking of the Securitate, or the Department of State Security. This was Romania's political secret police, established in 1948 on the model of the Soviet KGB, and under Ceaușescu it grew into one of the most comprehensive surveillance apparatuses in Eastern Europe, and quite possibly the most comprehensive in the world relative to population size. At its peak in the late 1980s, the Securitate had approximately 11,000 official officers, but that was only the visible surface of the iceberg. The network of informants, ordinary citizens recruited to report on their neighbors, colleagues, friends, and even family members, was estimated to number in the hundreds of thousands. Some estimates suggest that for every 30 to 40 Romanian citizens, one was supplying information to the Securitate in one form or another, meaning that in any workplace, residential block, or collective, someone was reporting. This meant that Romanians lived in a state of never knowing who was watching them. The Securitate tapped telephone calls, not selectively, but nearly all of them. They intercepted mail, not some of it, but most of it. They planted listening devices in the homes of those under suspicion, and the definition of suspect was very broad. They monitored those who had contact with foreigners, writers, journalists, teachers, priests, anyone with a capacity to shape public opinion were subject to special surveillance. To meet with a foreigner, a Romanian was required to report it to the Securitate within 24 hours. To purchase a typewriter, one had to register with the authorities and provide a type sample from the machine, because a typewriter was a tool that could be used to produce subversive materials. But what made the Securitate particularly effective was not only its scale, but the atmosphere it created. When people knew or merely suspected that they might be under observation at any moment by anyone at all, their behavior changed automatically. People learned to self-censor, to say the safe things in public and keep their true thoughts in silence, even to those closest to them. To never fully trust anyone, because no one could be certain what the person sitting beside them was listening for. The Securitate did not only surveil, they acted. Those identified as potential threats, dissidents, people attempting to contact foreign journalists, those distributing unauthorized materials, faced a range of responses from mild to severe. At the mildest end came informal warnings. A stranger would strike up a conversation and casually let it be known that they were aware of what you had done. More seriously came loss of employment, denial of housing or academic scholarships for one's children. More seriously still came interrogation, questioning sessions that could last for days, during which the subject was denied sleep and rest and required to answer questions about everyone they knew. The Securitate was also known for a particular technique of systematic psychological pressure. Rather than arresting a target immediately, they would sometimes employ a longer strategy, continuously intervening in the target's life in ways that could not be proven but were unmistakably deliberate. Furniture in the home would be slightly rearranged in one's absence, just enough for the resident to notice that someone had entered, but not enough to report to police. Car tires would be deflated, post would arrive late or already opened, distant acquaintances would grow cold without explanation, an employer would receive anonymous information about a staff member. The aim was to leave the target disoriented, fearful, uncertain about the reality around them, and gradually isolated, with no way to prove that anyone was doing it to them. The most prominent case was that of Paul Goma, one of Romania's most visible dissidents, who had dared to write an open letter in support of Czechoslovakia's Charter 77 in 1977. After the letter became known, the Securitate launched a systematic campaign to isolate him. Friends were afraid to meet him, colleagues afraid to speak with him, publishers afraid to print him, and eventually he was detained without any clear formal charge. He was released following international pressure and ultimately permitted to leave for France, which was how the regime dealt with cases too well known to be silenced but too troublesome to be tolerated. Of all Ceaușescu's policies, one was particularly cruel and particularly singular. No other regime in modern history implemented it on a comparable scale, and that was the compulsory reproductive control, known as Decree 770. In 1966, Ceaușescu issued Decree 770 banning most forms of contraception and making abortion illegal in almost all circumstances. His stated reasoning was that Romania needed a larger population. He wanted a Romania of 20 million people, then 30 million, then 25 million people, so that it could become a regional power. Population was national strength, and women had an obligation to contribute that strength. What he did not bother to do was consult Romanian women, the people who would bear the direct consequences. The consequences of Decree 770 constitute one of the worst public health catastrophes in the history of modern Europe. Once legal contraception disappeared and abortion was outlawed, Romanian women turned to illegal abortions, performed in unsanitary conditions, without medical equipment, and by people without professional training. Deaths from complications of illegal abortions soared. Estimates suggest that between 9,000 and 12,000 Romanian women died from illegal abortions over the 23 years that Decree 770 remained in force, with some studies placing the actual figure considerably higher. These were entirely preventable deaths of women who had no other option in a system that allowed them none. To enforce Decree 770, the government organized mandatory gynecological examinations in the workplace, examinations whose stated purpose was women's health care, but whose real purpose was to detect pregnancies early and monitor whether they were subsequently lost. Doctors overseeing these examinations were required to report every case of pregnancy. If a woman was found to be pregnant and subsequently did not give birth, both she and her doctor could face investigation. This was no longer medicine, it was surveillance. What happened to the children born within this system was a tragedy of another kind. Because many families had new means of supporting additional children, as the economy grew ever more depleted and goods ever more scarce, hundreds of thousands of children were abandoned to state orphanages. These institutions, understaffed, under-resourced, and devoid of any basic human warmth, became places where children grew up in conditions almost impossible to imagine. When the world looked into Romania after 1989 and saw what was happening inside those orphanages, many people could not bring themselves to believe it was real.
During the 1970s, Ceaușescu borrowed heavily from Western banks to finance his industrialization ambitions. He wanted to transform Romania from a predominantly agricultural economy into an industrial power, building vast steel mills, petrochemical complexes, and grand hydroelectric projects. The West lent generously, eager to cultivate the maverick horse of the communist bloc. By the mid-1970s, Romania had accumulated roughly $13 billion in debt, an enormous sum for a small country. Then, in 1979, the second oil shock caused energy prices to surge, and Romania's economy, heavily dependent on cheap energy for its newly built industrial plants, began to falter. Ceaușescu, rather than restructuring the economy or negotiating debt relief, made a decision that is still regarded as one of the most ruthless acts of economic policy against one's own people in the 20th century. He resolved to repay the entire foreign debt, borrow not one additional cent, and find the money where? From the mouths of the Romanian people. Throughout the 1980s, Romania exported nearly all of its food production, fuel, and consumer goods to service the debt. The population survived on whatever remained, and what remained grew less with each passing year. Electricity was cut off on a rotating schedule for many hours each day, sometimes for entire days. Heating fuel was virtually non-existent in a country where Romanian winters could drop below -20 degrees. Meat disappeared from stores. Bread required queuing. Cooking oil was rationed by coupon. Milk was reserved for children under 1 year of age and only with a doctor's certificate. Eggs became a luxury available only at holiday time. Bucharest, in the final years of the 1980s, was a city that seemed to be hibernating in the middle of summer. Streets were dim at night because the streetlights were turned off to conserve electricity. Shops stood empty of goods, displaying only cardboard boxes and bare wooden shelves. Cars, already scarce, could not even obtain petrol except by those with special privilege. In winter, many people wore heavy coats indoors because there was no fuel to heat their homes. Children did their schoolwork by candlelight when the power was cut. Elderly people fell ill in freezing rooms because hospitals too had insufficient electricity and medicine. Yet, while the people lived this way, in another part of Bucharest, the Palace of the People, also known as the House of the Nation or Casa Popoloru, was under construction. This was the building Ceaușescu ordered in 1984, designed to be one of the largest administrative buildings in the world. 115,000 square meters of floor space, 8 floors above ground and 4 below, with thousands of rooms clad in marble, grand halls with ceilings 10 meters high, and staircases inlaid with onyx. To build it, tens of thousands of residents of Bucharest's historic Uranus neighborhood were forced from their homes in a matter of weeks with barely enough time to collect their belongings. An entire historic quarter of century-old buildings was demolished to make way for the grandiose dream of one man. Ceaușescu and his wife, Elena Ceaușescu, who wielded ever-growing economic and political power as a virtual co-ruler, lived in opulent rooms stocked with imported food, luxury cars, and every comfort that ordinary citizens never laid eyes on. He maintained dozens of villas and palaces across Romania, each kept in full readiness despite his only occasional visits. Elena, who styled herself a great scientist, though many suspected her doctorate in chemistry was fraudulent, possessed a wardrobe filled entirely with imported haute couture. This is not an unusual story in the history of dictators. It is a story so familiar as to be almost tediously predictable. The leader of a regime that proclaims itself in service of the people, living in greater luxury than any king. One of the most distinctive features of the Ceaușescu regime was the degree of cult worship constructed around him and his wife. Not the ordinary admiration or reverence common to most dictatorships, but a near religious veneration that was institutionalized in compulsory. Poems in praise of Ceaușescu appeared in every newspaper. Songs composed about him were broadcast on radio and television. His name was given to streets, schools, factories, and occasionally to mountain peaks as well. He was called the genius builder, the child of light, the thought of thoughts, titles that when read in Romanian with the appropriate cadence and solemnity sounded imposing, but when translated into other languages read like dialogue from a mediocre science fiction film. Elena Ceaușescu, his wife and Deputy Prime Minister of Romania from 1980, was accorded the same veneration. She was called Scientist of the World, Mother of the Nation, and the greatest woman in the history of Romanian science. Her doctorate in chemistry, awarded by a university whose rector was not foolish enough to refuse when the party asked, was displayed everywhere as evidence of the erudition of a woman who many in Romania's scientific community knew to be unqualified to understand the academic papers published under her name. What is most strange and most deeply revealing about the cult of personality is this: Ceaușescu came to believe it himself. After years of being surrounded by people who said yes to everything he said, who applauded every speech and praised every decision as an act of genius, he gradually lost the capacity to receive reality. He believed that the Romanian people truly loved him. He believed his economic policies were succeeding. He believed Romania under his leadership was on its way to becoming a great power. And when signals from reality tried to filter through, reports of long bread queues, of hospitals without medicine, of hydroelectric projects built with faulty engineering, those signals were screened out by a bureaucratic apparatus in which no one dared tell the truth, and Ceaușescu continued to inhabit the reality he had constructed for himself.
The year 1989 was the year the Eastern Bloc collapsed in a way that no one could have predicted just a few years earlier. First came Poland with its round-table negotiations and a relatively free election in June. Then Hungary opened its border with Austria in May, and tens of thousands of East Germans streamed across. By September, thousands of people had begun demonstrating in Leipzig, Berlin, and Dresden. On November 9, the Berlin Wall fell. Czechoslovakia had its bloodless Velvet Revolution. Bulgaria changed its leadership. Ceaușescu watched all of this and understood nothing, or chose to understand nothing. On November 20th, 1989, he stood before the 14th Congress of the Romanian Communist Party, the Congress that elected him General Secretary for the 5th consecutive time, and spoke about the solidity of Romanian socialism. The hall applauded enthusiastically, 41 times according to the official count. Every delegate in the room knew that not applauding was dangerous, so they applauded. But exactly 1 week later, roughly 500 kilometers from Bucharest, in the western city of Timișoara, home to a significant Hungarian community and historically closer in spirit to Western Europe, something ignited that no one could extinguish. Pastor Laszlo Tokes, a Hungarian reform minister whom the Securitate had targeted for his sermons critical of the regime, was ordered to vacate his home. His parishioners came to surround the building and protect him. Romanian neighbors, of a different religion, a different language, but living under the same suffering, came as well. The crowd grew, and on December 17, the army and the Securitate opened fire on it. Dozens of people, the precise number remains disputed, were killed in Timișoara on December 17 and the days that followed. But rather than frightening the population into submission, the shootings ignited a reaction across the entire country. News spread through foreign radio broadcasts, through whispered telephone calls, through travelers passing from town to town, and Ceaușescu, understanding nothing of the atmosphere shifting around him, proceeded as scheduled with a state visit to Iran. On December 21st, Ceaușescu organized a large rally in Republic Square in Bucharest, following the same formula he had used dozens of times before to demonstrate mass popular support. Hundreds of thousands of people were mobilized from factories, schools, and government offices to come and hear him speak. This was the image he wished to project to the world. The Romanian people stood behind their leader, and what had happened in Timișoara was nothing but a conspiracy by foreign forces. He began to speak, and then, for the first time in 24 years of rule, the crowd began to shout back. Jeers erupted from the corners of the square, whistling. Then someone threw something. The live television broadcast cut out. Ceaușescu stood on the balcony looking down, visibly bewildered, his lips moving with words no one was listening to, his hand raised as if asking for silence. A bodyguard pulled him inside. That image, his face in the moment of failing to understand what was happening, was broadcast around the world and became the defining symbol of a collapsing regime. On the night of December 21st, violence broke out in the streets of Bucharest. The army and the Securitate fired on protesters. But unlike before, this time the army began to hesitate and then to refuse orders. On the morning of December 22nd, Ceaușescu and Elena climbed to the roof of the Central Committee building and fled by helicopter. The image of that helicopter lifting off while hundreds of thousands of people filled the square below marked the official end of the regime. But the story did not end there. Idi Amin died in his bed in Jeddah. Pol Pot died in the jungle on the Thai border. Stalin died on his sofa. But Ceaușescu, and this is what makes Romania's story different, was afforded no such privilege. After being captured in a small town a few dozen kilometers from Bucharest, he and Elena were brought before an emergency military tribunal on December 25, 1989, Christmas Day. The trial lasted fewer than 2 hours. The two defendants, a 71-year-old man and his 70-year-old wife, stood before a panel of military judges in a small room with cameras rolling. Ceaușescu refused to recognize the court's authority. He called the charges fabrications. He continued to refer to himself as the president of Romania. Elena sat beside him for the first time in decades without fine clothing, without jewelry, without an entourage, looking like an ordinary old woman sitting in the waiting room of a provincial clinic. The death sentence was pronounced immediately. The two were led outside into a courtyard, placed with their backs against a wall, and shot. Ceaușescu was reported to have sung a line from the International before he died. Elena, according to witnesses present, cried out only one final sentence before the shots. "How can you do this to us?" That scene, two bodies lying in the courtyard of a military barracks, was broadcast on Romanian television on the evening of December 25, 1989. Millions of Romanians watched. Their reaction was a complex mixture: relief, disbelief, sadness, and not knowing quite what to feel. Most people who had grown up under the Ceaușescu regime, which meant most Romanians, had never known what life was like without him. Now he was dead, and no one knew what would come next. Romania, after 1989, entered a painful and complicated transition. Unlike Poland or Czechoslovakia, where a relatively strong civil society and organized opposition movements stood ready to take over, Romania emerged from the Ceaușescu era with a society that was exhausted, deeply suspicious of itself, and without any experience of political self-organization. 24 years of the Securitate had systematically destroyed social trust, and trust cannot be rebuilt in a single night. The years immediately after 1989 were filled with unforeseen chaos and violence, culminating in the events of June 1990, when the new president, Ilie Iliescu, a former communist official, summoned coal miners from the Jiu Valley to Bucharest to crush student protests in University Square. The miners arrived and beat students and intellectuals in the streets of the capital, while police stood and watched. That image of post-communist Romania using mob violence to suppress peaceful protesters showed that the nightmare did not end simply when the person at its head was shot. The Securitate files, millions of pages of documentation on millions of Romanian citizens, became a brimming political and moral issue that dragged on for decades. Who had collaborated with the Securitate? Who had informed on their neighbors? Those questions, as answers began to emerge from files slowly declassified, tore apart many friendships, many families, many careers. Prominent politicians were found to have once been informants, well-known writers, people whose victims were still alive and remembered clearly. Some things lost under Ceaușescu could not be recovered. The villages demolished to carry out the program of rural systemization, the deranged policy aimed at eliminating traditional villages and concentrating the population in industrial-style agricultural settlements, could not be made to grow back. The historic neighborhoods of Bucharest razed to build the Palace of the People and the Boulevard of the Victory of Socialism, the buildings, the old streets, the century-old churches leveled to the ground, could not be restored. The children who grew up in state orphanages, the offspring of women who had no choice but to surrender their children to the state, carried profound psychological damage into their adult lives. Many of them never learned to trust others, never learned emotional attachment, never acquired the basic social skills that a normal child learns within a family. Medical and psychological studies conducted after 1989 found that the level of neurological and psychological damage among children who had lived in those institutions was among the worst ever recorded in Europe. And thousands of women had died from illegal abortions because of a policy that treated their bodies as state property. Their names appear on no memorial. There is no national day to remember them. They died in silence and in pain in places no one was permitted to know about for a policy that after Ceaușescu's death took Romania many more years to confront legally and morally.
Ceaușescu is the only dictator in this book to have been executed by his own country. That, in some sense, is a form of justice. But justice, hastily administered in a trial lasting fewer than 2 hours, left behind questions that Romania took decades to begin answering. What exactly had he done, and what was the evidence? Who gave the orders to fire on protesters in Timișoara and Bucharest during the days of the revolution? Were those who carried out those orders ever held accountable? And the Securitate, that vast surveillance apparatus, had it truly been dissolved, or had it simply changed its name? Those questions have no definitive answers, and that is perhaps the most honest thing that can be said about the legacy of Ceaușescu and of all the regimes in this book. History is not neat, Crimes are never fully paid for. Victims do not always receive justice, and societies must go on living with wounds that often have no remedy. Only time, honesty, and the will not to repeat the same mistakes. Romania today is a member of the European Union and NATO. Romanians can travel freely, say what they wish, and vote for whom they choose. These are things that under Ceaușescu were considered an unattainable dream. But memories do not disappear entirely, and they should not. Every year in a cold December in Timișoara, a ceremony is held to remember those who died during the days of the 1989 revolution. Candles are lit, speeches are read. Elderly people who still remember those days recount them to their children and grandchildren. And among those listening are children born after 1989, people who have never known the Securitate, never known bread queues, never known a winter without heat, who are hearing about a Romania they never lived in, but without which the Romania they live in today could never have existed. That is why we must remember, not to suffer, but to understand, not to harbor hatred, but to stand guard, not to look backward, but to recognize whenever and wherever the moment when the same things begin trying to take root again.
Part 8. Saddam Hussein, Iraq. Iraq is the land where human history began. Between the Tigris and the Euphrates, the territory the Greeks called Mesopotamia, meaning between the rivers, the earliest civilizations of humankind took root: Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, Assyria. Here, writing was invented. Here, the first written law was born, the Code of Hammurabi, carved into black basalt and still housed in the Louvre to this day. Here, the first cities in human history rose from the alluvial plains between two rivers. The land we know as Iraq today carries within it a history deeper than almost anywhere else on Earth. But beneath that history-laden soil lies something else, something that in the 20th century came to matter more than all of ancient history combined: oil. Iraq sits atop one of the largest petroleum reserves in the world. This meant that throughout the 20th century, Iraq never truly belonged to the Iraqi people. It was always the object of geopolitical calculations made in London, Washington, Moscow, and Tehran. Oil was the curse Iraq carried on its shoulders, and Saddam Hussein, who led the country from 1979 to 2003, was both a product of that curse and a man who exploited it in the most brutal ways imaginable. To understand Saddam Hussein, one must understand that he did not rise to power in a vacuum. He rose to power in a country profoundly divided by ethnic and religious boundaries that the British drew when they created modern Iraq after the First World War. Arab Shia in the south, comprising roughly 60% of the population but holding almost no political power. Arab Sunni in the center, comprising roughly 20%, yet having long dominated the levers of power. And Kurds in the north, comprising roughly 15 to 20% and always seeking autonomy or independence. This was a country created by a pen drawn across a map, not by shared history and culture, and the tensions that arose from this were never truly resolved. Saddam Hussein was born on April 28, 1937, in the village of Al-Aouja, near the city of Tikrit in central Iraq. This was arid and impoverished land where farming families and tribal communities lived in conditions not markedly different from those of many centuries before. His father, Hussein Abdal-Majid, either died before Saddam was born or abandoned the family before his arrival, depending on the source. The truth is that Saddam never knew his father's face. His mother, Subha Tulfa, remarried a man named Ibrahim Hassan, someone those who knew the family described as rough and entirely indifferent to his wife's child from a previous union. Saddam grew up in the shadow of an absent father and the unwelcoming presence of a stepfather who had no interest in him. He recalled, in the rare moments he spoke of his childhood, that people called him the fatherless child and that he was frequently bullied for it.
At around the age of 10, Saddam left Al-Auja to live with his maternal uncle in Baghdad, a man named Khairallah Tulfa, a former army officer who had been imprisoned for his part in the failed 1941 coup against the British. It was in this uncle's home, in an atmosphere saturated with stories of Arab nationalism, of the humiliations of colonialism, and of the dream of a unified and powerful Arab world, that Saddam absorbed the ideas that would define his worldview for the rest of his life. That uncle would later become governor of Baghdad under Saddam's rule, a perfect illustration of the clan-based, tribal loyalty style of governance that Saddam would maintain for 24 years. In 1957, at the age of 20, Saddam joined the Ba'ath Party, a political party built on Arab nationalism and secular socialism, founded in Syria and then taking root in Iraq. The Ba'ath Party believed in Arab unity, in removing the influence of Western imperial powers, and in modernizing Arab society along secular lines. These ideals appealed to many young Arabs of that era, including Saddam, who found in the Ba'ath Party not only an ideology, but a community, a surrogate family for the one he had never had. 2 years later, in 1959, Saddam took part in a failed assassination attempt against Prime Minister Abdul Karim Qasim. The attempt failed. Saddam was lightly wounded in the leg during the ensuing gunfight, but it was enough to force him to flee, first to Syria and then to Egypt. He lived in exile in Cairo for 3 years, enrolled in law school but never completed his degree, and nursed his ambition to return to Iraq as a man of power. The opportunity came in 1963, when the Ba'ath Party successfully staged a coup in Iraq. Saddam returned, but the first Ba'athist regime lasted only 9 months before being overthrown by another coup. Saddam was arrested and imprisoned for 2 years. In prison, by his own account, he read extensively and thought deeply about power, about how to hold it once acquired, and about what mistakes had cost the Ba'ath Party the grip it had on it. Those lessons would shape his style of rule. Never allow anyone to become strong enough to challenge you, never fully trust anyone, including family, and deploy violence decisively before a threat has the chance to become real. In 1968, the Ba'ath Party staged a second coup, and this time it took lasting hold. Saddam, then 38 years old, held no senior military rank, but became the man in charge of the security apparatus, precisely the position he needed. From there, over 11 years, he built a machinery of control and repression, systematically eliminating rivals and redundant allies, until July 16, 1979, when he formally became president of Iraq. And one of his very first acts upon taking that seat would never be forgotten by anyone who witnessed it.
On July 22, 1979, just 6 days after Saddam Hussein formally took the oath of office as president of Iraq, hundreds of senior Ba'ath Party officials were summoned to a large hall in Baghdad. No one had been told in advance why they were being called. They arrived and took their seats, mildly confused and uneasy. Then Saddam walked in, dressed in military uniform, a cigar in hand, his bearing so completely calm as to be chilling. He sat down, lit his cigar, and began reading a list of names, one by one, slowly. Those whose names were called stood up and were led out by soldiers. The faces of those who remained in the hall, captured clearly on a video recording that the world would only later get to see, showed everything that needed to be understood. They did not know what to do. Bow their heads? Applaud? Weep? Some people both applauded and shouted "Long live Saddam" as the people sitting beside them were led away. They applauded to save themselves. In total, 65 names were called at that meeting. A number of those called were executed in the days that followed, and in a detail of particular cruelty, some of the remaining party leadership members were granted the honor of participating in the firing squads, compelled to kill with their own hands the comrades who had just been condemned. Saddam understood human psychology very precisely. A person who has personally killed someone on your orders cannot turn against you, because their hands are now bloodied as well. The purge of July 1979 was not the largest killing in Saddam's history of Iraq. Far worse was yet to come. But it was the clearest and most ruthless introduction to his style of rule, a style built on fear, and the style of a man willing to kill anyone, including those who had helped him to power, if they posed any possible threat. One of Saddam Hussein's genuine accomplishments, if it can be called that, was the sophistication and comprehensiveness of the security apparatus he constructed. Not a single security agency, but multiple overlapping and mutually competing agencies, each monitoring not only the population, but the other agencies as well. The logic was, if no one fully trusts anyone else, no one can organize a conspiracy against him. Most prominent was the Mukhabarat, the National Intelligence Directorate, responsible for foreign intelligence and domestic political surveillance. Then came the Alam, the State Internal Security Directorate, specializing in domestic security and counterintelligence. Then the Istikbarat, military intelligence. Then the Himayah, Saddam's personal protection force. Then the Republican Guard and the Special Republican Guard, the most elite, most loyal, best-equipped units used to defend Baghdad and protect Saddam's family. These organizations did not merely operate in parallel. They were designed to compete with and monitor one another, ensuring that no single body became powerful or cohesive enough to stage a coup. Beneath all of these agencies lay a network of informants woven throughout Iraqi society, in factories, schools, government offices, cafes, mosques. People reported on their neighbors, students reported on their teachers, soldiers reported on their officers. And as in Romania or North Korea, what mattered was not the number of people actually under surveillance. What mattered was that everyone knew they could be under surveillance, and so they censored themselves, even when no one was listening. Under Saddam's government, torture was not an exceptional measure employed when necessary. It was the standard method of interrogation, carried out so systematically and so routinely that it became normalized within the security apparatus. The methods documented by Amnesty International and other human rights organizations included things that are deeply disturbing even to read about, and what is worth noting is that these methods were not spontaneous, but taught, standardized, and carried out by people who received a government salary to do so. But beyond torture, there was something even more characteristic of Saddam's regime: the deliberate use of public violence as an instrument of deliberate psychological terror. Executions were not only carried out in secret, many were staged publicly, with the relatives of those being executed compelled to watch, and in some cases required to pay for the cost of the ammunition afterward. Bodies were sometimes withheld from families for days so that they could not hold a funeral, denying even that final right. These acts were not blind brutality. They were messages delivered with deliberate calculation. This is what happens to those who resist, and there is no refuge, not one moment of peace, not even when your loved one is already dead.
In September 1980, Saddam Hussein ordered an invasion of Iran, a decision that launched a war lasting 8 years and became one of the bloodiest conflicts in the second half of the 20th century. To understand why he did it, one must know that in 1979, just 1 year before the war began, Iran underwent the Islamic Revolution under the leadership of Ayatollah Khomeini. This was a major geopolitical event, and Saddam viewed it with both opportunity and fear. Fear because Iraq had a Shia majority, and the Shia Islamic Revolution in Iran could inspire Iraqi Shia to rise up against his Sunni government. Opportunity because Iran was in the chaos of its revolution, its military purged, internationally isolated in the aftermath of the American hostage crisis, and Saddam calculated that this was the ideal moment to strike, to seize the oil-rich Khuzestan region in southwestern Iran and possibly topple Khomeini. He reckoned Iran would collapse within weeks. He was completely wrong. Iran did not collapse. The Iranian people, however little they may have loved their new regime, rallied together against the invader. Khomeini turned the war into a sacred religious cause, a holy war against the secular Ba'athist aggressor. Hundreds of thousands of young Iranians volunteered for the front in waves of attacks that Iraqi soldiers described with dread as human waves. The war Saddam thought would end in weeks lasted 8 years and consumed somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million lives on both sides.
One of the most shameful chapters in international politics during the 1980s was the attitude of the United States and many Western nations toward the Iran-Iraq War. Because Iran under Khomeini was regarded as an enemy, and because Saddam was fighting Iran, the United States and its allies decided to support Iraq, despite what they knew about the nature of his regime. The United States shared intelligence with Iraq, extended credit, and multiple European nations sold weapons and dual-use technology that could be employed to produce chemical weapons. And chemical weapons Saddam did use. In the final years of the war, as Iran launched large-scale offensives that Iraqi defensive lines struggled to hold with conventional arms, Saddam ordered the deployment of poison gas, mustard gas, the nerve agent taboon, and later sarin against Iranian forces. This was the first large-scale use of chemical weapons in warfare since the First World War. The United States and Western nations were aware of this. They issued mild verbal objections and continued to support Iraq. But what Iraq did with chemical weapons was not limited to the battlefield against Iran. In those same years, Saddam also used them against his own people, and that is the story that may represent the clearest and most indefensible crime of the Saddam Hussein regime. The Kurds are a people with a history spanning thousands of years, with their own distinct language and culture, living across a territory divided among 4 modern states: Iraq, Iran, Turkey, and Syria. After the First World War, the Kurds were promised, in the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920, that they would have a state of their own. That promise was never honored. Instead, their lands were partitioned and distributed among the new countries created by the British and the French. From that point on, the Kurds of Iraq lived in a state of perpetual tension with the central government in Baghdad, sometimes granted a degree of autonomy, frequently repressed, always regarded with suspicion by every Iraqi government. Under Saddam Hussein, that situation escalated into genocide. Between roughly 1986 and 1989, partly while the war with Iran was still ongoing, Saddam launched the Anfal campaign against the Kurds of northern Iraq. Anfal is an Arabic word taken from the Quran meaning spoils of war, and this was the name Saddam gave to the most systematic campaign of mass killing directed at an ethnic group in the modern history of the Middle East. On March 16, 1988, Iraqi aircraft flew over the city of Halabja, a Kurdish town roughly 15 kilometers from the Iranian border, and dropped unusual bombs. There were no large explosions of the kind conventional bombs produce, only white, yellow, and black clouds drifting up and spreading on the wind. Within minutes, people on the streets began to fall. This was the largest chemical weapons attack on civilians in history. The mixture of toxic agents used included mustard gas, sarin, taboon, and possibly VX, substances that kill in different and terrible ways. Mustard gas burns the skin and lungs from within. Nerve agents paralyze the nervous system, causing the body to convulse and stop breathing. People died in the streets, in their homes, while trying to flee. Children died in the arms of parents who were running to escape. The photographs from Halabja, taken by Iranian and Kurdish journalists who reached the scene shortly after the attack, are among the most haunting images of the 20th century. A man cradling a small child who had already died, father and child lying together on a front doorstep. Streets covered with bodies in the posture of people who had been running and suddenly fallen. Estimates suggest between 3,200 and 5,000 people died within a matter of hours. Thousands of survivors carried chronic injuries for the rest of their lives: cancer, blindness, infertility, birth defects. The international response? Almost none. The United States dismissed it, then hesitated, then sought to apportion blame to both Iran and Iraq, despite what they knew about the nature of his regime. The United States Senate passed a resolution imposing sanctions on Iraq, but the Reagan administration blocked it. Economic assistance to Iraq continued. And in Baghdad, the man in charge of the Anfal campaign, Ali Hassan al-Majid, Saddam's cousin, became known by the nickname Chemical Ali, and later was decorated for his accomplishments. But Halabja was a single point within a far larger campaign. Throughout 1986 to 1989, the Anfal operation systematically attacked Kurdish villages across northern Iraq.
Villages were targeted not only with chemical weapons, but with infantry, artillery, and specialized units sent in afterward to burn and massacre once the fighting was done. Thousands of Kurdish villages were leveled. According to human rights reports, approximately 4,000 villages were completely destroyed. Residents were herded into government-controlled collective towns, or expelled from lands that Saddam wished to Arabize by replacing them with Sunni Arabs. Men and young men in targeted areas were typically separated out and killed, the bodies of many of them later found in mass graves scattered across the Iraqi desert. The total number of Kurds killed in the Anfal campaign was estimated by subsequent investigative commissions at between approximately 100,000 and 182,000 people. The Iraqi Special Criminal Tribunal, after 2003, prosecuted the Anfal campaign as genocide. In 2010, the International Criminal Court in The Hague also recognized Anfal as genocide in a case involving a Dutch businessman who had sold chemical precursors to Iraq.
In August 1990, Saddam Hussein decided to invade Kuwait, the small, wealthy neighbor to Iraq's south. The justifications he offered were that Kuwait was stealing Iraqi oil through slant drilling in the Rumaila oil field that straddled the border between the two countries, and that Kuwait was Iraq's 19th province, illegally severed by the British. The real reasons were simpler. Iraq owed Kuwait tens of billions of dollars borrowed during the Iran-Iraq War. Saddam had no intention of repaying it, and Kuwait possessed vast oil reserves that Iraq wanted. Within 2 days, Iraqi forces had occupied Kuwait. This was the first outright invasion and occupation of a United Nations member state since the Second World War. This time, the international response was not as ambiguous as it had been over Halabja. The UN Security Council passed a series of resolutions condemning the invasion and imposing sanctions, and U.S. President George H.W. Bush assembled an international coalition of 34 nations, a considerable diplomatic achievement, to compel Iraq's withdrawal. In January 1991, Operation Desert Storm began with a 42-day bombing campaign, followed by a ground offensive that lasted just 100 hours. The Iraqi military, though large in number, collapsed before the overwhelming force of the coalition. As Iraqi troops retreated from Kuwait, they set fire to approximately 700 oil wells, an act of environmental destruction without precedent, producing columns of black smoke that blanketed the Gulf region for months. Saddam lost the battle, but survived. George H.W. Bush decided not to advance on Baghdad and topple the regime, a decision justified on understandable grounds of regional stability, but one that meant Saddam remained in power for another 12 years. During those 12 years, he massacred Shia rebels who rose up in the south after Bush had called on them to do so without providing military support. He continued to oppress the Kurds, and he lived in the deepening isolation of international sanctions, while the Iraqi people paid a far heavier price than he did. After the 1991 Gulf War, Iraq was placed under one of the most severe sanctions regimes in the history of the United Nations. The sanctions prohibited Iraq from exporting oil and banned imports of dual-use goods, and the definition of dual use was broad enough to encompass much medical equipment, agricultural chemicals, and basic components. The theory was that the sanctions would exert sufficient pressure to compel Saddam to comply with UN resolutions, particularly those concerning weapons of mass destruction. The reality was different. Saddam had enough money to continue building palaces. He constructed more than 20 large palaces during the 1990s, many of them architecturally grandiose, with swimming pools, art galleries, and walls clad in imported marble. He continued to spend on the military, on the security apparatus, and on himself. What was cut was healthcare, education, and the infrastructure that served ordinary people. UNICEF and humanitarian organizations estimated that during the sanctions years, child mortality rates for Iraqi children under 5 soared due to shortages of medicine, clean water, and adequate nutrition. The number of child deaths during this period was estimated by some organizations to run into the hundreds of thousands, though these figures remain disputed. The United Nations Oil for Food program, established in 1996 to mitigate the humanitarian impact of the sanctions, was exploited by Saddam for large-scale corruption, bribing foreign officials, financing his network of international influence, and, of course, ensuring that he and those around him lacked for nothing.
Following the September 11, 2001 attacks on the United States, President George W. Bush and his administration built the case that Iraq, along with other state sponsors of terrorism, represented an unacceptable threat in the New World. The central argument was that Iraq possessed weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, and possibly nuclear weapons, and would either use them or provide them to terrorists. Secretary of State Colin Powell stood before the United Nations Security Council in February 2003 and presented what he described as clear and compelling evidence of Iraq's weapons programs. Many observers and experts, including at the time, expressed skepticism about the quality of that evidence. UN Weapons Inspector Hans Blix was conducting inspections inside Iraq and reporting that he had found no clear evidence of active weapons programs. But Washington had already made up its mind. On March 20, 2003, a U.S.-British coalition, supported by a far smaller alliance than that of 1991, launched the invasion of Iraq. The military campaign succeeded rapidly. Within 3 weeks, Baghdad had fallen. On April 9, 2003, American soldiers helped a group of Iraqis pull down the enormous statue of Saddam Hussein in Firdos Square, an image broadcast around the world as a symbol of the end of a regime. Saddam fled and disappeared for months. In December 2003, he was found hiding in a shallow pit near Tikrit, his hometown, dirty, heavily bearded, in the appearance of an old man who had lost everything. Saddam was brought before the Iraqi Special Criminal Tribunal, a court established by Iraq itself with American support. The first trial, concerning the massacre of the village of Jong-il in 1982, when Saddam ordered the killing of hundreds of residents of a Shia village following a failed assassination attempt against him, began in 2004 and lasted more than 2 years. Throughout the proceedings, Saddam repeatedly disrupted the court, refused to recognize its authority, declared himself still the legitimate president of Iraq, and in his most memorable moments, stood and shouted into the face of the judges that Saddam Hussein will not bow to his enemies. On November 5, 2006, the court pronounced the death sentence. And on December 30, 2006, the early morning of Eid al-Adha, the Islamic feast to sacrifice, Saddam Hussein was brought to the execution chamber. Someone recorded the scene on a mobile phone, a device that had not existed many years before, and the video spread across the world within hours. In that footage, those present, some of them officials of the new Iraqi government, many of them Shia, shouted insults and religious chants into his face in his final seconds. Saddam, standing on the gallows with the rope around his neck, shouted back Allahu Akbar and recited an Islamic prayer. The trapdoor fell. This was not a dignified execution, and that fact revealed deeper problems in the way the 2003 war and its aftermath were managed. But that is a story for another chapter. The hardest question about Saddam Hussein and Iraq is not what his crimes were. Those are fully documented: the genocide of the Kurds, chemical weapons, systematic torture, wars of aggression, the massacre of the Shia. The harder question is, did what came after him prove better or worse? And this is one of those questions that people of good faith and full information still answer differently. Iraq after 2003 did not become the flourishing democracy Washington had promised. Instead, the sudden collapse of the Ba'athist state apparatus and the disastrous American decision to dissolve the Iraqi army and remove all Ba'ath party members from government positions created an enormous power vacuum. Tens of thousands of well-trained Iraqi soldiers were suddenly without employment, without income, and still armed. Many of them went on to join the insurgency against the American occupation. The sectarian divide between Sunni and Shia, suppressed by the Saddam's machinery of violence but never resolved, erupted into widespread sectarian bloodshed. And in the chaos of post-2003 Iraq, a small organization called Al-Qaeda in Iraq began to form, to grow, and eventually to transform itself into the Islamic State, ISIS,
which by 2014 would control vast territory across Iraq and Syria and generate a new wave of terrorism and violence. None of those who made the decision to invade Iraq in 2003 saw this coming, or if anyone issued warnings, those warnings were not heeded. And the weapons of mass destruction, the official reason for going to war? When UN weapons inspectors and later the American Iraq Survey Group searched across Iraq after the war, they found no active weapons mass destruction programs. Iraq had once possessed such programs, had used them at Halabja, had once had a nuclear program destroyed by Israel in 1981, and later discovered and dismantled by the UN after 1991. But at the time of the 2003 invasion, those programs were no longer operational. This stands as one of the greatest intelligence failures and acts of political fabrication in modern history. Those who drove the decision to invade Iraq, among them Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, and George W. Bush himself, presented information they knew to be uncertain as though it were definitive proof, because they had already decided that war was necessary and needed only a justification to pursue it. That war killed approximately 4,000 American soldiers and hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, consumed trillions of dollars, and generated instabilities that continue to this day. This is the painful lesson that Iraq's history in the 20th century leaves behind. The wrong decisions of those in power, whether Saddam Hussein or those who declared themselves to have come to liberate Iraq from him, carry consequences that ordinary people must bear, often for decades after the decision-makers themselves have long since left the stage.
Part 9. Mugabe, Zimbabwe. There are stories in history whose tragedy lies not in failure from the outset, but in collapse from a great height. The story of Robert Gabriel Mugabe and Zimbabwe belongs to that kind. The story of a man who was once a symbol of the aspiration for national liberation, admired by the whole world, awarded honorary doctorates by universities, received by presidents and prime ministers as a hero, who then, step by step over many decades, turned the resource-rich and promising country entrusted to him into an economic ruin, while millions of his people were forced to flee or starve. This is the tragedy of the corruption of power, and few stories illustrate it as clearly and as painfully as Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, a name meaning House of Great Stone in Shona, taken from the great ruins of Great Zimbabwe, the center of a flourishing empire hundreds of years ago, is a country in southern Africa, sharing borders with Zambia, Mozambique, Botswana, and South Africa. This is the land of Victoria Falls, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world, where the Zambezi River plunges vertically from a height of more than 100 meters, generating a plume of mist visible from dozens of kilometers away. This is the land of vast savanna plains populated by lions, elephants, rhinoceroses, giraffes, and herds of buffalo numbering in the thousands, moving like dark clouds across the earth. And this is the land of some of the most fertile soil in Africa, rich mineral red plateaus, fields that once produced wheat, maize, and tobacco in sufficient quantities to feed an entire region, earning Zimbabwe the name the breadbasket of Africa. In 1980, when Zimbabwe gained independence from Ian Smith's white minority regime after a long and bloody guerrilla war, the hope felt by the people and by the world was enormous. Mugabe, the leader of ZANU-PF, the victorious force, stepped onto the stage of history with words of reconciliation and unity so compelling that many could not help but be moved. 37 years later, when Mugabe was finally compelled to resign in a soft coup carried out by his own comrades, Zimbabwe was a country whose currency had once printed banknotes denominated at $100 trillion that could not buy a loaf of bread, and more than a quarter of the population had left the country. Robert Gabriel Mugabe was born on February 21, 1924, in the village of Kutama in the Zvimba area of Western Rhodesia, the colonial name for Zimbabwe under British rule. His father was a carpenter who worked for Irish and Canadian Jesuit missionaries running a Catholic school in the village. Mugabe grew up in the environment of Catholic missionaries, an experience that shaped his worldview profoundly.
He studied with exceptional diligence, devoured every book available in the school's small library, and early demonstrated a sharp intellect and a strong sense of self-worth. When his father abandoned the family and left for South Africa, never to return, Mugabe became the emotional anchor for his mother and remaining siblings. The absence of a father, as in the stories of many other dictators in this book, may have left psychological marks that were not easily visible but proved enduring. Mugabe became self-reliant and withdrawn, not easy to befriend, nurturing a powerful belief in his own abilities that at times crossed the boundary into arrogance. He attended several schools in Rhodesia and eventually qualified as a teacher, teaching in various places around the country. He then won a scholarship to study at Fort Hare University in South Africa, a university for black students where many future African leaders had studied, among them Nelson Mandela. There, Mugabe encountered African nationalist ideas and began forming his political worldview. He went on to accumulate many more qualifications. By the end of his life, he held 7 university degrees, some earned while in prison, and that appetite for learning became part of his image, the intellectual, the teacher, the man elevated above those who ruled by crude and mindless violence. In the 1950s and early 1960s, as the national liberation movement surged across Africa and Ian Smith's white minority regime tightened its control over the black majority, Mugabe became increasingly committed to politics. He joined ZANU, the Zimbabwe African National Union, and quickly became one of its key leaders. In 1964, the Rhodesian authorities imprisoned him, beginning an 11-year period of incarceration that later became an inseparable part of the Mugabe legend. In prison, Mugabe kept studying. He studied by correspondence, acquired more degrees, read widely, and thought deeply about revolutionary strategy. But prison also brought the most painful event of his personal life. His only son, with his first wife, Namahotzenyika, died of cerebral malaria in Ghana in 1966 at just 3 years of age. The Rhodesian authorities refused to allow Mugabe out of prison to attend his son's funeral. He had to endure that loss in his cell, alone, unable to accompany his child to his resting place. Many people who knew Mugabe in later life believed this was one of the events that hardened his heart and deepened his hatred of the white regime. In 1974, Mugabe was released from prison and left Rhodesia, going to Mozambique, where ZANU was operating under the patronage of Frelimo government that had just gained independence from Portugal. From his base in Mozambique, he led the guerrilla war against the Rhodesian government, a brutal conflict that continued until 1979, when the Lancaster House Agreement was signed in London, paving the way for free elections and independence. When the results of the February 1980 elections were announced, Mugabe's ZANU-PF winning in a landslide with 57% of the vote, the world turned its attention to Harare to witness what many had long hoped for, the birth of a free and democratic Zimbabwe. And Mugabe, standing before millions of people and before cameras from across the world, said things that no one could imagine he did not truly believe at the time. He spoke of reconciliation. He called on white Zimbabweans to remain and contribute to the new Zimbabwe. He said that the history of hatred must be set aside, that Zimbabwe belonged to everyone who lived on that land, regardless of the color of their skin. He declared, "Let the swords be turned into plowshares and the guns into hoes." Those words were not merely political oratory. They reached the hearts of people who had lived through years of war and yearned for peace. Margaret Thatcher called him a hero. Bob Marley wrote a song about Zimbabwe. Universities around the world competed to bestow honorary degrees. And in the early years, Mugabe appeared to be delivering on what he had promised. Zimbabwe's economy in the early 1980s performed reasonably well. Positive growth rates, the large white-owned farms still operating and contributing to agricultural exports, the education system significantly expanded into poor rural areas, and literacy rates rising rapidly. Harare, the capital, was a green and tidy city with wide roads, beautiful parks, and the optimistic atmosphere of a new country stepping into its future. But even in those bright years, the seeds of the coming catastrophe had already been sown. Mugabe did not genuinely believe in sharing power. He believed in his own power, and anyone who could challenge that had to be removed. The first to learn that lesson was not a white person or an old enemy. It was Mugabe's own former allies within the liberation movement.
The word Gukurahundi in Shona can be translated as the early rain that washes away the chaff before the harvest, a poetic image of purification and new beginning. But in the history of Zimbabwe, the word is bound to one of the most brutal atrocities Africa has witnessed since independence, the systematic campaign to massacre the Ndebele people of Matabeleland province in southwestern Zimbabwe, which unfolded from 1983 to 1987. To understand why this happened, one must know that Zimbabwe has two major ethnic groups: the Shona in the north and center, comprising roughly 80% of the population and forming the political base of Mugabe's ZANU-PF, and the Ndebele in the south, comprising roughly 16% of the population and forming the base of ZAPU, the Zimbabwe African People's Union, led by Joshua Nkomo. The two movements had been allies in the Liberation War, but their relationship always contained underlying tensions and competition. After independence, Mugabe compelled ZAPU to join a coalition government under the terms of the Lancaster House Agreement, but he never truly trusted Nkomo or the Ndebele people. In late 1982, when a large arms cache was discovered on ZAPU-affiliated land in Matabeleland, Mugabe treated it as evidence of a coup plot, though many historians later questioned whether the weapons may have been deliberately planted there. Whatever the truth, Mugabe used the incident as a pretext to order the 5th Brigade, an elite unit trained by North Korean advisors and answerable directly to Mugabe, bypassing the normal military chain of command, into Matabeleland. From early 1983 to 1987, the 5th Brigade operated in Matabeleland and parts of the Midlands with actions that were subsequently documented as crimes against humanity. They burned villages, they beat and tortured suspects, and suspect in this context meant most ordinary Ndebele civilians. They carried out mass killings at locations such as Sewali, Lupane, and Chalacho, place names that the Ndebele remember as Jewish people remember the place names of the Holocaust, carrying a weight of loss and grief beyond words. They burned people alive inside their homes, threw children into wells, and forced parents to dig graves for their own children. What happened in Matabeleland was systematically concealed. The press was banned from the area. Churches and humanitarian organizations were blocked from entering. The Zimbabwean government denied everything and dismissed reports as counter-revolutionary propaganda. The international community, still in a honeymoon period with Mugabe, whom they wanted to believe was a liberation hero, was largely silent. Only a small portion of what was happening leaked out through the secret letters of Catholic missionaries and the testimony of people who fled to Botswana. Estimates of the number of Ndebele people killed in Gukurahundi range from 20,000 to 100,000, the wide discrepancy reflecting a lack of documentation due to systematic concealment. The 1997 report of the Catholic Commission in Zimbabwe, compiled from thousands of witness interviews, estimated at least 20,000, but many independent researchers believe the true figure may be considerably higher, particularly when accounting for those who died of starvation and disease after their villages were burned and their farming systems destroyed. In 1987, the campaign ended in the way Mugabe intended. Joshua Nkomo signed the Unity Accord, merging ZAPU into ZANU-PF, dissolving both parties and creating a de facto one-party system. Mugabe became executive president, a new position more powerful than prime minister, placing him in practice in the role of absolute ruler. Gukurahundi had accomplished its purpose, eliminating the only significant challenge to Mugabe's power, and the outside world barely noticed. The 1990s were the most complex period in Mugabe's story, a period that his supporters later tended to recall as the years when Zimbabwe still worked, but also the period in which the seeds of catastrophe were germinating beneath that bright surface. Zimbabwe's economy in the early 1990s remained relatively stable, modest but positive growth, the Zimbabwean dollar still strong, supermarket shelves still stocked with goods. Compared to many other African countries, Zimbabwe looked like a success story. But looking more closely, troubling signs had already appeared. The judicial system was becoming increasingly politicized. Judges who sought independence faced pressure from the government.
The independent press was harassed in various ways. Those who spoke out critically against the government lost jobs, were attacked by thugs that everyone knew to be connected to the ruling party, but could not prove. And most importantly, Mugabe began constructing a protective circle around himself. Officials and associates only concerned with flattering him and holding their positions, with no one daring to tell him the truth. In 1992, a small but symbolically significant event occurred. Mugabe was widowed with the death of his first wife, Sally Hayfron, the Ghanaian woman he had met in Ghana in the 1950s, who had been his companion and his emotional anchor through the prison years, and who many believed to have been the true moral voice in his life. Sally died in 1992 of kidney disease. Only months after her death, it emerged that Mugabe had for years been conducting a secret relationship with a young secretary named Grace Marufu, 40 years his junior, with whom he had secretly fathered 2 children. In 1996, Mugabe married Grace. This was not merely a personal matter. Grace Mugabe, far more ambitious and ruthless than Sally, would play a significant role in what unfolded over the following 20 decades. Also during the 1990s, Zimbabwe launched a military intervention in the Democratic Republic of Congo, a decision dressed in the language of African solidarity, but in practice serving the exploitation of Congolese minerals by figures connected to Mugabe and the Zimbabwean military. The intervention cost hundreds of millions of dollars each year, drained the national budget, and brought no benefit to ordinary Zimbabweans. Only certain generals and officials grew rich from it.
Zimbabwe cannot be understood without understanding the land question. For decades, under white Rhodesian rule, the most fertile land had been taken by white settlers, who comprised roughly 1% of the population but owned more than 70% of the best agricultural land. The majority of black Zimbabweans were confined to dry, infertile areas known as communal lands. This injustice was real, deep, and undeniable, and this is why the demand for land reform always carried enormous moral force in Zimbabwe. After independence in 1980, the Lancaster House Agreement contained a clause protecting property rights for 10 years. Whites could not be compulsorily dispossessed of land during this period. This meant that one of Zimbabwe's most important issues had to wait. When the 10 years expired in 1990, Mugabe's government implemented some willing seller land acquisition programs. White farmers were compensated to sell their land, but progress was slow and insufficient to satisfy those who had waited long. This was a real problem that needed addressing, but the way Mugabe chose to address it in the late 1990s would destroy Zimbabwe's economy. In 1999, Mugabe pushed for a new constitution that would allow the government to seize land without compensation. In an unprecedented event, the Zimbabwean people voted no in the referendum, the first time Mugabe had lost at the ballot box in nearly 20 years. This was a clear signal that Zimbabweans were losing faith in him, particularly as the opposition movement, MDC, the Movement for Democratic Change, led by Morgan Tsvangirai, was gaining powerful momentum. Mugabe's response was not to listen and adjust. His response was to escalate. From early 2000, groups of war veterans, many of them too young to have actually been veterans of the Liberation War that ended in 1980, began flooding onto and occupying white-owned farms across Zimbabwe. They set up camps, expelled farm owners, sometimes using violence and sometimes just intimidation. Police and courts were instructed not to intervene. Mugabe called this fast-track land reform and expressed his public support. More than 4,000 white-owned farms were invaded and seized over the following years. White farm owners, many of them born and raised in Zimbabwe with no other homeland to go to, were forced to abandon everything and leave. This was a deeply unjust and painful act against them. But the problem did not end there. The seized land was not distributed equitably to landless poor farmers as the stated policy promised. The majority of the best farms fell into the hands of generals, party officials, and Mugabe's associates, people who did not know how to farm and often had no intention of farming themselves. Agricultural machinery was stripped and sold. Irrigation systems were left without maintenance. Livestock were slaughtered or died without veterinary care. Within a few years, Zimbabwe's agricultural output collapsed. A country that had once exported food to all of Africa was forced to import food to stave off famine among its own people. The story of Zimbabwe's economic collapse under Mugabe is one of the strangest and most tragic economic stories of the 21st century. Not because its scale was larger than other economic crises, but because its speed and magnitude surpassed almost anything economists had ever witnessed in a country at peace, and because it was the direct and entirely foreseeable consequence of specific policy decisions, not of natural disaster or war. After the land seizure program of 2000, agricultural exports collapsed. Foreign currency dried up. The government, rather than cutting spending, printed more money to cover its obligations, including its largest single liability, the payment of benefits to war veterans demanded after 1997. Printing money led to inflation. High inflation led to printing more money to meet ever-rising expenditure needs. Inflation rose higher still, and so the spiral continued without end. By the mid-2000s, inflation in Zimbabwe had reached levels that defied imagination. In 2007, the official inflation rate exceeded 10,000%, meaning prices more than doubled every few days across the year. By 2008, even that figure had become meaningless because no conventional unit of measurement could capture it. The Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, under the stewardship of Gideon Gono, whose impossible task was to manage an economy that was liquefying, printed Munich banknotes with denominations that read like mathematical puzzles. First $1 million, then $1 billion, then $1 trillion. By late 2008, the Reserve Bank issued a banknote denominated at 100 trillion Zimbabwean dollars, enough to buy 3 eggs if eggs were available at all. Supermarkets in Harare became empty rooms with bare shelves. People no longer carried wallets. They carried large bags stuffed with thick wads of banknotes, barely sufficient to buy a loaf of bread. Those fortunate enough held US dollars or South African rand and traded in the black market, which was in fact the only functioning market. Government teachers and doctors were technically still receiving salaries, but a month's pay could not buy a loaf of bread by month's end because of inflation. Hospitals lacked medicine and equipment. Schools lacked books and teachers because the teachers had left for South Africa, Britain, or anywhere that paid in real money. By 2009, the Zimbabwean government was forced to abandon the Zimbabwean dollar and permit the use of foreign currencies. The Zimbabwean dollar was officially discontinued in 2015, a national currency that had ceased to exist in any practical sense many years earlier. This was the first time in modern history that a country had completely abandoned its own currency, not because of war, but because of sustained, failed economic policy. Running parallel to the economic collapse was an increasingly brutal political repression. As the MDC, Morden Chavangari's opposition movement, grew stronger and attracted growing support from Zimbabweans exhausted by Mugabe, the ZANU-PF government responded with the methods familiar to authoritarian regimes that feel threatened. Before the 2000 election, MDC candidates and their supporters in rural areas were attacked by groups of war veterans and ZANU-PF militias. People were beaten in their homes, their houses burned, forced to attend hours-long political re-education sessions deep in the bush, where they were screamed at that if they voted for the MDC, war would return. These mechanisms, violent enough to generate fear, yet ambiguous enough to be difficult to prove, were deployed in every subsequent election. The 2008 presidential election marked the peak of savagery. In the first round of voting in March 2008, Chavangari won more votes than Mugabe, but not enough to win outright under the law without a second round. In the weeks before the June runoff, a wave of violence targeting MDC supporters swept across the country. Hundreds of people were killed, thousands tortured, tens of thousands driven from their homes and villages. Chavangari ultimately withdrew from the race because he could not allow his supporters to keep dying. Mugabe won the second round with more than 85% of the vote in an election from which the opposition candidate had withdrawn. Chavangari was eventually brought into a unity government in 2009 under pressure from the international community and from South Africa. He was given the position of prime minister, but real power remained with Mugabe. And that unity government, however imperfect, stabilized the economy sufficiently to prevent complete collapse. The Zimbabwean dollar was replaced with foreign currencies, shop shelves gradually refilled, and basic services began functioning again at a minimal level. This was a paradoxical but undeniable proof that the economic collapse was caused by policy, not by misfortune.
Zimbabwe cannot be understood without understanding the land question. For decades under white Rhodesian rule, the most fertile land had been taken by white settlers, who comprised roughly 1% of the population, but owned more than 70% of the best agricultural land. The majority of black Zimbabweans were confined to dry, infertile areas known as communal lands. This injustice was real, deep, and undeniable, and this is why the demand for land reform always carried enormous moral force in Zimbabwe. After independence in 1980, the Lancaster House Agreement contained a clause protecting property rights for 10 years. Whites could not be compulsorily dispossessed of land during this period. This meant that one of Zimbabwe's most important issues had to wait. When the 10 years expired in 1990, Mugabe's government implemented some willing seller land acquisition programs. White farmers were compensated to sell their land, but progress was slow and insufficient to satisfy those who had waited long. This was a real problem that needed addressing. But the way Mugabe chose to address it in the late 1990s would destroy Zimbabwe's economy. In 1999, Mugabe pushed for a new constitution that would allow the government to seize land without compensation. In an unprecedented event, the Zimbabwean people voted no in the referendum, the first time Mugabe had lost at the ballot box in nearly 20 years. This was a clear signal that Zimbabweans were losing faith in him, particularly as the opposition movement, MDC, the Movement for Democratic Change, led by Morgan Tsvangirai, was gaining powerful momentum. Mugabe's response was not to listen and adjust. His response was to escalate. From early 2000, groups of war veterans, many of them too young to have actually been veterans of the Liberation War that ended in 1980, began flooding onto and occupying white-owned farms across Zimbabwe. They set up camps, expelled farm owners, sometimes using violence and sometimes just intimidation. Police and courts were instructed not to intervene. Mugabe called this fast-track land reform and expressed his public support. More than 4,000 white-owned farms were invaded and seized over the following years. White farm owners, many of them born and raised in Zimbabwe with no other homeland to go to, were forced to abandon everything and leave. This was a deeply unjust and painful act against them. But the problem did not end there. The seized land was not distributed equitably to landless poor farmers, as the stated policy promised. The majority of the best farms fell into the hands of generals, party officials, and Mugabe's associates, people who did not know how to farm and often had no intention of farming themselves. Agricultural machinery was stripped and sold, irrigation systems were left without maintenance, livestock were slaughtered or died without veterinary care. Within a few years, Zimbabwe's agricultural output collapsed. A country that had once exported food to all of Africa was forced to import food to stave off famine among its own people. The story of Zimbabwe's economic collapse under Mugabe is one of the strangest and most tragic economic stories of the 21st century, not because its scale was larger than other economic crises, but because its speed and magnitude surpassed almost anything economists had ever witnessed in a country at peace, and because it was the direct and entirely foreseeable consequence of specific policy decisions, not of natural disaster or war. After the land seizure program in 2000, agricultural exports collapsed. Foreign currency dried up. The government, rather than cutting spending, printed more money to cover its obligations, including its largest single liability, the payment of benefits to war veterans demanded after 1997. Printing money led to inflation. Inflation led to printing more money to meet ever-rising expenditure needs. Inflation rose higher still, and so the spiral continued without end. By the mid-2000s, inflation in Zimbabwe had reached levels that defied imagination. In 2007, the official inflation rate exceeded 10,000%, meaning prices more than doubled every few days across the year. By 2008, even that figure had become meaningless because no conventional unit of measurement could capture it. The Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, under the stewardship of Gideon Gono, whose impossible task was to manage an economy that was liquefying, printed banknotes with denominations that read like mathematical puzzles. First $1 million, then $1 billion, then $1 trillion. By late 2008, the Reserve Bank issued a banknote denominated at 100 trillion Zimbabwean dollars, enough to buy 3 eggs if eggs were available at all.
Supermarkets in Harare became empty rooms with bare shelves. People no longer carried wallets, they carried large bags stuffed with thick wads of banknotes barely sufficient to buy a loaf of bread. Those fortunate enough held US dollars or South African rand and traded in the black market, which was, in fact, the only functioning market. Government teachers and doctors were technically still receiving salaries, but a month's pay could not buy a loaf of bread by month's end because of inflation. Hospitals lacked medicine and equipment. Schools lacked books and teachers because the teachers had left to South Africa, Britain, or anywhere that paid in real money. By 1909, the Zimbabwean government was forced to abandon the Zimbabwean dollar and permit the use of foreign currencies. The Zimbabwean dollar was officially discontinued in 2015, a national currency that had ceased to exist in any practical sense many years earlier. This was the first time in modern history that a country had completely abandoned its own currency, not because of war, but because of sustained, failed economic policy. Running parallel to the economic collapse was an increasingly brutal political repression. As the MDC, Morgan Tsvangirai's opposition movement, grew stronger and attracted growing support from Zimbabweans exhausted by Mugabe, the ZANU-PF government responded with the methods familiar to authoritarian regimes that feel threatened. Before the 2000 election, MDC candidates and their supporters in rural areas were attacked by groups of war veterans and ZANU-PF militias. People were beaten in their homes, their houses burned, forced to attend hours-long political re-education sessions deep in the bush, where they were screamed at that if they voted for the MDC, war would return. These mechanisms, violent enough to generate fear, yet ambiguous enough to be difficult to prove, were deployed in every subsequent election. The 2008 presidential election marked the peak of savagery. In the first round of voting in March 2008, MDC won more votes than Mugabe, but not enough to win outright under the law without a second round. In the weeks before the June runoff, a wave of violence targeting MDC supporters swept across the country. Hundreds of people were killed, thousands tortured, tens of thousands driven from their homes and villages. Tsvangirai ultimately withdrew from the race because he could not allow his supporters to keep dying. Mugabe gained, quote-unquote, the second round with more than 85% of the vote in an election from which the opposition candidate had withdrawn. Tsvangirai was eventually brought into a unity government in 2009 under pressure from the international community and from South Africa. He was given the position of prime minister, but real power remained with Mugabe. And that unity government, however imperfect, stabilized the economy sufficiently to prevent complete collapse. The Zimbabwean dollar was replaced with foreign currencies, shop shelves gradually refilled, and basic services began functioning again at a minimal level. This was a paradoxical but undeniable proof that the economic collapse was caused by policy, not by misfortune, for when the policy changed, the economy recovered relatively quickly.
In the final years of the 2010s, as Mugabe passed 90 years of age, still insisting on holding power, falling asleep on stage at international events, yet alert enough to sign orders of repression, Zimbabwean politics was dominated by a question no one dared ask aloud. Who comes after Mugabe? And the answer to that question had split ZANU-PF into two bitterly hostile factions. One faction backed Emmerson Mnangagwa, the vice president, a former security minister, one of the most powerful figures in the party, and a man trusted by much of the military and intelligence establishment. The other backed Grace Mugabe, the president's ambitious younger wife, who had risen from secretary to the most powerful figure in the country after her husband, and who led the party's women's movement, known variously as the Mazwe Ladies or G40, the younger generation. In the final years of the 2010s, as Mugabe passed 90 years of age, still insisting on holding power, falling asleep on stage at international events, yet alert enough to sign orders of repression, Zimbabwean politics was dominated by a question no one dared ask aloud. Who comes after Mugabe? And the answer to that question had split ZANU-PF into two bitterly hostile factions. One faction backed Emmerson Mnangagwa, the vice president, a former security minister, one of the most powerful figures in the party, and a man trusted by much of the military and intelligence establishment. The other backed Grace Mugabe, the president's ambitious younger wife, who had risen from secretary to the most powerful figure in the country after her husband, and who led the party's women's movement, known variously as the Mazwe ladies or G40, the younger generation within the party. Grace had no real political experience, no organizational base, but possessed something more important than all of that. Her husband was still in power. Throughout 2017, Grace organized rallies across the country, attacked Mnangagwa publicly, and positioned herself as Mugabe's natural successor. Her speeches, sometimes crude, sometimes ruthless, often both, revealed a person unconcerned with subtlety or coalition building. She wanted power, and she wanted it immediately. In November 2017, Mugabe dismissed Mnangagwa, the final act that drove the military into action. In the early hours of November 15, 2017, convoys of Zimbabwean army tanks and armored vehicles rolled into Harare. General Constantino Chiwenga, head of the Zimbabwe Defense Forces and an ally of Mnangagwa, appeared on national television to declare that the military was targeting criminals surrounding the president. Mugabe was placed under house arrest, far more gently than anything he had inflicted on his own adversaries over decades. What happened next was remarkable. Rather than the violence and chaos that might have been feared, the people of Zimbabwe poured into the streets to celebrate. Thousands of Zimbabweans demonstrated not against the military's intervention, but in support of it. Spontaneous rallies erupted in Harare, in Bulawayo, and across the country, with people marching and singing, waving flags, embracing the soldiers standing beside their tanks. This was an image unimaginable just days before, the people of Zimbabwe welcoming military intervention as a liberation. In the days that followed, Mugabe, the former minister sitting under siege in his own home, continued to resist. He appeared at a university graduation ceremony, shook hands with students, as though nothing had happened, a performance so surreal that international commentators could not decide whether to treat it as tragedy or comedy. But finally, on November 21, 2017, Mugabe sent his letter of resignation to Parliament while impeachment proceedings were underway. He had held power for 37 years. When the announcement of his resignation was read out, Parliament and all of Zimbabwe erupted into cheers and tears. Mugabe died on September 6, 2019, in Singapore, where he was receiving medical treatment. He was 95 years old. His life lasted long enough for him to watch his legacy crumble, but not long enough for him to understand why, or at least he never acknowledged that he did. In interviews given near the end of his life, he still spoke of himself as a hero who had been betrayed, of enemies within and without who had sabotaged his perfect plans, of the West's refusal to forgive him for taking land from white people and returning it to black people. Mugabe's legacy is a complex and painful mirror. He genuinely led a legitimate national liberation struggle. He genuinely expanded education and healthcare in the early years of independence, with Zimbabwe's literacy rate once the highest on the continent. The land question he sought to address was a real one. The unjust distribution of land inherited from the colonial era is undeniable. But the way he chose to address these problems, through violence, through lawless arbitrariness, through turning public policy into an instrument of revenge and personal enrichment for those close to him, transformed real opportunities into real catastrophes. The question that Zimbabwean history poses with particular sharpness is, when is a person called a liberator, and when do they become an oppressor? Mugabe did not change his nature overnight. The signs of his authoritarian tendencies were visible very early in the internal power struggles within the ZANU movement in the 1970s, in Gukurandi in the very first years of independence. But the world chose not to look because he was a liberation hero, and we want liberation stories to have happy endings. Emmerson Mnangagwa, the man who replaced Mugabe, is not himself without blood on his hands. He had been the security minister during the years of Gukurandi, and his role in those events remains contested. But under his leadership, Zimbabwe's economy has shown signs of gradual recovery. Yet many of the underlying problems, corruption, the absence of rule of law, ZANU-PF's political dominance, remain. Zimbabwe in 2024 is not the Zimbabwe of burning farms and $100 trillion banknotes, but it is not yet the Zimbabwe of the hopes of 1980 either. More than 3 million Zimbabweans are living abroad, primarily in South Africa, Britain, the United States, and elsewhere.
They send money home to their families, and those remittances are one of the country's most important sources of income. This is a tragic indicator of what has happened. The breadbasket of Africa has lost many of its most talented and energetic people, and those people sustained the country from a distance rather than from within.
Part 10. Mengistu, Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a country that carries the weight of millennia on its shoulders. While most of the world was still figuring out how to build cities, the people of the Ethiopian highlands were already building an empire. The kingdom of Aksum, which flourished from the 1st to the 7th centuries, was one of the great powers of the ancient world, trading with Rome, Persia, and India. Ethiopia was one of the first countries to adopt Christianity in the 4th century. Its ancient script, Ge'ez, is one of the oldest writing systems still in use anywhere on the planet. And for centuries, while the rest of Africa fell under European colonial rule, Ethiopia alone maintained its independence, defeating an Italian invasion at the Battle of Adwa in 1896, in a victory that reverberated across the entire continent and became a symbol of African dignity and self-determination. When Haile Selassie, the last emperor of this ancient dynasty, was deposed in 1974, Ethiopia was a country with a proud and deep identity, with a rich Orthodox Christian tradition, with a complex society of dozens of ethnic groups who had lived side by side for centuries. It was also a country with grinding poverty in its countryside, feudal land ownership that left millions of peasants with nothing, and a political system that had not meaningfully evolved in generations. The revolution that toppled Haile Selassie was, in many ways, inevitable. What was not inevitable, what was the specific and avoidable choice of specific and accountable people, was the form that the revolution took. Mengistu Haile Mariam was not a philosopher, not an intellectual, not even a particularly charismatic speaker. He was a soldier from a low-ranking background who understood one thing with absolute clarity. Power comes from the willingness to use violence before anyone else does. In the years from 1974 to 1977, he clawed his way to the top of the military junta that had seized control of Ethiopia by being quite simply more willing to kill than anyone else around him. And once at the top, he stayed there for 17 years, through a campaign of political terror that killed hundreds of thousands, through a famine that killed perhaps 1 million more, through wars on multiple fronts, and through the systematic destruction of an economy that could have fed all of Eastern Africa. This is his story, and more importantly, it is the story of the millions of Ethiopians who lived and died under his rule. To understand what Mengistu destroyed, you need to understand what existed before him. Haile Selassie, born Rastafari Makonnen, crowned emperor in 1930, was one of the most extraordinary figures of the 20th century. He was small in stature, formal in manner, and possessed of an intelligence and diplomatic skill that allowed him to navigate decades of global upheaval with remarkable agility. He modernized Ethiopia in many respects, building schools, establishing universities, founding a national bank, and turning Addis Ababa from a collection of mud huts into a proper capital city. He gave Ethiopia a constitution, though one that kept real power firmly in his own hands. He survived an Italian occupation during World War II, went into exile in Britain, and returned to lead his country when the Allies expelled Mussolini's forces in 1941. On the world stage, Haile Selassie was an icon. His speech to the League of Nations in 1936, appealing in vain for the world to stop Mussolini's invasion, became one of the most famous addresses of the century. He was a founding father of the Organization of African Unity, championed Pan-African solidarity, and was revered by the Rastafari religious movement in the Caribbean and beyond as a messianic figure. Photographs of him show a man of immense dignity, usually wearing his imperial uniform with dozens of medals, flanked by his famous lions. But beneath the imperial dignity, Ethiopia in 1974 was a country in deep crisis. A devastating famine in the Wollo region in 1972 and 1973 had killed up to 200,000 people, and the government had done almost nothing. The feudal land system meant that the vast majority of Ethiopia's population, mostly peasant farmers, had no ownership of the land they worked. Inflation was rising. Students were protesting. Soldiers who had not been paid in months were mutinying, and the emperor, who was now in his early 80s and increasingly disconnected from reality, responded to all of this with the detached serenity of a man who had survived too much to believe that anything could actually threaten him. He was wrong.
In 1974, a group of military officers calling themselves the Derg, an Amharic word meaning committee, began systematically arresting members of the government, the aristocracy, and the old order. They were not ideologues, they were soldiers who had grievances and, crucially, guns. The Derg deposed Haile Selassie in September 1974 and placed him under house arrest. He died in August 1975, officially of circulatory failure, though his personal physician later stated that he had been strangled in his sleep on the orders of the junta. The last emperor of Ethiopia's 3,000-year-old dynasty died alone in a small room in his own palace, and his body was buried under a toilet in the building's basement for the next 16 years. The Derg proclaimed Ethiopia a socialist state and began implementing radical land reform. All land was nationalized, the feudal system was abolished, and peasants were told that the land now belonged to the people. These measures were genuinely popular among the rural poor who had been waiting for land reform for generations. But the Derg was not a government with a coherent vision for the future. It was a junta of competing officers, each with their own ambitions and supporters, and the question of who would ultimately control this new revolutionary Ethiopia was going to be answered the only way such questions get answered in juntas, through violence.
Mengistu Haile Mariam was born around 1937 in the Kaffa region of southwestern Ethiopia, though he later claimed the more prestigious Addis Ababa as his birthplace. His origins were modest. His father was likely a servant, and his mother possibly of slave descent, though Mengistu always obscured the details of his background with deliberate vagueness. What is clear is that he grew up aware of his low status in a rigidly hierarchical society, and that this awareness left him with a burning resentment of those above him, and an equally burning desire to climb above them. He joined the Ethiopian military and worked his way up through its ranks, receiving some training in the United States in the 1960s. He was not brilliant, but he was driven, watchful, and patient. He was also willing to do things that more cautious men were not. When the Derg formed in 1974, Mengistu was a relatively junior officer, but he quickly made himself indispensable to the junta through his ruthlessness and his skill at identifying and eliminating rivals before they could become threats. The path to absolute power in the Derg was marked by blood. In November 1974, the Derg executed 60 former officials of the imperial government, including Haile Selassie's prime minister and several generals. Mengistu played a role in organizing these executions. In the following months, as the junta's leadership struggled over the direction of the revolution, Mengistu methodically eliminated his rivals. The most dramatic moment came in February 1977, when Mengistu confronted the Derg's chairman, Teferi Benti, at a meeting that turned into a firefight. When the shooting stopped, Benti and 6 of his supporters were dead. Mengistu walked out of the room as the undisputed leader of Ethiopia. He had just turned 40 years old. What is remarkable about Mengistu's rise is not just that he killed his way to the top, but that he did so with what appeared to be genuine conviction. He was not, in the way that some dictators are, a cynical opportunist who chose ideology as a costume. He appears to have genuinely believed in a version of Marxism-Leninism that he had absorbed through his military training and his reading during the revolution, and he appears to have genuinely believed that the ends, a transformed socialist Ethiopia, justified absolutely any means. This combination of sincere ideological conviction and utter disregard for human life made him, in many ways, more dangerous than a pure opportunist would have been. In September 1977, Mengistu stood before a large crowd in Addis Ababa and performed one of the most chilling pieces of political theater of the 20th century. He held up 3 bottles filled with what he announced was the blood of Ethiopia's enemies, then smashed them on the ground one by one. "Death to counter-revolutionaries! Death to EPRP!" The crowd roared. The Kabeli militia members who had gathered to watch the spectacle understood what was coming. The Red Terror had officially begun. The EPRP, the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party, was a leftist student movement that had opposed the Derg, arguing that real revolutionary power should come from the people and not from a military junta. This made them the most dangerous kind of enemy, not the right-wing remnants of the imperial order whom he could label as feudalists and class enemies, but fellow leftists who could claim the same ideological language as he did while challenging his authority.
To eliminate this threat, Mengistu unleashed what became known as the Red Terror, a campaign of political violence that over the following 2 years killed somewhere between 50,000 and 500,000 people, with most credible estimates placing the death toll at around 200,000. The Red Terror was implemented primarily through the Kabele, neighborhood associations that had been established across Addis Ababa and other cities as instruments of local governance and political mobilization. In the hands of the Derg, the Kabele became instruments of surveillance and execution. Kabele militias patrolled streets at night, searching houses for weapons and for people whose names appeared on lists of suspected EPRP sympathizers. Those found were often executed on the spot, their bodies left in the street as a warning. Families of victims were required to pay for the bullets used to kill their relatives before the bodies could be reclaimed, a practice so grotesque in its bureaucratic cruelty that it became one of the defining images of the Red Terror in the memory of Ethiopians who survived it. What made the Red Terror particularly horrifying was the way it ensnared young people, students, teenagers, intellectuals in their 20s, who had been the most vocal supporters of the revolution before the Derg showed its true face. The EPRP had recruited heavily among university and high school students, and so it was among the young that the Derg's terror fell most heavily. The streets of Addis Ababa in 1977 and 1978 were littered with the bodies of young men and women, some of them barely out of school. Parents would wake up in the morning, open their doors, and find the body of a neighbor's child on the pavement, a sign around their neck reading "Counter-Revolutionary." One of the most painful aspects of the Red Terror, and one that Ethiopia has never fully come to terms with, is what it did to the generation that should have led the country into the future. Ethiopia's students in the early 1970s were among the most politically engaged young people in Africa, passionate about social justice, hungry for education, full of ideas about how to build a better society. Many of them paid for that passion with their lives. The survivors, those who fled into exile, who managed to hide, who were imprisoned and eventually released, carried deep wounds that took decades to begin to heal. And the country was left without the generation of educated, idealistic young people who might have built something different. The scale of the killing eventually attracted international attention. Amnesty International published detailed reports. Western governments expressed concern. But because the Cold War made Ethiopia strategically important, Mengistu had aligned himself with the Soviet Union and Cuba, who were providing massive military support. The international response remained largely verbal. The Soviet Union, which was delivering weapons and advisors to help Mengistu fight the wars on his borders, said nothing about the bodies in the streets of Addis Ababa. Cuba, whose soldiers were fighting alongside the Ethiopian army, said nothing either. Revolutionary solidarity, it turned out, had its limits in practice.
While Mengistu was consolidating his grip on power in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia was fighting a war on its northern border that had been going on since before his time, and would continue long after the Red Terror had subsided. Eritrea, the thin coastal territory on the Red Sea that had been federated with Ethiopia in 1952 and then annexed outright in 1962, had been fighting for independence since the very moment of annexation. The Eritrean People's Liberation Front was one of the most effective guerrilla movements in Africa, disciplined, ideologically coherent, and deeply rooted in the population it claimed to represent. Mengistu threw enormous resources into the war in Eritrea. Soviet weapons, Cuban advisors, and the lives of hundreds of thousands of Ethiopian conscripts, many of them young men rounded up from their villages and sent to the northern highlands with minimal training. The war ground on for decade after decade, consuming lives and money that Ethiopia could not afford. At various points, the Ethiopian army came close to defeating the EPLF. At other points, the EPLF came close to driving the Ethiopians out entirely. But neither side was willing to accept a negotiated settlement, and so the killing continued. The human cost of the Eritrean War is staggering and difficult to fully account for. Estimates of total deaths on both sides over the 30-year conflict range from 100,000 to 500,000. The economic cost was equally devastating. Ethiopia spent a proportion of its national income on military expenditure that left almost nothing for the development of one of the poorest countries in the world. And the war in Eritrea was not the only one Mengistu was fighting. In late 1983 and through 1984, Drought struck the northern Ethiopian highlands, the regions of Wollo, Tigray, and parts of Amhara, with a severity that had not been seen in decades. Crops failed, livestock died, the rivers ran dry, and in a country that was already desperately poor, already fighting 2 wars, and already mismanaged by a government that prioritized ideological orthodoxy over practical competence, the result was a humanitarian catastrophe of almost incomprehensible scale. But here is the crucial thing to understand about the 1984 famine. Drought did not cause it alone. Droughts had struck Ethiopia before, and they would strike again. What turned the 1984 drought into a famine that killed somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million people was a set of deliberate human choices, choices made by Mengistu's government in Addis Ababa. The Derg's agricultural policies had been systematically undermining Ethiopian food production since the early days of the revolution. The land redistribution of 1975, while addressing the injustice of feudal land ownership, had been implemented in a way that gave farmers security of tenure without giving them the incentives and resources to invest in increasing productivity. State-controlled grain prices were kept artificially low, which meant farmers had no financial reason to grow more than they needed for their own consumption. The collectivization of agriculture, organizing farmers into producer cooperatives modeled on Soviet collective farms, was implemented in ways that disrupted traditional farming practices without replacing them with anything more effective. And massive government investment in military spending left almost nothing for agricultural development, irrigation, or famine preparedness. When reports of famine conditions in Tigray and Wollo began reaching Addis Ababa in 1983, the Mengistu government faced a choice. It could acknowledge the crisis, appeal for international assistance, and mobilize its resources to address it. Or it could minimize and conceal the crisis, for fear that admitting famine would be politically embarrassing, an admission that the socialist revolution had failed to feed its own people. The government chose concealment. Aid agencies that tried to operate in the famine regions were blocked. Journalists were not allowed to enter the affected areas. The government's own relief agency was given insufficient resources and political support to function effectively. And while the famine was quietly killing people in the north, the government was planning a massive celebration, the 10th anniversary of the revolution, scheduled for September 1984, to be marked with parades, fireworks, and a showcase of socialist achievement in Addis Ababa. Millions of dollars were spent on the celebration, while millions of people were starving. The world found out not from the Ethiopian government, but from a television report. In October 1984, BBC journalist Michael Burke traveled to a feeding camp at Koram in northern Ethiopia and filmed what he found there. The footage showed thousands of people reduced to skeletons, many of them dying as the cameras rolled. Children with distended bellies and hollow eyes, mothers too weak to hold their own infants. The dead lying among the living because there was no one left with the strength to carry them away. Burke's report, broadcast on the BBC and then picked up by news organizations around the world, finally broke through the wall of official silence and indifference. The public response in the West was immediate and extraordinary. Bob Geldof, an Irish rock musician, organized Band Aid and then Live Aid, a series of fundraising concerts that raised over £100 million for famine relief. The phrase, "We are the world," entered popular culture. For a brief, dizzying moment, the famine in Ethiopia became the most reported story in the world, and the international humanitarian response was genuinely massive. But international charity, however generous, cannot substitute for competent and honest government, and the Ethiopian government's role in causing and prolonging the famine remained for much of the Western public obscured by the simpler narrative of a natural disaster and a humanitarian response. Mengistu's response to the famine was not just delay and concealment. He also used the famine as cover for one of his most brutal programs, the forced resettlement of people from the drought-stricken north to the south and west of Ethiopia. The official justification was that moving people from drought-prone highland regions to more fertile lowland areas would prevent future famines. The actual motivation, at least in part, was political. The northern regions of Tigray and Wollo were also the areas where armed opposition to the Derg was strongest, and moving hundreds of thousands of people out of those regions would depopulate the insurgent zones. The resettlement program was implemented with the same combination of ideological zeal and organizational incompetence that characterized everything Mengistu's government did.
People were forcibly removed from their villages, often with no notice, and transported hundreds of kilometers to unfamiliar lowland areas that lacked the infrastructure, the seeds, the tools, or the local knowledge to support the number of people being sent there. Transported in trucks and in conditions that recalled the slave trade, many died on the journey. Many more died in the resettlement areas from diseases to which they had no immunity, from the stress of displacement, and from the simple fact that the land they were sent to could not support them. Estimates of the death toll from the resettlement program range widely, but a figure of 100,000 is generally accepted as a minimum, with some estimates considerably higher.
To understand what daily life was like for ordinary Ethiopians under Mengistu, you need to understand that the Red Terror and the famine, terrible as they were not the only hardships. They were the sharp, visible peaks of a much broader landscape of suffering that extended through every aspect of ordinary life. The constant presence of political surveillance, the economic mismanagement that made basic goods scarce, and the grinding knowledge that nothing could change because the man at the top had decided he knew best and was not interested in other opinions. Addis Ababa, under the Derg, was a city that had stopped laughing. People spoke carefully in public, aware that Kabyle informants might be listening. Gatherings of more than a few people required permits. The walls were covered in revolutionary slogans and portraits of Marx, Lenin, and Engels alongside Mengistu, a combination that would have been absurd if it had not been dangerous to say so. The evening news on state television and radio consisted primarily of Mengistu's speeches and reports of revolutionary progress that bore no relation to the observable reality of empty shelves and declining living standards. The nationalization of businesses, combined with price controls and the suppression of private enterprise, produced exactly the economic distortions that economists would have predicted and that anyone paying attention to the experience of other socialist economies could have foreseen. Goods disappeared from official channels and reappeared in informal markets at prices that only those with access to hard currency or government connections could afford. The talented and the educated, when they managed to get out, left and did not come back, creating a brain drain that compounded the country's difficulties for decades. Farmers, deprived of the incentive to produce more than the state demanded, produced less. The country that had once been self-sufficient in food became permanently dependent on international food aid. The atmosphere of fear was pervasive and carefully maintained. Mengistu's security apparatus, the Ashet, the Abiat Tabakwi, and various other overlapping organs of state terror operated with the same basic logic as similar organizations everywhere. The goal was not just to punish those who had already acted against the regime, but to prevent the vast majority of people from ever considering it. A population that is perpetually uncertain about who might be informing on them, that knows that political activity can result in disappearance and death, is a population that has been successfully demobilized. This was not an accident, it was the design. Through the 1980s, as the Derg's military campaigns in Eritrea and Tigray failed to produce the decisive victories that Mengistu kept promising, and as the economy continued to deteriorate despite the official rhetoric of socialist progress, the armed opposition movements in the north grew stronger, not weaker. The TPLF, the Tigray People's Liberation Front, had started as a small group of idealistic students in the early 1970s and had grown through a combination of effective military tactics, genuine popular support in Tigray, and the Derg's brutal counterinsurgency methods that alienated more people than they suppressed into a formidable fighting force. By the late 1980s, the TPLF had allied with other opposition movements, including the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, to form a broader coalition. The Ethiopian army, demoralized by years of inconclusive fighting, began to suffer serious defeats. Soldiers deserted in large numbers. Officers who reported bad news were shot. Mengistu responded to each military setback with the same formula that had served him since 1977: more executions, more forced conscription, more speeches about revolutionary sacrifice. But the formula no longer worked. The revolution had been consuming itself for too long. In May 1991, with rebel forces closing in on Addis Ababa from the north and west, and with his own army dissolving around him, Mengistu did what Idi Amin had done before him, and what many dictators do when their time runs out: he fled. On May 21, 1991, he boarded a plane to Zimbabwe, where President Robert Mugabe, another African leader who knew something about refusing to leave power gracefully, had agreed to grant him asylum.
He left behind a country in ruins, a capital about to be taken by rebel forces, and millions of people who had suffered under his rule for 17 years. The TPLF-led coalition, now calling itself the EPRDF, Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, entered Addis Ababa on May 28, 1991. The transition was, by the standards of Ethiopian history, relatively peaceful. There was no widespread looting, no wave of revenge killings. The new government moved quickly to establish control and to begin the process of political transition. Eritrea held a referendum in 1993 and voted overwhelmingly for independence, formally separating from Ethiopia after 30 years of war. The new Ethiopian government, under Meles Zenawi, began to dismantle some of the worst aspects of the Derg's legacy, releasing political prisoners, allowing a degree of press freedom, and beginning economic reforms. But the transition from Mengistu's rule did not mean, as some optimists had hoped, an immediate transformation to liberal democracy. The EPRDF's record over the following decades was mixed. It achieved real economic growth and significant improvements in health and education, but it also maintained a system of political control that was less murderous than Mengistu's, but still deeply repressive. The legacy of 17 years of terror does not evaporate quickly. Trust in institutions, once destroyed, takes generations to rebuild. And the ethnic federalism that the EPRDF constructed, dividing Ethiopia into regional states along ethnic lines, created new problems as it addressed old ones.
Mengistu Haile Mariam is, as of 2024, still alive. He lives in Harare, Zimbabwe, under the protection of a government that has consistently refused extradition requests from Ethiopia. He is in his late 80s. He gives occasional interviews in which he defends his record and blames his enemies for what went wrong. He does not appear to have spent much time in regret. In 2006, an Ethiopian special court found Mengistu guilty in absentia of genocide and crimes against humanity. The sentence was death, later commuted to life imprisonment by the Ethiopian Supreme Court, though he remains beyond its reach. The trial, which took place over many years and examined thousands of pieces of evidence and the testimony of hundreds of witnesses, produced a detailed documentary record of the Red Terror and the other crimes of the Derg that Ethiopia desperately needed. But a trial without the defendant is inherently incomplete. There is no moment of accountability, no forced confrontation with what was done, no opportunity for survivors to ask their questions to the man who ordered their suffering. The question of how Ethiopia should remember and process the crimes of the Derg is one that the country is still working through. The generation that directly experienced the Red Terror is aging. The children who grew up during the famine are now middle-aged. The soldiers who were conscripted and sent to die in Eritrea and the Ogaden are old men. Their memories and their wounds are real, but they exist alongside the forward-looking demands of a young population. Ethiopia is one of the fastest-growing economies in Africa, and its enormous young population is more interested in the future than in relitigating the past. This tension between memory and progress is not unique to Ethiopia. Every society that has been through political catastrophe faces it. But it is worth noting that the failure to fully reckon with the past, to name what happened, to establish accountability, to create a shared understanding of how it was possible, is itself a risk. Societies that do not understand how they came to allow the things that happened to them are vulnerable to allowing them again.